The best long-distance shooter in the world. Wow.
There they are. What a finals.
What a finals. Hey,
And
look at that.
confetti.
Another walk-off. Rick Copperthorne has won it.
Wow.
The 2022 Golden T-Mobile World Champion. Rick Copperthorne Swiper Sniper.
A year has passed and the time has come. 32 of the strongest competitors in Golden T-Mobile will descend upon the bright lights of Las Vegas, Nevada once again in a quest for the ultimate glory in virtual golf, the title of 2023 Golden T-Mobile World Champion. Will a returning champion, Tony Johnson or Rick Copperthorne, find their way to the podium, becoming the first ever two-time champ? Or will a new challenger battle their way through the brackets and stake their claim to this year's trophy? Join us for the next half hour as we reflect with these elite competitors on their journey to a world stage. I'm Chad Schrump, and this is the Golden T-Mobile Road to Worlds.
Yeah, so Tony Johnson, I've been playing Golden T-Mobile for a long time, since it came out, and Golden T Arcade for much longer than that. Winning in 2012 or 2021 was incredible. I've been playing for so long on the arcade side, and being converted over to the mobile side was it was a different experience, but I was so excited to do it, and it was incredible to win, and it was really difficult to not be able to defend my title the next year. I had a trip planned with my family, and so I had to make the choice, and it was a difficult choice, but I would do the same choice again. But I'm excited, hopefully, to be able to qualify this coming World's Qualifier and defend my title, or redefend my title.
And a fist pump from Tony Johnson. He is your first ever Golden T-Mobile World Champion. We'll wait for Benji to finish this up. Good shot. And we'll celebrate him as well. But there he is. And there they are. What a finals.
What a finals. Hey,
And
look at that.
confetti.
And I think the big difference for me, like, mobile is very calculation and math based, where I feel like on the arcade side it's so much more feel based. And so that's the big difference for me.
Par 3-7. Whammy with the javelin. This will run to the left when it lands. Needs to bounce hard. Here it comes. Whammy has done it. Hole in one for Tony Johnson.
I'm gonna say Matthew Hansen. I think he's my favorite, other than me.
Look at this. These are two very important shots, and it's happening.
They both know it.
Oh, this looks...
Benji's short.
Oh. Oh,
Nobody
my
trades it.
goodness.
Oh, the
my
one iron.
goodness.
I think, hey, I love playing this game. I love having fun doing it. I try not to take it too seriously. And that's what it's all about. Like, you're playing a mobile game. You're able to play on your couch. You're having a great time. That's what it's all about for me.
It feels definitely good to get the monkey off the back week one. And against Tony Johnson, whammy nonetheless.
Tony Johnson with the putt. It is in. Riley Hitchcock to go to Vegas. He is in. Riley Hitchcock. Tilt nasty. 13 under apiece. Great shot point win. And he defeats Whammy. Gives Tony Johnson his first ever defeat in World Championship qualifying. What a match.
I think I picked up mobile. It was 2020. I was trying to qualify for cabinet. The week of March, like 5th, 6th, something like that. I think I was 5th. And, the world shut down. I think it was last week. Cabinet had qualifying that week. I didn't come out for the weekend, so didn't make it. But then, learning the mobile game and just a passion for Golden Tee. I started dabbling in it. I think the World Qualifying was going on, and I jumped in maybe like week 7 or 8 that first year, and I was like, I got no business. I was like, I don't know the game. I've got to get better. Yeah, I was big into cabinet 02 to probably about 08, and then got away from it, kind of jumped back in, I don't know, 13, 14, played a little bit. It's, I joke, my wife, when COVID hit, she's like, do you want to get one of those for the house? And I said, do you want to get divorced?
Let's see what happens. 12 under each. Into a 15-mile-an-hour wind. This line looks absolutely great.
Oh, that's how you close a match. Riley Hitchcock, you are ridiculous. One of the best players in the world closes out Brian Muxlow. A dramatic fashion. What a turn of events.
Yeah, you know, I kind of was just in league and then kind of started to formulate relationships with these guys. Got invited to a couple of the more of the groups, I guess, if you will, on Discord and Facebook. And then this year, after Chicago last year, I got invited to kind of the committee, if you will, for the Windy City Showdown. And honestly, I just like to promote the game. Like, you know, Andy and I chatted a little bit about the YouTube piece, and he's like, listen, if you just want to do it to have fun, like, do it. Like, and I don't do it to make money. I just want to see guys get better. But honestly, I felt pretty comfortable about Whammy, and I'm just like, I'm going to beat him. I'll play as well as I can, and no mistakes. And you know, we happen to have Cape Haven back, which really doesn't require you to make a shot. Just don't make any mistakes. And when he messaged me, he's like, oh, you got me on GSPs. It's like you blemished my record. I was like, yes.
Year 1 was odd. That was before all the upgraded balls and clubs. So it was a grind back then, and there were only maybe 20 to 25 people that were really going for the top 6. Actually, back then it was 8 places. And I was playing on a 9.7 iPad screen and struggling. I was 9th and 10th for qualifiers and decided to get a bigger iPad, and I got the 12.9 inch. And I started playing. I was so much better on it. I went on the Facebook page and I guaranteed I'm going to qualify next week. And I did, and went 3-0 in the head-to-heads to make it to Worlds.
Mr. Golden Tee here, going with the sniper. All he has to do is get this close. Oh my goodness, what a way to close out a championship match. That's as clean of a match as I think we've seen, honestly, since we've been doing these. As you watch the sniper here, right on top of this thing. Look at that, leaks out a little bit. And with that, Vic in a box taps in. Pretty solid round, 13 under. Mr. Golden Tee, one better, 15 under.
Last chance. Again, 16 weeks of grinding, and there's 75 to 100 people out there that are sitting there fighting for those, you know, top 16 places. And I was 9th, 10th. I was above. I never, not once, got into the top 8. And I knew I was good enough then. And they had the last chance qualifier for 3 spots, so all my buddies are going there. I'm going to Vegas anyway, so I'm going to give it a shot, and I wound up shooting well in it to qualify. It was amazing. It's nice to get it out of the way, and I shocked myself by doing it, you know, and because I wasn't playing very well, and it only took 1 round of everything going in. It was just one of those times, you know. I'm a very hot and cold player. I was very hot for that 1 game, and that's what pushed me onto it. Just keep playing and keep playing. You know, be productive on the Facebook page. There's a lot of guys out there to help. You know, if there's anybody there that has questions, you know, just go to the Facebook page, post questions on there. All these guys are active on that page, and they're throwing videos out there, helping people out. You know, keep with it.
Well, 21 was new, and so there was a lot of anticipation on what that event was going to be like, and it was an electric atmosphere because, one, the venue was a little bit more, I don't know, it was a little tighter. There wasn't a whole lot of room, but what that actually allowed to happen is the crowd became louder. It was much more tight. It was, you know, the players were right up on top of the crowd. And when a player would have a good shot, I mean, you would really hear it. And I know the players themselves said they got jacked up pretty well because they could hear the crowd really get into those shots. So it was an electric atmosphere. Now 22, we got to combine the event with the arcade side of Golden Tee. So the venue was monstrous. It was in a giant ballroom, had the stage, and I think a lot of the mobile players enjoyed it because a lot of the arcade cabinet players were watching them. So they were trying to show off the game on the mobile side, and I think everyone put on a really good show. So both events, they were different, and both had some really good highlights on how the event went.
I mean, we have seen incredible Golden Tee tonight. I mean, incredible. I don't know how we can ever do better than what we did tonight. I mean, the play has been phenomenal.
Well, I think we have some players that I anticipate are going to make that next step. You've got your traditional folks. You've got your Riley Hitchcocks. You've got your Tony Johnsons and Matthew Hansons that everyone expects to be in the mix. But you have some new blood as well. Russ Lyons from Milwaukee, Wisconsin has really made that step, and I know he expects to make that leap and try to contend for world championships. So I'm really excited to see what some of the newer players that haven't had that experience, behind them, to see how they're going to perform.
Both guys with a chip, high pressure. Schrump drains it. No sweat.
So there's different styles for a lot of these players. You've got players that absolutely attack every single pin regardless. You've got players that just want to make you make the mistake and just keep on playing good golf and let you make all the errors, and at the end of the match, hey, guess what? I never made a single mistake and I'm moving on, and you're going to a loser's bracket. So the players that have the experience by them, that don't get nervous, don't have shaky hands, those are the guys to watch out for, that just continue to think their shots through. They don't rush, they don't get intimidated. They just make shot after shot after shot and put pressure on you. The people that put the pressure on are the ones that typically do really well in these tournaments.
Shout the sniper stinger. And he drains it for a hole in one. What a shot by Chad.
People have been really good to me about, doing these broadcast streams, commentating. So I do appreciate all the feedback I get. Hopefully, I can somehow qualify for Vegas myself and pull double duty and play a little bit in it and do some commentating as well.
My name is Matthew Hansen. I reside in Salt Lake City, Utah. I've been playing Golden Tee Mobile since April of 2020. Like a lot of people, COVID helped bring me into the Golden Tee Mobile world, and it's been kind of nice just being able to observe other people and work my way up to a point where I feel like I'm a competitive player in this league.
From Joe Goldschmidt, Matthew Hansen trying to answer. Sniper, bam! Makes it 8,000 great shot points. Touche, Joe Goldschmidt.
I was a Cinderella story, qualified in week 16 of that year, and finished fourth. I lost to Riley and Rick.
Here is Chubby. Just land this green. This is in. Chubby Cox, he is on the dance floor. He will make that putt. Chubby Cox, you have done it. The Week 16 surprise entrance has done his job, has defeated one of the biggest names in Golden Tee Mobile, and will be in Las Vegas in 2022 to play in the 2021 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. Congratulations, Chubby Cox.
Yeah, so today is Championship Sunday. What a huge relief it was to make it to the final 2-3, make my way into the championship match against Tilt here in the Windy City Showdown. Learning that I was going to win a World's Pass for actually qualifying was fantastic. Like worth coming here to begin with. But this tournament, what a premier tournament this is, to be able to play with others, of just amazing caliber. And yeah, I can say that I enjoyed my experience here at Windy City Showdown, and I can't wait to get to Vegas in September. These head-to-heads, especially on the streaming side, are incredibly stressful. You know, you hear everyone in the room saying different things, and you're not even 100% certain exactly where you stand. Each and every one of these players is the ultimate, you know, challenger going forward, and the 32 people that will be represented in Las Vegas in September are going to be 32 of the best players in Golden Tee Mobile.
Here is Chubby Cox. Stinger, this looks left, coming back, and he makes it! Oh my goodness, welcome to the party.
All I can say is thank you so much for the support. I've been amazed at the fact that I play a video game on an iPad and I get as many people who will actually comment or commend me on playing, and I really love being able to send out a YouTube link and say, hey, you got to check out this Golden Tee Mobile tournament that's going on, and then read text messages afterwards. I can say for sure, both the Golden Tee Mobile community as well as then friends and family help me, you know, to feel good about, you know, pushing forward and trying to do the best I can in this.
Rick Copperthorne cemented his legacy in the Golden Tee Mobile competitive arena in last year's competition. The 2022 world champion ended his final 3 rounds in hole-out fashion to take home the title. Again, Rick Copperthorne ended 3 matches in a row by holing out to earn the win. The man is truly something special, and his performances are nothing short of spectacular. He is a threat, and Rick Copperthorne will defend his title with every fiber of his being.
So this should be a sealer. Oh, wow! Goodness. Rick Copperthorne closes the show.
Is that Rick misses this chip, or this putt rather, and he is not going to do it. Rick Copperthorne, swiper, sniper, golfer 5840, has returned to the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship.
Rick Copperthorne. The second walk-off 18-hole Drano in a row, correct? Rick Copperthorne, you are ridiculous.
Here on this elevated fairway, they are hitting down onto this green. Need to land this short and let it run out. He has done that, and he makes it! What a great shot! That is a double eagle, and on the board, Rick Copperthorne.
He's got a pretty aggressive look at this one right now.
Is Copperthorne is your world champion. Wow.
Jordan Scott, Generation Z from Hebron, Kentucky, has an extensive history with Golden Tee. As a longtime competitor in the arcade scene, with an 8th place finish in last year's Mobile World Championship, he's a fan favorite in any arena he approaches. Methodical and calculated, the stacked field will be on their toes if he finds his signature groove.
I'm in it to win it. I'm in it for the long haul. Jordan has thrown, just past. Jordan almost got one back.
He will have a chip from there, maybe. Here's Jordan Scott trying to take advantage of the air, and he is in! Jordan Scott, 17,000 great shot points. Hole out.
Jordan down 2, looking at being down 3.
A lot of green to work with for Bannemans.
And as we know, he is deadly.
And there is
Jordan! What an answer. Does not go down 3. Makes the hole out. That is enormous. Here is a putt for a win up the hill. Jordan Scott, Kentucky's own, has made it to the 2023 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship in Vegas in September. A convincing 2-stroke win, and he moves on to Vegas. Barrett Detterman of Mustang, Oklahoma, swipes and swings to the beat of his own drum. Known for his love of the stinger and sniper shot,
and his unmatched ability to execute and capitalize on them. With an extremely aggressive style of play, Barrett isn't afraid to lay on the pressure, forcing the hand of his opponent. Guarantee you Barrett is not short. 1 iron, javelin, and it is in. Barrett Detterman knew it would be short, just had to get his line correct. He makes it.
I got to meet him in St. Louis at the first little mobile event we had.
Yep.
Great guy, very passionate about this game and this brand, and happy to have people like that in these
Absolutely.
events.
So I want to see this thing. Oh! Wow.
Holy sh!
Barrett's got a 1 iron, I think.
Yeah, that's what I would do there.
I would too. Got to be careful not to go long, or it goes over.
Rick is left.
Oh, Rick just missed that left. Barrett's middle.
Got it.
Barrett is on fire.
Yeah, he is.
He's hitting straight as could be.
It's really impressive.
And was to hole out and hope for a big mistake from Barrett. Here's his chip. Seals the deal. That is a Vegas-bound shot. Joe Mama, Barrett Detterman, congratulations. A 2-stroke win. On to the championship. We've only scratched the surface of the exceptionally deep field of competition, and any of the 32-man roster is more than capable of grinding their way to the top. The Golden T-Mobile World Championship can't be simply reduced to accuracy and execution in the gentleman's game. With your back against the wall, a champion will need to harness the ice in their veins and the motivation to grind and succeed in the face of adversity. When the pressure is on, who will plant their feet firmly on the world stage to rise and prove they have what it takes to win? The 2023 Golden T-Mobile World Championship is upon us, friends. We will see you on the tee September 15th through 17th in Las Vegas, Nevada at FSW Arena.
We are live. Golden T-Mobile World Championship. Kevin Lindsay, Adam Kramer here at the FSW Arena in Las Vegas. We were just here a couple of months ago crowning an arcade champion. Now it's time to crown a mobile champion. Good to see you.
I got to do it. Finally, Golden T-Mobile has come back.
Well, you've got a ring in front of you. There's some weird stuff happening. Kevin is a big wrestling fan, so of course he's leaning into the event and the venue, which is really cool. It's pretty different. We love trying out different things. Looking in front right now, we've got Whammy, Tony Johnson getting ready, which we'll be doing shortly. I guess before we start the qualifier and talk about these things, what are you expecting to see today?
Well, just talking with some of these guys as they're getting in, Whammy, the first Golden T-Mobile World Champion, the inaugural one. He wasn't able to play last year. He's looking to come back and make a statement. $10,000 first place prize,
Yep.
$30,000 total. And the rest of that too, second place $3,500, $2,500, $2,000. I mean, everybody who comes here and gets into the top 32 is going to leave with money, which is not a bad thing when you're in Las Vegas.
No, it's you got prizes, you've got the camaraderie aspect, of course, which I have to lean into. That's sort of my job. But you got a lot of different things here, and of course, we come from the arcade roots, right? So we do. That's where we got our start. And the thing that amazes me on the mobile side is just it's art, but there's more science to it, right? And guys like Chad Trump, who will be playing and commentating, speaking to the science of just how precise these guys are, the way they're utilizing different clubs, different angles, mastering elevation, different ball types. I love seeing that. I will learn a lot this weekend, unquestionably.
Yeah, absolutely. We always talk with the arcade side about how you finesse that trackball. And throughout this weekend, whether it's just shots of the arena that you'll see these guys playing on their devices or on the iPads with the stream matches and qualifying, some of the shots they're able to do with just the swipe of a finger on that touch screen is almost more amazing to me than what you're able to do with the trackball, because it feels like the trackball gives you so much more room. And the fact that these guys are so great with mobile on a phone or iPad touchscreen is pretty remarkable.
There are the courses these guys are going to be playing all all weekend long. Bonnie Moore, of course, near and dear to our heart.
Yes.
Favorite course of all time, now in the mobile landscape. I mean, other things that stand out from a course, you've got Bonnie, you've got Rustic Bridge, you've got Cape, you've got Royal, you've got Mayfield. We're going to watch Tony play all of them.
Yep.
So,
and it's an interesting mix of courses too. Just from from those of you that have played arcade and play mobile or are used to it, mixture of like OG old school like original courses, 2007 with Rustic, 2009 with Bonnie, and then some of the newer ones like Mayfield and Dubai. And Cape Haven has always been like a sleeper favorite of mine. A lot of interesting shots you have to hit on that, both arcade and mobile, and almost more so on mobile.
I agree.
With, I think it's hole 16, that par 5 with
Yes.
the little dock. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys fare throughout the weekend with qualifying and in match play.
So we're waiting for Tony to get going here. Again, the setup, we've got the streaming in the middle of the cage. So to speak, or the ring. You could correct me. I don't want to insult.
No, it's okay.
A true, wrestling aficionado.
We're gonna
like
we're gonna do performance reviews a few months early for Incredible Technologies, and we're gonna do them in the ring here tonight.
Yeah.
After qualifying's over, so stay tuned for the extra bonus package.
Yeah, it's so just to give a layout of the room too. We've got a couple of different tables set up here on the side. We got guys kind of loosening up, getting their matches in. Really kind of warming up here, then we'll get going with the qualifier. Name of the game of the qualifier, of course, is just to kind of keep it on the rails, right? I mean, is that,
Well, yes. I mean, the interesting thing about it is because you have the last chance qualifier going on at the same time as the qualifier for those that have already qualified through, Golden Tee Mobile or with our partners at Skills through Golden Tee Tournament Edition. It's interesting because with Golden Tee Mobile, these guys, for lack of a better word, will say, it's a bit of a grind because you have to play so many so many games
Yes.
to qualify. With Tournament Edition, those are such different contests. So you have a good mixture of people that are coming from both versions of the Golden Tee Mobile app, and it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. It's also nice with the qualifier. We're going to get to see Whammy. If you want to learn a little bit about this game, and by the way, if you're just watching this and you have not downloaded it, go do so. Please go try it out. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to see a lot. We're going to probably learn with you. I can't say that enough from a transparency standpoint.
I mean, if you say it now, we will.
I will. We play. We know the courses. We know the game, but there's a level of skill here involved that. It's why I can't wait to see how Chad, when we were doing this the last couple of years, and when you're hearing Chad Schrump, who's got a much better voice than we do too, by the way, just in general, but he's able to articulate this down to a degree, to a percentage, like an exact, he's got to hit this 51%, he's got to hit this 48%. Oh, he hit that too hard, it was 61. It's wild, just the sheer repetitive chops that these guys have. So we're looking at Tony, by the way, who's now getting set up.
Got a red Solo Cup nearby. Means he's almost ready to rock and roll here.
Oh, good for him. So now he's going to get cued in here. And there you go. Just like that, we are off and running. Again, thanks to everybody that qualified, that attempted to qualify, that's tuning in. Please share, subscribe.
Yeah, goldentee.com/mobile. If you've not yet downloaded the game, I don't want to give away too much, but Adam, it'd be remiss if I didn't tease a little bit of some of the back end things that we're working on as Golden Tee Mobile, approaches its 4th anniversary here in the beginning of October, end of October. There's a couple of things that we're working on that could bring a whole different life and style to Golden Tee Mobile in a really fun way. And
that's a good tease.
More from that in the next couple of months. But if you guys have, whether you played it when it first came out or you haven't gotten back into it in a while, now is the perfect time to do so. Also, Adam, we have to behave because when they showed the full screen of Tony, that you can see us in the background, so we can't be making funny faces or
look at that.
Flipping anybody off as Tony gets started here on Royal Dubai.
Now, I'm always very interested in how the positioning of device for players. You see different styles. How high up are you playing, right? Like, where do you have it positioned? And we will get to see it.
You know, in even his tee shot there, again, Tony is great, and he can thread, very, very well, just like he can on the arcade side. But I was getting concerned. I'm like, oh, man, first shot off the tee in qualifying. He's going right through the trees here. But be interesting to see how these first couple of holes, they're very easy, so to speak. Royal Dubai, once you get to
And you got it's interesting, too, because you're starting on the back. And I was joking with Tony before he started playing, by the way, that he should just slow play the hell out of this. Just, Bryson DeChambeau, take his time. And the world is his platform right now.
Now, this is a very interesting tee for hole 11 or hole 2 of qualifying here. Bottom right pin. Of course, you're going to see the ball that Tony's using, the snipers use a lot throughout this weekend. And some of the shots that these guys are going to hit, including Tony here with that absurd one, almost dropping in the cup there.
Absurd.
Yeah, GSPs are going to be coming around the clock when it comes to qualifiers and a match play tomorrow.
It's interesting. So Tony does not have headphones in, so he can hear pretty much everything we're saying.
Perfect.
But we'll keep it real. He's kept it real with me for 15 years. I'm going to keep it real with him too.
Yeah.
No, Tony, of course, obviously has played the arcade game for a really, really long time. Has had major success on the arcade side, and obviously major, major success on the mobile side. So when you talk about the most well-rounded, just golden tee player, period, in the world, Tony, Lance Harris, obviously I think are the two that really stand out.
All right, I know we're only 3 holes in, and we'll probably say this a lot, but interesting pin positions here.
Yeah, it is. So far, you're absolutely right.
And with qualifying, whether you're playing arcade or mobile or even both, you don't want to get too aggressive, but you also know, especially with a field of 32, that there's a lot of good players here, and you don't want to take your eyes off of your own game. Like the way you play at home, with mobile, it's a little bit easier than arcade because you're qualifying by yourself, so it's kind of like you're just sitting down at home and playing.
I also think, though, too, to that point, you've seen the level of success that Tony has had, that Lance has had, and I think having tournament experience, all these guys, most of these guys now do have tournament experience, but I think the difference of having to do this and being in your own head, so to speak, and knowing what you're going to how you're going to react when you're under pressure. But playing solo here, like this is a little different. Like Tony, when you play in the arcade, you're qualifying with a couple of different people. You're taking a break. This, you're kind of on constant go, right?
Yeah, at your own pace.
Which also is a positive because you can kind of get into a rhythm. So we'll just have to see. That's fine.
We'll see how long it takes before the comments start to roll in about the wind cutting balls here.
Not sure what you mean. There you go. There's a ball that cuts the wind. Now this is a pretty good look. We have talked about maybe some tough pin placements. Now it's a matter of aggression. So look, you've got a short look, 109 yards. You've got a 4-iron. Again, this is where I am amazed. This is not the language I speak in Golden Tee. So you take the wind out of it, and obviously when this ball hits, it's going to sit too.
Oh, there we go.
It's going to sit in the bottom of the cup.
First hole in one for Whammy. And for Tony, it's great. He's so nonchalant with that. He's just like, oh, just another day hitting the ace.
Whatever he needs.
8 under after 5 holes.
Yeah. So again, that's absurd. That's absurd. We have shots on the arcade side where you're guys that can chip drivers and 3-woods and 5-irons or 5-woods without pulling it back. That is a 4-iron just finessed in on a 109-yard shot over water. over water. It blows my mind, no matter how many times I see it, how natural they make it look.
Yeah, and with a shot like that, I'm actually surprised that, a lot of times you'll see these guys in the top left corner that for the trackball screen or the pullback of, the percent that they're doing and are they hitting it left or they're hitting it right. With Tony, he pulled it back once and he was ready to go and ultimately dropped it in the cup.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You see guys take their time, methodically do it.
And I don't think that's the last time you'll see Tony's golf balls in the bottom of the cup there.
No, there's definitely more. Good shot there. There's definitely more changes, I'd say, outcomes, positive. You get a lot more hole outs. You get more great shot points, it feels like. I have no data to support what I'm saying right now, so it's reckless, but I'm going to say it anyways. It does just feel like because there's so many more tools at your disposal that you're going to see a lot more of that.
Now, should we, with a few holes left here, should we start taking the numbers of what is his final GSP is going to be? Because I feel like
on the 9-holer, yeah, it's
every other hole he's getting them, and obviously that hole-in-one helped tremendously.
Now this is an interesting shot here too. Look at this wind. This is obviously it's blowing toward the cup, which helps, but this is a big wind. A lot of different shots, a lot of different clubs. Even for somebody that is as seasoned as Tony, this is a very interesting shot. And I guess, when you look at the different, again, here's a golf ball for a shot like this that will help you a great deal, obviously.
Yeah, that right six, the 16-mile-an-hour wind, if Tony can hit it in the right spot of that green, it's just going to slide right on by. Oh.
So in the water he goes.
Yeah, and that's difficult too, because the other thing, you've got that 16-mile-an-hour wind pushing towards the pin, and he's going to want to chip it, but you don't want to chip it too hard because you run the risk of that water, just like he had in that shot there. That rough is not going to save your ball, most likely, from rolling down.
So we saw an ace. And now that's safe and on. Obviously he's shaking his head. He's not happy. Long way to go, though. Long way to go. That hole is tricky.
Yeah.
This is honestly, in general, with the looks, this has been a pretty challenging look overall. Now this is interesting too. This is another one where, he can get aggressive. It wouldn't shock me if this one got close.
Well, and that's what I was just thinking too. Is that pin, even with the up 10, that pin's right in the middle of that left side of the green. So as long as he doesn't get too crazy and hit that wall, he's got a good chance to make up for the mistake on 16 there. And real quick too, looking at the chat here, Greg Kinsler says, "Cheers, mates. Was trying to make it work for the last chance qualifier, but wasn't able to pull it off." We'll miss you here, buddy, but, appreciate you joining us on the stream.
All right, so Tony taking some time here, regroup a little bit. Now, this is what you mentioned earlier, kind of just getting you've got the feedback top left. Can he get one back?
Oh!
But it didn't bounce off. Man.
I don't know. That's almost, to me, that hurts more than the original ball bouncing right past the cup. Like,
that was.
That's the hole where you're like, okay, give me a little bit of love here. Now, this is actually a pretty good look. I think we've both been burnt, mobile and arcade, on hole 18 of Dubai here, hole 9 of this qualifier, and that wind blowing to the right is going to help. Him. And look at that. He's using he's cutting the wind a little bit.
Yeah, you could use a couple of different balls here, obviously.
Yeah, the Javelin is going to be number 2 or maybe even number 1 with the Sniper on some of these tough looks.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty easy putt there for him.
the putting for these guys. It's just, again, another amazing trait, the way they're able to, you know, you get it within striking distance, you'll be fine, right? I mean, they do. I don't want to call it a formality. It's not. But for as much as the everyman will struggle sometimes with putts, I'm the everyman, by the way, in this instance.
Oh, I mean, we both are.
So I just want to be clear. When I'm talking about the everyman, I'm talking about myself. Oh, boy. Red Solo Cups. Thank you, Sean. All right. So, second 9 in action. We've seen an ace. We saw Tony have a misfire, if you will. Now we're going to see...
You know, in that you look at that 13, by the way, on Royal Dubai, and it's tough because it's such a great score.
That's delightful.
But he had that par on 16. Like, the fact that he could have had a 15 is so tough.
Good old Mayfield.
Now, what happens if you get a watchdog on 16 in Mayfield and Mobile?
I can't, unfortunately. Every time I see May, I will never look at Mayfield the same again for reasons that are unimportant to everybody listening. Actually, they were important at the time. This course was the bane of my existence, our existence for a while. But now, translated to a pretty awesome mobile course because it's pretty flat.
And it's pretty beautiful.
It is.
Well, you know, in your defense, that was right as you were taking over as project manager, so you were just like right in the chaos with that.
That we inherited that corpse.
Now, and it's a really great point you made, Adam, about this being a flat green. You know, on a lot of these courses, but especially for hole 1. Of course, Tony, he got the GSPs, didn't get the eagle, but you're going to see a lot of people running right through that trying to attempt that same shot.
Yeah. This will be fun to watch.
You know, and the other part that's interesting, too, is that this is the front 9, which is a lot more forgiving than the back 9.
Yes, it is.
And so when it comes to qualifying and putting up those good scores, I think this will help most of these players.
I agree.
It takes a little bit of the angst and the pressure off. All right, out of 9 holes, we're past 1. How many hole outs do you think Tony's going to have on the rest of this?
I'm trying to think of the layout here. I mean, I'd say we set the over at, I'd say it would be at 1 because 1 would be a push. And, I mean, even still, that's high. Like 0.5, I think would be a fair total. It is Vegas after all. I'm happy to set. This is not a great looking one, but he is.
I was going to say, that would have been perfect if he hit that as you were saying that.
We got live odds, right? We know how to do live odds.
Oh, we've done it.
Oh, boy. And so in terms of total, this one's going to help out here. So this is a beautiful look.
Nice little drizzle of rain here on Mayfield. First time Mayfield's seen rain in many, many years.
Yeah, first and only time. So obviously here, reading the green a little bit in terms of break. Is this going to drop?
Respectfully, I'm going to say no, but it's going to be close.
Oh. So he's buzzed 2 now in the first, 13 holes. He's got 1 ace and buzzed 2 pin. I mean, really, really close.
I mean, probably almost more than that.
Yeah. So, again, this is not too bad. But
liking the choice of the 7 wood here.
Yeah, this is a pretty good look.
Now, again, this is where I'm sure somebody will give me good reasons why, but interesting choice of the javelin there if he does ultimately go that way. Because for me, that 7-mile-an-hour wind, it's not a ton. You could probably get right around or over that tree. But again, it's qualifying, so you wanna find that balance between playing it safe and putting up a good score. And honestly, for Tony too, especially being a former world champ, there's both the extra chip on your shoulder and the more scrutinized eyes because people expect you to play so well.
Oh, absolutely. There's expectations for sure. That's a great shot.
7 feet, just not close enough for shot points there.
You'll see a lot of that too. All right, so we are making my way.
What are you, Frank Sinatra over there?
Yeah, yeah. This is all about me, after all. If you're just joining us again, Golden T-Mobile World Championship. We are thrilled to have you, the FSW Arena here in Las Vegas. You're looking at a former world champion, Tony Johnson, making his way through the qualifier.
Quick little shout out to Mr. CJ Wangler watching from probably live from the bunker in Minnesota, playing some Golden Tee while supporting their boy Tony Johnson here. Thanks to everybody.
Tony is got a lot of fans out there for obvious reasons.
Well, when you've been kind of a pillar of the Golden Tee community for so long, and he was one of the first guys to really jump into Golden Tee Mobile, and oh wow, that just. He'll be fine with this putt, but man, that just
this is the other
died
thing
right on the rough.
Whether if you haven't played this game much, in the arcade, if you're in that instance, you may have to use a 6-iron, a 7-iron, an 8-iron. With the golf balls the way they are, the Ranger, it's just boom.
Yeah. All right, this is a little bit of a longer look, 240 for hole 6, the par 3. And that pin's a little tough too, because
but this is for this club, for this loft, and you're going to get some bite backspin on the javelin. I think this might go in.
Oh, beautiful call. Beautiful shot
so much
by Tony there.
Tony, I got your back, bro. Just a little sip of his drink. Now, I got to say, as you watch the replay, don't click through it. Let us see it. Thank you, Tony.
An extra shout out,
and a pro. That's beautiful. I mean, that was spectacular.
By the way, we're gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go insight here with CJ. If you know Tony well, what is Tony sipping on right now in his red Solo Cup as he's getting close to the end?
I'm glad you asked this. He's a veteran, right? So I think you're talking about a domestic beer, just kind of easing into his round.
Keeping it classy with the Solo Cup, making sure he's not breaking glass, unless your name's Stone Cold Steve Austin. I couldn't tell you how many times, both arcade and mobile, that I've tried to go over to the left here to make this par 5 a lot easier to attack, and it just has not gone well. But happy to say Whammy is in a pretty solid spot here.
Yeah, so this is another interesting look, right? Would you attempt some sort of backspin or super backspin, or would you just kind of cut this thing down and play safe?
I kind of like his high lofted driver idea. 310 driver at a 264 pin.
Do you want me to start guessing the percentages at 92%?
Well, we might have to have John Noble really quickly modify it, get the numbers in.
I will not be attempting to Chad Trump my way into greatness. Okay, I'm not that guy. All right, but I had to try one time.
I mean, you weren't far. It was 98.
Yeah, but Schrump's off by Schrump's not even off. Schrump's in the exact percent. So it's I'm just not that guy. It's okay.
Okay.
Now
that was a big shot with a 10-mile-an-hour wind there, and this is a really important putt.
Now this is where I think, especially as you get into match play. Trying to be courteous in his backswing. High side. So we've seen, obviously, now twice, Tony comes up with a miraculous shot and then gives one back. Long day. Long weekend.
Well, and at least in Tony's instance, he's been around a few times with Mobile Worlds and Arcade, so you know he knows the grind you got to go through. And you know, this hole 9 on Mayfield here, this par 5, much easier with Mobile than in Arcade. Still a tough hole, especially to finish a qualifying course off on. But the fact that he's able to take a high lofted driver and not have to overhit that to get there.
You're right, though, because you're going to have a putt of some kind. Now, this isn't as bad as the one we just saw, but I'll say this, having played in enough tournaments, when you miss a putt, that's beautiful. When I miss a putt, mentally I'm like doing gymnastics, figuring out what I did wrong. Tony's, so confident in his game that just get right back on it.
Yeah.
So there you go.
All right, so 14 under there for Whammy on the front 9 of Mayfield.
Looking around the room, everybody's just kind of plugged in to the matrix here. Getting their reps. Now Tony's going to get going. Where are we going next? Told you the qualifying courses. We've already seen Mayfield and Royal Dubai. So we've got Bonnie, we've got Cape Haven, we've got Rustic.
You could use a little, I'm going to go, this is Bonnie, if I had to guess.
I'm going to go Cape.
No, you're right, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Strong start.
It's because we use the course numbers that we use in Arcade.
Ah, there you go.
And everything is divided by 3. So that was a good call on the Cape.
All right.
Another front 9. I think that really.
So I was talking to Tony a little bit before the tournament. We were talking about some of the new courses that we are going to be doing on mobile. And he was talking about Cape. One of the things that makes it unique is some of the undulations in the fairways. Even like a shot like that, where you see some of the hops that you get, because the golf balls in mobile are doing a little bit more. We're asking them to do a little bit more than we do in the Arcade. It takes some interesting bounces, right? It takes some pretty funky bounces. Now, here's another thing that he talked about in Cape was kind of the subtle elevation. So, like, this is not a hugely elevated hole, but it's still up there. So as you'll see a lot of these on hole 1s, as you do on the Arcade side as well, but it's like, how aggressive do you be? What iron are you picking? Those sort of things.
Yeah, and Cape actually has a couple of tougher first couple of holes. You think about that.
For sure.
Par 5, hole 4, there's a lot of deep sand bunkers across this hole, or this course, excuse me. Oh, just a little short.
So it's interesting. You see his expression. He's expecting all of those to go in or be closer than that. I mean, that's close. We would be thrilled, but for him, it's not close enough.
By the way, Greg Kinsler says Tony's a definite high-end beer connoisseur. A couple of fancy IPAs or domestic IPA comments, so I could see that.
I mean, so am I, but, lunchtime at the start of a qualifier. We will get to the bottom of what Tony is drinking. I'll go ask him right now. Yeah, Tony?
All right, I don't think we've seen Tony use this one too much, but this is it's probably the right hole to do it on.
Yeah, this is the first. So
the old orbit.
For one like this, now I'm curious just to see where this lands and how low this comes in. good shot.
Oh, the old 6
way.
foot. I just looked right over that. Thank you. He got Jim Zeed with the old 6 foot no shotties.
Yep. Oh boy, here you go. So we've seen. I mean, this is in, so we might as well just move on to the next
Great
hole.
shot.
Congratulations to Tony on the ace, which will be his third of the match.
Oh, he got announcer jagged.
It's close. Really close.
Yeah, that's tough, honestly. 99.2 yards and just so close to the cup there. Yeah, so this was the hole. I was referencing that hole 4, par 5 with some deep bunkers. Might need to get these tee boxes in Golden Tee Live. This is a nice, a lot nicer of a setup. It makes it a little bit easier.
It does. And so do those balls.
Oh, yeah.
But still, and now, well, again, interesting golf ball choice. You think you'd go with the sniper. Gonna hit this about, I'm gonna go 97%. No, you know what, 98%.
95 is where I'm at.
I said I wasn't gonna do exactly what I'm doing, which
doesn't that always happen when you're in Vegas, though?
Bullshit.
Like,
yep. There you go.
know, and not just you specifically, but you as in everybody who comes to Vegas says they're not going to do stuff.
And here we are.
But I guess also us in particular, that works too. All right, well, both of us were wrong.
And probably a good thing. Not that it would have been bad either way. All right, so again, Tony now his third course. Room's starting to fill up a little bit. Now this has always been an interesting hole. This hole has absolutely owned me over the years across mobile, across the arcade.
Again, for a drivable par 4 on hole 5. It's pretty damn
And
tough.
obviously, the part of this hole it's not just hitting the green. It's what happens next, right? Like, and this is it could be a round ruiner because of these pop bunkers, depending on how you land. So it is crucial that you stick the green. Now with the sniper, I think it certainly helps these guys a lot.
Yeah, but that 11-mile-an-hour wind is also pretty strong for early round.
Yeah, see, that's great. I mean, this is like just put it on, put it in, and like, let's go.
Never think about it again.
Yeah. Wind here, not that conducive, but obviously with the javelin.
Ooh, little 1-iron action.
Yeah, I shouldn't say. I forget, like with the javelin, you got to deal with the wind, but you got to right one. And
it just
cuts, offset that a little bit.
It cuts so
you're
much
this
of
is
it.
like a right, 3 or 4. You look at where he's turned right now. I mean, it's just off center. Yep. All right, the famous lighthouse. Got to hit the strip. Look how nice that looks. That looks beautiful.
Looks beautiful until the water starts to get to you.
Yeah, so this one you got to, again, you've got options here with sniper. And then I think really it's about, where the wind is, where the pin is more than anything in terms of how you want to play this shot. So you got to bring it in left to right. The pin's kind of favorable in the middle of it. You could probably go either way, but he's positioned himself a little bit more on the left side. And honestly, you could pretty much hit this like almost straight, I would assume.
Yeah, with that wind being like at the 2 o'clock, you might want to put a little bit of a curve on it.
I would assume he's going to maybe pull back slightly. Now he moved even closer. Interesting. So let's see where his pullback is going to be. Yeah, it's just slightly left of center. Pushed it out just a little bit. That's fine.
He's got that look in his eyes, shaking his head still.
Yeah. Now I like this.
Right.
Now this will be interesting. With the pin, can you get it on the high side enough of the hole? And really, I don't even know in terms of high side. You have to pretty much land this on top of it and just kind of have it. This is a tough look.
Yeah, I like Tony's choice of the sniper there. I think that's going to be your best bet because you can hit it a little bit to the left of the pin and kind of let that right 6 down to slope trickle down.
I don't think he's thinking ace here. I think if this can just, again, you got like some sort of safety net back there.
Making sure he's not on the rough there before he putts it.
Yeah, that ain't the one.
Well, this is a fun hole 9.
Interesting. I want to see where that pin is exactly. I mean, again, kind of like the last hole, I don't think you want to mess around here.
No.
But with the slope down, right, with the sniper, you're going to get a little release. You should get a little release. I remember seeing that the past couple of Worlds where you get that little hop. And so sometimes, right, like that, like couple feet. So in that instance, he was close. But again, I think he's going to be fine there. All right. So it looks like Tony is taking a quick 5.
Yeah, three courses in.
So we are 3 courses in now. With Tony, anything stand out so far?
Just like any round of golf, you're playing couple of bad shots that costed ended up giving him a par instead of an eagle. So you see those qualifying scores he had, and they're great scores to us, great to most people. But you see Tony shaking his head at himself because you always want to play as close to perfection as possible, even though it's not realistic all the time in a qualifier. But just tough when you make those tiny little mistakes that you probably don't make very often.
No, 2 aces to go with it, right? And a couple of really close calls.
Yep.
So I think in terms of shot-making ability, you'll see that throughout. So Tony's going to take a quick 5. We're going to take a quick break, and we will get back to you guys with more Golden T-Mobile action soon. Cool.
I think I've won just about 6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.
Yeah. What was blowing in the middle? I got a little bit of it. That's fine. Missouri All right, we are back. Golden T-Mobile World Championship. We've seen 3 rounds of qualifying so far from Tony Johnson, who's standing basically 10 feet from us, getting ready to
He's ready to drop
wire back in.
Drop the elbow off the top rope.
Yeah, so talking to Tony a little bit, like he said, couple of holeouts, couple of screw-ups. I don't think he said screw-ups. But
he was very generous in his discussion.
Yeah, no, he was. And talking a little bit through some of his strategy and, how he's reading greens, just different vibes. Also,
I was to say, you want to break the
an
news?
Update. We were wondering what Tony is drinking. It is not a domestic beer. It is not an IPA. It is a Tito's and Sprite. So, for anybody out there,
yeah, he said he said he wanted to just kind of get something light to get things going here, and back nine of Rustic.
Yeah, so also Tony mentioned something interesting too. We'll be mindful of it. We are not terribly far. We're probably about 20 feet from him now, and so we will make sure, mid swings, as I'm talking mid swing, but we will make sure at the point of contact we're trying to keep it. Not that he cares. He was actually very clear to say, "Hey, I don't care." It's kind of part of the game. We've done this with major events in the past. We never quite know what the balance is. All right.
Ooh, that's looking
well.
good. Oh. Now I'm going to be conscious of
Well, no, I mean at Worlds in the past we've had our audio go in over the PA. Oh, that's a dangerous game right there.
I got a mute button, my friend.
Jeez. So yeah, it's a little bit be very interesting to see, but we will be conscious of the commentary here as guys are playing. Some guys, just looking around the room, will be wearing headphones. Some won't be. Always love this hole. Always love this hole on Rustic because of the way it would feed down. You got to hit just the right cut around the trees. I was always left in the trees.
Yeah, and this one with the way the tee box lines up, this is good because it's hole 2 of this qualifying course. You got to play the game of, okay, am I going for the green here? Am I going to get that extra stroke? But you got to be so careful.
Yep. Yeah, it's true, depending on where the hole is located. So
because depending on how far you can get that to roll down, he's going to have a nice, quick little chip at it.
So now it's like, how aggressive do you get in terms of the chip? I mean, you grab. Yeah, this is the look that. Interesting. Lots of different club options here too to sort through.
Yeah, and that down 6, you theoretically have a lot of green behind you, but depending on how fast he's chipping it, you just got to be careful.
But these guys are so plugged into their distances, even for a down 6. But where do you land this, I think, is the really interesting thing to watch. So lining it up here, trying to figure out just, again, slightly off center with that 3-mile-an-hour wind. It's off. It looks.
Oh, I thought he was going to get that little kick to the left.
Yeah, and it is tough too when you're feeding it in like that. The fringe going to react a little bit differently, most likely. All right.
Now, this is another one of these holes that changed pretty drastically from the arcade to the mobile side. Couple of different options here. You have that small little patch of green to work with, of, rough, I believe, to work with.
Yes, but you can hit it. Well, let's see. I mean, it is small. Looks especially small in the overhead. That's perfect. Yeah, there's trouble on 2 shots here, right? So here you got to play the wind. You got to play. This is not like a comfortable, at least for me.
No, I'm right there with you.
So you saw him kind of play it safe, kind of Make sure he's not messing with that water. Oh, now he's taking it. I thought he was going our way. Taking a quick selfie. I've never seen that at a world championship, I don't believe. That's a first.
No, that is a first, as I'm probably being watched eating chips in the background here, but that's all right.
I'm bummed out that we were not included in the selfie.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Where's our selfie?
Yeah. wrong shoulder. Wrong shoulder, man. Yeah, you just a big bag of chips pouring in your...
Don't mind me, I got the mute button on, but then just red-handed with the camera. More and more people trickling in here for the qualifier, last chance qualifier. No chairs have been swung yet so far.
It's early. It is early.
Beautiful, beautiful little foyer, fountains, flowers, everything over here. Still, interesting as a par 4. It's got some distance to it that you don't typically see too often on that stuff. That 14-mile-an-hour wind is pretty fun for this hole, too.
Chad Trump, by the way, wanted to come by and tell us he's the current #1 seed. He is also the
only one
to finish, but he's not wrong. Facts only.
Not to be confused with Facts 2.0.
Facts Live, yeah. Yeah. Facts. All right, so we got back-to-back par 5s, and we got a couple of certainly one interesting one. Well, both of them are interesting. They're all interesting. I got people sending me pictures of their lawn right now because that's my thing. They're very proud of it. Wow.
Beers, Golden Tee football, and lawns. All right, going for some super backy on this one. 9-wood with 15-mile-an-hour wind.
It's very interesting with the super backspin on mobile because that wind really does play a huge impact on how much spin you're going to get, especially for that pin up front. All right, let's see how much spin he does get. Ooh, that worked out well, actually. My goodness. All right, so Tony moving through now. Ah, yes, one of my all-time favorite holes here on Rustic. Now, I don't know what the shot is. Obviously, the shortcut's going to be through the path. This is like iconic Golden Tee, right? When you think of Golden Tee.
Yeah, I mean, really, with respect to the 2005 live courses, I think this might be one of the first, course that really had a tough shortcut with 2007's Rustic.
And obviously, now there are so many more different clubs. So a Zero Hybrid, which has been around for a minute.
And also including the soon-to-be 7-degree driver that's coming out for Golden Tee Arcade on Monday.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. So this is, this should work out. Honestly, with the wind with where it is, I mean, he could make a good run at this one.
Just don't send anybody to the hospital. Just trying to enjoy their Saturday afternoon here on Rustic Bridge in New York.
That's fine.
Nice and easy for Whammy.
as a young Golden Tee player, I remember playing this hole and hitting it into that street often.
Yeah, and getting the unforgiving, unplayable lie.
Unplayable lie.
I mean, if I want to risk it, let me risk it to save that stroke.
Yeah, the
What's up?
All right, so pretty good look here, too. Again, we talked about down 7 with the sniper. Kind of the strategy here. Pick your distance. This was the shot I remember at the first Worlds that just kind of blew my mind in terms of, letting it, landing it maybe a few feet in front of the cup. That it just, again, level of skill. Oh, that was it. Just a smidge further. Not messing around, using the Ranger, make sure it gets all the way through.
Yeah, you don't want to take any unnecessary risks here.
Not here. No, the golf balls, they're on the house.
Speaking of risks, hole 17.
But this is nice. Now, granted, you still have to deal with the right 9, right? So, and the ball, when you're going to bring it in right to left, it's not going to react the same way it does in the arcade. Like Tony has played this hole a billion times in the arcade, where you could push it out, bring it in right to left, and get the ball to kick up the green. You're not going to get the same activity. So instead, you're going to do exactly what he does here and just land it like right next to it and do that.
You see him shaking his head because he didn't get it as close up to the cup as he wanted, but he makes that putt look easy.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Obviously, with Javelin, of course, you can take that wind and neutralize it quite a bit. You got the pin, which is pretty comfortable in the middle. It's still a long shot, and you could still get a putt with a ton of break on it too, depending on if you're, up in, where you're positioned on the green.
You see him doing the old pullback and reset because doesn't feel like he's lined up. There he goes.
Oh, man, that's phenomenal.
That was beautiful.
Again, we've seen him drop aces and stuff, but there's the kind of putt I'm talking about, right? If you're 10, 15 feet out from that, it starts to get a little uncomfortable. So, very nice, clean round overall, as you're seeing some of the scores there, which means it's Bonnie time.
It's time for our classic, the favorite.
Bonnie.
Now we're going to get the front of the back here, you think?
That's a great question. Time will tell. Looking around the room, place is filling up nicely.
Oh, look at that. It is the back 9, which is exactly what we want to see. I believe somebody in the
I knew you were going to bring it up because you just can't help yourself. I just knew it. I was in my head. I go, is he going to bring it up? And there it is. You
bring
are
up
nothing
what?
if not predictable.
I couldn't even speak about how this hole is not drivable in the mobile like it used to be sometimes, very rarely in the arcade.
I do believe you are the only person to ace this hole, which is pretty amazing.
Hey, if that's, just that fact that I have a record in the Golden Tee record books, I'll take it.
Now, this is pretty droppable here, right? So you're going to, I'm just very curious. Again, I'm curious on the club. So he's going to go with a 4-iron, obviously, to get this thing down in a hurry. You got to play the right 2 accordingly. As you look around the room a little bit, everybody kind of getting settled in. Oh, interesting look here, too. So here I think, what, super backspin?
Yeah.
Only because he doesn't have a lot of room to land it. I mean, he could do sniper if he wanted.
I was thinking about the sniper too, but honestly, that high lofted driver. Oh, is he going to regular driver on this one? Keep it low.
Oh, that's a good shot.
He got all the backspin on that one.
No, that is a good shot. Alabama currently losing to South Florida 3-0.
Oof. How's Coach Sanders doing?
That's tonight.
Is it tonight? Okay.
Oh, yeah. We'll get some of that in before we...
The Rock probably still talking about it on game
We're
day.
going to watch some fights. All right, so, yes, this is, I would say, sniper, don't mess around. Play the win accordingly. Make your putt and be on your way. This is another hole where you had to master a lot of different elements, from the rough to the wind, elevation change. You had a bunker in front. Or you could just do that.
9 feet away for a little eagle putt.
It was very easy for me to be long here a lot. You know what I mean? Like, very easy. You don't get the spin that you were expecting.
Or you hit it too short, trying to get cute with it, and you end up in one of those little deep sand traps.
Another hole that, again, I think could give you some fits is this. Now, with the ball here, you can land it, just left of the pin and have it kind of leak down.
This is probably one of the best holes for a sniper. I mean, it's perfect.
So I'm curious what he does in terms of pullback here. It's got to be right of B, assuming he keeps his positioning.
Honestly, I feel like he might just throw it straight.
That is straight. That is due straight. He wants it right.
Yeah, I figured he took too long of a pause there. Oh!
Perfect. Now, for me, again, I didn't think that would be enough to account for the win, but it's a low lofted club, and I know nothing. That was pretty. Good time to show a little replay.
Yeah, and
honestly, that's the line, just a little bit more distance.
With that light from the pin, I thought it was going to just drop right to the bottom of the cup.
All right, so tricky pin, tricky wind.
Yeah, a lot of water to get intimate with if you...
Intimate, huh?
Yeah, if you hit it off too short.
I think you're seeing a much better rhythm from Tony now, too. We're seeing him kind of slow down, take his time. Again, he knows the drill. I used to hate this hole.
It's such a simple par 4 that really just it gets in your head.
Well, again, club management is huge here. You're seeing a different strategy from Tony. Not a different strategy, but his strategy is like, I could just brute force this thing. And also, I have a 9-wood. That's really interesting to me because in terms of distance, obviously he's not going to hit this 100%. But this is a pretty interesting look. You've got some green to work with. You've got the wind actually is going to help you out to kind of set you up for your right one. You're seeing him. I don't know what he was doing there. Like stop for a photo. Looks like he's in the 80% range. Oh,
beautiful shot. GSP is to follow it. Yeah, I agree with you. It was a very interesting play there.
But I think because the distance is the way it is, you can do that here when you're that, you know what I mean? Again, it becomes a math equation. I know that this club does X. It's not how hard I hit a trackball. It's where do I pull it back? Big drive incoming. This is I didn't see where the pin is. Thank you, Tony. Well, kind of. Pin looked slippery, like front right.
Yeah, 635 for this, but that 10-mile-an-hour wind's going to make that pretty lovely.
This is where this thing is going to go and go. Look at that, 463. That is a big drive.
The new course record, longest drive. Now this definitely feels like a, no, he's going to go sniper. I was thinking more of a super backspin.
Oh, wow. I almost went in.
Makes it look easy.
He does. All right, so hole 17. Long. Again, kind of doing the same thing we just saw him do. Just sort of cutting it off, you know, sawing off a 2-iron. Maybe. Or not.
I don't know. I liked his idea of the 2 there.
I did too. I mean, I wouldn't hit it because I don't know what I'm doing, but he does. He is really. That's a good shot. And there you go. All right. So one more hole for Tony, and I think we're going to switch things up.
Yeah, you can see the background of Tony. It's all these tables are starting to fill up as qualifiers are getting in and getting those courses going.
Love this hole, by the way. Another iconic Golden Tee hole. Oh, no. Oof.
As much more forgiving.
I was just thinking the same thing. Now, Tony immediately goes to the chipper. He's done this before, apparently.
Yeah,
that was interesting, though.
That made me nervous when I hit that off the tee.
Wow,
and, look at that.
What a hole out.
It happened so fast I couldn't even react to it.
That is an incredible recovery.
I mean, if you're going to have a mistake like that on 18, on the final hole, the final qualifier.
So yeah, his facial expression kind of says it all. Some highs, some lows. When I say lows, you saw him scramble quite well, I think, overall.
Couple of water balls, but again.
But even a shot like that, that's what makes him so dangerous. Is his ability to do stuff like that. You don't have any chips on you, do you?
No, they're empty.
Oh, good. Wow, that was interesting. So, again, kind of the whole bag from Tony. But I think the biggest thing, what makes him dangerous, is what you just saw there, which is the creativity and what he's capable of. So now, you mentioned around the room here. Well, looks like we're back up and running. Rustic hole 1. All right, so we got more Tony Johnson. Excellent. And right away, this is a great hole for mobile, right? Because you've got a great opportunity to get an eagle on a par 4.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw what Tony just did on hole 18 of Bonnie, the nice little chip in to save birdie. You know, could he get an eagle to kick things off here on the front of Rustic?
Oh. Not happy with himself there. All right, so front 9 of Rustic, what are we looking for?
You know, take advantage of holes like this. You know, the drivable ones, get those eagles, stack them up. You know, because it's the front 9, there shouldn't be as many difficult shots. But again, Tony's coming off of a decent round on Bonnie, but a few mistakes, and he's got to make sure he stays out of his head like he's known to do.
Yeah, maybe just a tick off from what you would expect, but that's easy for us to say, and then he does stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I would say just barely.
You know, he's not off by much. Enjoying the replay as he grabs himself a drink. Again, if you're just joining us, Golden T-Mobile World Championship here. We're the FSW Arena in lovely Las Vegas.
Thankfully not 963 degrees like the last time we came to you from Las Vegas.
No, this is quite nice. Got the room full of qualifiers and potential qualifiers getting going here. With all eyes on Whammy. Oof.
It's a beautiful shot. Now as this room starts to fill up, it's interesting because Tony has a few more rounds to go. But everyone else, you know, he's on this kind of elevated stage, so to speak, which is the wrestling ring in the middle of the arena, as everyone else is kind of on bleachers and tables.
Yeah, this is very interesting too, by the way. As in the arcade, I would always brute force this thing up and over.
Yeah, and you still got to worry about those trees a little bit.
You do. Yeah, you got to hit that carve out. That's a good line. Good shot. Yeah, this is another interesting hole, too, by the way.
Yeah, in this instance, almost harder than what 18 set up on the previous round.
You have the distance to me was always the tricky part. Now, again, a 7 wood here makes it a little bit easier, or a 9 wood, or whatever wood you'd want to use. But when you're coming in with, like, that mid-range iron, it was always a little trickier with the wind. And even the pin, it's not so bad.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of those he has to finesse. Because you got to stay away from those trees. But it's also a good hole to capitalize. You know, he knows other people are going to struggle on this hole.
Yeah, this is very interesting to see what he's thinking about here. Kind of, you're like in between all these different shots that you could hit.
Yeah, it almost feels like he's thinking full.
I know. That's kind of where I was, too.
Makes it look easy.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Now, it still has a 40-foot putt, but should be relatively
down
easy.
One, or left one, excuse me.
With a little down in there, too. Now, unfortunately, in mobile, this hole not drivable, like you sometimes can see it in the arcade, but with the way Tony's been kind of sniping those shots,
I know,
no pun intended.
This should be left 3. You know, I mean, these guys can make a run at anything. We'll see what he decides, but like everything else, I would expect this to be close. The tricky part here with the 9-wood is distance management, but honestly, this has got a chance. Oh.
Collect those great shot points, though. All right, 11 mile an hour left here on hole 7, this par 3. A little bit short, you know, only 190, so Tony's looking at this 3-iron.
Not looking to get overly aggressive, it seems.
You know, we've said it a few times, and we'll say it throughout the weekend, but these guys' ability to pull back, you know, 65, 75, 85, or even 95%, it almost impresses me more than the arcade side, because you don't pull back. I don't see a lot of people that pull back like only a certain percent of the way on most arcade shots with the trackball. I've always loved when this shot is drivable.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Don't mind me just
playing some golf,
playing around.
So it looked like he's either close to 100 or at 100.
99.
Oof, pretty good.
All right, getting to hole 9, the par 4.
Back pins, you're going to get this thing to release. Actually, this is a really good look at this. If you've been waiting for fireworks, I would not be shocked if this is it.
It's been a little while since he's dropped anything in the cup, so.
I like all of this. Oh. So did he. Ugh. Oh. I look where it I mean, just so close.
All right, so I believe Tony's got one more on the stream. Hear the tinging of glasses in the background as people are ordering drinks and
oh yeah,
getting everything ready for more qualifying action.
Cape Haven. Now we're going to the back 9 of Cape Haven. Hole 18, obviously pretty interesting. You've got some par 5s that are pretty interesting on this side that we were talking about earlier.
I do miss this whole, just hitting it into the sand, so you have like a slow, like
Oh,
5
yeah.
hybrid to come in. That was an interesting hop.
That is exactly what Tony was talking about too. Just on this course, because of the way our game is, you just get some, and you got it in the arcade side too. There's just the fairways are,
and this definitely has a ton of crazy fairways, and even some of the greens too. But the fairways, yeah, they are very unique to this course.
distance management, so looks like 95-ish yards.
97.
95%. I messed it up. Oh.
No, you said 95, didn't you?
I said, yeah, but I said yards versus percent.
Oh, it's all right. We'll forgive you.
Almost. Kind of a tighter landing area here. But
yeah,
again, you get the wind right in your face, so he's going to have some options on this next shot, depending on where the pin is located. Oh yeah, this is all systems go here again. This is a really good look.
Yeah, and he should not have to. Keyword being should not have to worry about that sand trap on the right hand side.
Yeah, the right 5 obviously is going to land and it's going to dart. We saw him drain a right, I think it was right 3, one of his previous hole outs. Aces. So, I mean, great line, just a little too tough. That was it.
And that was a perfect use of the jav there to cut that wind. Because even though that wind's in your face, still, you take that 10.5 and you drop it down. It does make a significant difference.
Look at these winds. A lot of direct winds, right? In your face or with you.
Just so heavy.
Like, yeah, big winds, but at least winds that I think you can manipulate. Look at that thing. It's like pinballing in there.
Yeah.
Now, here's one, again, lots of different shots. How aggressive do you get? How do you anticipate that wind is going to react?
And it's also so early, too.
So Tony here clubbing down with the club and going to kind of club up with his ball type. How much? Looks like 95 again. Oh, good shot.
Feels like he's just coming up just a little short on a lot of these. Now, this has always been a tough hole, but especially at 299 yards for this par 3. And that pin is right on the line of the sand. So you're going to have to get a little creative with it.
I think to me, and I know nothing, this looks like a sniper, that you're going to let the wind kind of take it, let it come in. Now, again, I know nothing. So he's going to try and overhit this thing and kind of have it spin back. Interesting. So hit it over the sand, basically, both bunkers. Land it, right of the pin.
Yeah, and it's tough, too, because the ball backspins so differently than what some of these guys have seen in the arcade side. So if you're watching this as a fan, you'll see them come in a little bit different right to left, because the last thing Tony wants to do is backspin this into the sand.
Oh. So I could not, it looks like he hit the fringe and didn't get the spin.
No, it cleared it, yeah.
Wow.
All right, using the pitch and wedge here with the jab.
We've seen him already come up with a couple of escape shots, if you will. Saw it on 18 at Bonnie. This one I think is a little trickier. You got trouble in front, you got trouble behind. Right 2 is not too bad. Wind is not too bad, obviously with the javelin. Oh, wow.
I was on pins and needles, so I thought that was going to go right
that was a great
to the
shot.
left hand.
That was a great shot.
Forgot about this one, hole 14.
Yeah, again, with how we've seen him play, you'd expect maybe a sniper or super backspin.
Now that pin placement is pretty nice, though.
It is.
So it takes some of the difficulty out of this hole.
I'm imagining he's going to try and land this just right in front, let it work its way up. See, now it's switching. Okay.
Almost.
Roller coaster.
All right, not bad. He's got a 23-foot putt here.
So some qualifying scores being passed around, or at least looking at here. Very competitive scoring. All right, now let's see what he comes up. So you get the pin, obviously, in the back. This is go zone, most likely with the javelin. I have a feeling that this one's going to be close or in.
I think this is where it drops.
You think
in.
this is the moment?
Yeah.
I think it could absolutely be the moment. Oh, it was right the whole way. Not by much, but enough.
Yeah, and this was that hole I was talking about earlier. This is always a fun one, depending on your definition of fun.
Oof. Now this is interesting because the pin is up front. You got a massive crosswind coming in, right? Couple of different ways that you can do this. He's going to take that wind and just,
take it out of the equation.
Neutralize it, yeah, which I think makes sense. But just got to land right on top of this. You do have the left 4, though, so anything that pushes it right to the pin, the ball's going to come right back. An interesting shot. I think it's a hard shot, but there's a lot of different ways that you can attempt this.
Well, and you see he's trying to line himself up just a little bit to the right of that pin.
Interesting. See a bucket o' beer.
Oh.
We're doing buckets now. storing that information for later.
Oh, wow. 16-mile-an-hour wind there.
Oh, this is interesting, too. But with this ball, it's not too bad.
No, that pin placement is interesting, though.
It is. Yeah, you don't want to get too close. The wind is going to guide you to it if you're not careful. Oh. That almost guided to the cup.
I don't know how that didn't drop.
And here we are, the very infamous hole 18. Now, obviously, being short is very, very bad.
Yeah, you want to avoid that. That's where I think the sniper ball is key here.
And you see him using the high tee here just to make sure he gets enough distance. Oh, great shot. Don't want to be short. He was not. He was almost in. So there you go. Mr. Whammy with another 13 under. And looking at the qualifying scores, that's becoming a theme. Is 13 unders, 14 unders.
All right, so I think three more rounds of 9 for Tony.
I see our man, Mr. Schrump, who's going to be coming up here pretty soon. Looks like he puts up some scores. And yeah, we got games coming in now.
Yeah, somehow it's getting more and more full in here, which is always great to see. I think before Tony goes the next one, we're going to take a quick little break here. I'm going to step out, let Mr. Chad Schrump jump in. Adam, as always, my friend,
Yeah,
it's a pleasure. We will see you back here in a few minutes.
Well, psych, we're back.
That was a very, very quick break.
Yeah, so Tony's taking a break. You mentioned that now you're going to take a little break.
Yeah, I'll jump out and stretch a little bit. Make sure everyone's got what they need. We'll let Mr. Chad Schrump in now that he's done with qualifying. Get his expertise in here alongside you, which is always fun. But yeah, we'll take a quick little break here. More Golden T-Mobile World Championship action live from beautiful Las Vegas coming soon.
I think I've won just about 6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.
Back at FSW Arena, the site of the 2023 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Chad Trump. This is the president of Amusements for Incredible Technologies, Adam Kramer. And we're going to go to Riley Hitchcock shortly. One of the best players in the world, has a heap of pressure on him for this tournament. One of the favorites here in 2023.
Yeah, he can play a little bit, huh?
He's solid, man. He is very mistake-free, and you can see him right now getting ready to start his 2023 run for a world championship. He was on Gino's podcast this week, said, put me on that stream. I absolutely will not lose.
So you've been playing a little bit. So we're watching the setups, seeing what were you've been playing, what were your observations? How do you feel?
I thought there were some holes that Mayfield 9, that's a par 5. I thought Mayfield 9 played as hard as I've ever seen Mayfield 9. I've never seen it that long into a 12-mile-an-hour wind. I will be curious to see how some of the players, as I look through their scores, how they tackle Mayfield 9. But that was a challenge. Cape 18.
We just saw that. Yep.
Yeah, if you got to make sure you land close to that hole, because if you miss that putt, it is in the sand. There's nothing you can do about that. And then the sand trap wall is virtually straight up. I mean, it's just, you can't get close to the hole. You just have to blast it out, get on the green, and you're left with sometimes a worse putt than what you missed to get in the sand trap in the first place. So there are some difficult setups, which I love.
Oh yeah.
For a world championship. I mean, you don't want something easy. And trust me when I tell you, it was not an easy setup.
It didn't look. Even watching Tony, you could tell he was kind of agonizing over some different shots.
Tony, I saw Tony made a hell of a save on a par 3 on Cape.
He had
that was a great pitching wedge save.
Bonnie 18 as well.
Yep.
Chipped in.
I chipped in on Bonnie 18 as well. I decided I didn't think I could get there. That's left for Riley, his first stroke that truly mattered. A Ranger to start us off here, get a birdie. But there's just there's some holes that were tough. I really thought Bonnie 9 was difficult. I thought Bonnie 18 was difficult.
Yep.
I didn't feel comfortable hitting anything over that wall on Bonnie 18 other than a Maniacs, and then I didn't think I could hold the green. It's downhill 6 or 7.
Yeah, Tony ran he hit right in the middle of the wall. I mean, you could just see it.
Yeah.
And then again made the chip, but
yeah, so
tough luck.
I think those are holes that. Oh, also, and that's a good shot from Riley. I was left on that and back, and I hit a driver Maniacs, and it barely got there. Riley hit a much better shot, so he's going to have a good look here.
I am amazed. Obviously, you know this world much better than I. Just the mathematical equation that is Golden Tee Mobile, and the difference in shots, the difference in how to execute different. We're seeing a lot of different things already. You know what I mean in terms of how to attack these.
Yeah, I'm sure and I didn't get a privy to see much of what Tony was doing. I saw some, but Riley and Tony are two different players, and this is a really nice shot from Riley. But we'll see different things, and if we ever had a chance to see Barrett on stream, the way he plays compared to the way Tony plays, it's almost like two different games.
Yeah.
Barrett with the Oberd snipers nonstop, 1-iron snipers nonstop. Barrett's goal is to land in front of the hole and let it essentially crash into the cup. And that's what this game has kind of evolved to.
It has, yeah. I think even at the World, seeing that strategy. I thought, though, to your point, first off, in a qualifier, everybody's just kind of feeling this thing out, right? Even guys like Tony and yourself that have been in tournament play. So you could even see Tony kind of work his way into it. Get a shot, get one back, get a shot, give it back. We saw that in the first two games. But then, it's kind of all systems go. Wow.
Riley is already trusting himself to hit through the narrowest of openings.
I agree. I agree. I don't know where that actually went. It just but it worked.
Yeah, that was
for the most part.
He's left himself a chance at eagle, which on this setup, that's all you can ask for. This is not, in this setup, this is not an eagle hole. This is, you have to hole something to get your eagle, and Riley has come pretty close. Let's see how Riley's swipe game is right now early. Now, I had trouble today a little bit, and I'm going to figure it out for matches later, but my finger was sticking on the screen quite a bit.
Interesting.
So I'm going to get a
look,
little baby powder maybe. It's just something to get that edge off, that stickiness. It's no different than, you've been I'm sure a million times you've been in a bar before they had the plexiglass kind of cover on the arcade, and you could squeak, that squeak feeling, and it sucks. That's what it's like on this.
Look at that.
That's a great chip. That's great.
And also, it's not cold in here. I'd say it's not hot, but
it's just a little humid.
But you've got 30
a lot of bodies,
30 devices, a lot of bodies.
Yep.
And that's a result of it.
How you been, man?
I'm being good, man. How about you?
Good. Trying to stay healthy in this next wave. Everybody talking about being sick again.
I just got.
We're going to lose Matt Vick.
I know.
Oh, you had it again?
I did, but got healthy in time.
We are not going to have a 3-time world qualifier at this tournament. Matt Vick, out of North Carolina, I believe, or South Carolina. He's somewhere on the East Coast, south a little bit. He is out with COVID. I know Walter Alberto Flores, my buddy Paco, he is out with COVID, wanted to try the last chance qualifier. So there's several that won't be here because of that ongoing, quasi-pandemic, I guess we want to say, that's kind of rearing its head again. So get some people out. I know my daughter had it a couple of weeks ago.
Our kids are
back.
getting over all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. It's funny. They go back to school.
Tis the season.
Go back to school, and it is a petri dish. This is a really good look right here for Riley. This is a really good look. You got almost a straight win, par 5, chance for double eagle. Riley's just going to try to land this just past the cup. He's got an orbits, and this will rip right back to the cup. So it's all about landing it maybe 5 yards past this cup.
So one of the things I was going to ask you, obviously a lot of it is pin-driven.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh boy. The decision of orbits, super backspin, and snipers. Because Tony was weighing a lot of it. So obviously there it's a little bit easier because you've got some green to work with. But it does seem like that decision, your guys are colliding a lot and trying to figure it out.
I think when the pin is in the front of the green and you've got to carry that, you've got to carry the rough, first cut, then you got your fringe, and then you got your hole, and you don't have a lot of green to play with. It is safer in a qualifying kind of space. You're going to want to hit an orbits. You just want to be safe. You don't want to land it short in the rough and force a chip on yourself early. You'd rather have it on the green, back it back up. If you miss, you've got a putt.
Yeah,
so that's why you're seeing a lot of that. I think.
No, it makes sense.
Now this is where I landed too. This is a really good look for a javelin, like 7-8 iron, except if he pans up, you have nothing but palm fronds on these palm trees. So Riley's going to go low. He's going to take this 1-iron sniper, just land it in front of the green, and see where he can go.
Now, again, to people watching who have not necessarily played this game, this shot probably looks a little insane. To a Golden Tee normal, like an arcade, somebody who plays the arcade,
He's going to slide this down the green. It's going to hit the green, and it's going to run left and down. Left and down.
Oh,
there we go. So that'll just be a putt. That's a good effort. That's not one you expect to make. You hope to make something like that.
You talked about the crash course of trying to get something to collide. That's kind of like Exhibit A right there.
Look at Uper and Micah both, as you see the scores kind of go by on Riley's setup. He has a few players that you'll see on the scoreboard. Riley is down 1 stroke to Uper and Micah here early in qualifying. So both those players, Uper, Ian Hughes from Grand Rapids, Michigan, Micah Middleton. Of course, he qualified with a hole out on hole 8, Teal Garden, 271 yards away, hit a javelin.
Yep.
3-wood, hold it to move on. He beat Muntz Beats. And both of those players are one better right now than Riley. But Riley is just so consistent that he'll be a top 5 qualifier. I don't know any way around that.
I like his Gators tonight too. By the way, I think they're gonna pull a little bit of an upset. By the way, for any college football fans, I'll just let you know. You know I'm a junkie.
Well, you're a college football writer.
I am. South Carolina 14, Georgia 3.
Well, first quarter, second.
Almost halftime.
That very well can end up 38-14, but we'll see.
Okay, fair enough. You're not ready. At home, Georgia at home. I'm just saying.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Wow.
Riley's looking at a 5. I hit a 4-wood here and almost made it. It just jutted past the hole. Now Riley's probably going to land just, I think the weight of this will be right at the cup, just short or right on it. I was probably 20 feet long. Here he comes.
Oh.
Very nice effort.
Just left.
Yeah, there was a lot of gimme setups, and then there were some really, really difficult shots these guys are going to face.
Yeah, no, it felt that way. It was kind of ebbing and flowing.
How's Vegas been so far for you? When did you guys get here?
We got here Thursday.
Yeah, I did too.
We're doing some other World Championship scouting. Just I'll leave it at that. You know, we're keeping ourselves busy. And then obviously now full speed ahead.
You know, I've been playing cabinet quite a bit lately, and I mean, it would be really fun. I don't remember who I told this to last night, but I really want to play in a cabinet and a mobile world championship next year. I've done it before. I mean, I'm one of the 4 or 5 that have done it, that have played in both.
Oh,
It'd be fun to do it again.
Well, I think you'll have opportunities. But it is cool. Oh, man.
He's locked in.
Yeah. And this is fun. You know, we were talking about it earlier, Kevin and I too, just the differences in event. It's a little bit more intimate. It's a lot quieter because you don't have people rattling, you know, machines. A little more nervy right now, I would say.
I was nervous.
Well, that's pretty normal.
It was nothing like the nerves of the cabinet world or the national championship I had one year, and we had it at the Palms. What year was that? Maybe 03-ish.
Yeah.
I played cards with Jeremy Shockey. Played blackjack with him.
No kidding.
I did. He was a good dude too.
Oh yeah.
Jeremy Shockey. And the funny thing was, I had a man crush on him anyway. But I mean, it's just I thought he was a stallion of a tight end.
That was like prime Shockey.
Yeah, it was.
Like that was.
It was.
That was prime Shockey time.
Now I hold this. Let's see if Riley can get himself.
I mean, in
a
terms
sting
of
early.
looks, this is about as good as it gets, right?
It's perfectly straight. And then hole number 2, it's drivable. And I just missed my putt. But
what's funny about?
And then 9 is going to be difficult. Let's see if 9. That's a good one. Yeah, he missed that right.
You could see he knew that.
He did.
Instantly. About 40% of the way.
Yep, he knew.
And
he's trying to relax himself. He is unhappy, but he's going to see that he can drive this green. Probably want to go to the left corner of this tee box. Give yourself a little bit of room, and then he's going to hit a maniacs. Now, where I went wrong is I left that too far left and left myself a really long putt. Riley's going to, I could tell. He's already cutting more of this than I did. He's going to throw it out just a little left of 2. That's going to be an eagle. That's a really well-executed shot. I don't think that you're going to hit a whole lot closer here because players aren't going to want to hit that wall.
Oof.
That was creeping.
So putting for you guys, when I say you guys, I mean really good players. I refer to it as a formality, and I don't think that's fair. But at what distance are you starting to does your approach, mentally, are you your ears are up and you're
anything past 40 for me?
Okay.
Yeah.
And obviously anything break has a
after 40 it starts multiplying
exactly.
itself. Yeah.
Okay.
And anything straight, I don't care. But I'll do the old, Andy Haas check for any hidden left breaks, any hidden right breaks, and then play accordingly. But usually on a flat putt, straight, I don't care. But the longer 50, 60, 70 foot right 1, right 2s, if you're not a swipe putter, meaning you don't click putt, then they become a little more challenging.
I saw something new for me watching Tony, who was on one of his approaches was moving left and right and checking green slope. Which is amazing, right?
He's taught me that.
Yeah,
I learned that from him.
That is a cool next level.
It is
in mobile way to do it.
If you trust that you're going to be able to hit a straight swipe, and that ball is going to land where you want it to land, you truly trust that, then why not know what the green's going to do? Almost like a putt.
It's like vintage Phil, trying to chip in, pulling the pin out, right?
Yes,
you know
exactly
what I mean?
right. I agree.
It's kind of and you got such a decent chance to make it. That's fascinating.
I was hoping we would have the YouTube stream comments on our screen so we could read that as we go today. I don't know if Andy Coleman has that up his sleeve today or not. That's a good shot from Riley.
It's interesting on his misses. When I say misses here, we're being a little harsh, but He's missed left, high side, I think on all 3 or 4. And when we say misses, it's,
God, did you just see there again? Micah must have holed out again. Micah Middleton. Micah's 1 stroke up on Riley on this one as well. So he just holed out deep. I saw 28,000 great shot points, so he might have just holed that out as well.
Wow.
So a good qualifying early for Micah. Micah's only in, I think, bronze in the league, Golden T-Mobile the league, but he is a live event stallion. I mean, he just plays super well live in front of people. He just doesn't get nervy and just
there
kicks
are players
people's
like
ass.
that on the arcade side, too, that just like on Andy Fox, right? And Andy's sort of just a stallion, but he's a super stallion.
Right.
Like match play all of a sudden.
Andy never looks like he gets nervous to me.
No.
It's just calm. You can't read his face really what's going on. You don't know if, I remember Gino and I were sitting here watching, it might have been you and I actually, watching Andy Haas qualify, and he was pissed off the entire time.
Yes.
I mean, throwing his hat.
Yep.
I mean, stomping around. You don't see that with Andy Fox.
No.
It's just, you're not sure how he's really doing.
And there's no right or wrong way, but it is fascinating. If you can.
Oh, look at this.
Oh,
look at this.
That's the right
Riley Hitchcock. Got that stroke back he missed on 1. He was disappointed with his swipe on 1.
He looks very comfortable.
He
looks very, very comfortable.
There's people that like to be on stream, and there are people that live to be on the stream. Like, he wants that pressure. He wants to chew your guts out.
Yeah, he does. No, you could see it.
Now, this is one here, Adam, that if you are not careful, you can absolutely run this off the green.
Yeah, so obviously you're going to get a little spin from this ball, but
I think he's going to hit this. I think he's just going to take the wind cutter out of it, hit this 100%, and let it run down towards the cup.
At the same time here, like, you could really give this a go.
He's going to hit this full.
This is going to.
That's a little.
He's going to have a shot.
Look at that. That's a real. I thought that was going to be short, but you know what he did is he took anything long out of play.
Yep.
Because there's water back there, and that is a steep area of rough. Let's see, what's he going to look at here? Now there's players like I could see Barrett hitting a 3-iron sniper here, and a guy like Riley's going to play this traditional golf, throw this up over the fescue and junk, and just let the green kind of be his friend. This is going to land, and it's going to run hard. It's going to run dead left.
A 3-iron would clear here?
It will. 3-iron with a sniper. Yeah, it'll get over that. I'm going to call this. I think he makes this.
I had my first call earlier. Felt good. I want this for you. Oh, you got it.
Yeah, that was a good look for him. Back-to-back hole outs. Riley Hitchcock doing Riley Hitchcock things. Misses one, the easiest hole out opportunity he's had. He missed that one badly. And a back-to-back double eagle, ace. Actually, it wasn't back-to-back. He eagled the drivable par 4. Yeah.
Ish.
Hole out, eagle, hole out. Riley Hitchcock. This one is a long, long shot. So what happens here, if he hits this Maniacs, it's going to land in the junk, but he's going to have a Ranger. He's going to have a go at it, and then he could have a chip with like a 6, 7, 8 iron for his eagle. But this is a long par 5. Now this is going to go away. He's going to have a shot with the Ranger.
It's fascinating, though. This is, again, from a...
So he is going to try to – I think he's going to try to lay up to a comfortable distance, and then – okay, well, maybe he's going to do what I thought initially. Let this thing rip. He's not going to get on the green. It's impossible. But he can set himself up to have a makeable chip.
Where do you want to be here?
As far down as you can. Just as far as you can. Now you're going to go up that hill. It's with like a 6 or 7 iron.
You have green to work with, obviously.
Oh, is Riley going to look at this? Yeah, okay. I try to predict what he's going to do. He's so much better than I am that it's hard to. But it is doing what I thought. 6 or 7 iron. Have a chip here. This is going to bounce pretty firmly to the right. You just got to hit your number because you got to clear it.
Well, that's the scary thing for someone like myself to look is distance management, elevation management.
I'd be surprised if he misses this.
Man,
he is. That is as good as a hole out. There, 5 people in this place are going to make this
so
today.
you think about it, like right, like that's almost like a 3-better.
That is.
We've
That's
just seen. So you had hole out, and then that you got an eagle, but that's a different kind of eagle.
Now here is one that Riley's good at. If you decide you're going to go far top left of this, and you're going to over club as much as you can. I hit an HLD here, which it goes off the map.
Yeah.
And you just got to cut it hard and just and get on this green. It's going to get caught in these trees, these limbs, but you're hitting such a long club, you're still hoping it gets onto the green. Now I hit an HLD. I don't know if this 3-wood actually gets there. We'll see. It does not. HLD was the shot. So this is one that he can make. He's going. Is he going sand wedge? Let's look at some math here.
Well, this is where you shine. So it's very interesting, right? Because you.
So this is about a 38% shot. It's all about landing this thing right on that first cut and let it dive to the right.
I love Trump percentage watch. I tried earlier.
60,
not
32, 42, 30. I would say 38%. Let's see what he does. He's going all the way to 40. I think this is too far. I'm wrong. He's great.
Jesus.
Yeah. Ryu just played. That will be the top score.
That's one of the
That's
best.
the top
That's
score.
one of the best 9s of mobile I've ever seen. Obviously.
He is incredible. That was an incredible save.
Where do you think in terms of, I mean, is he the favorite, you think?
Oh, he's easily the favorite, yeah.
To win?
And I know that Rick won it last year. Rick beat Lance Harris, Deuces, beat him in the championship with a hole out. Rick won 3 straight matches last year to win the world championship. There's no doubt in my mind Rick could compete for a world championship today. But Riley is the favorite, and he went off as the favorite in the Calcutta.
Got him. So he's
Rick and Tony Johnson were right there with him, but Riley was
he looks at
the highest bidder, and Chad Trump does have a piece of Riley Hitchcock in the Calcutta. Go Riley, go!
It's all making sense.
Yeah. That was. I don't know how to properly express how good that round was.
No, I mean,
you said it. That's the best round you've seen.
I have, and I called a bunch of matches before you did, and you could see some stuff, but he's getting acclimated to the environment. He's sitting on the stage. Mm-hmm. You got spotlights on you, and just incredible. And it actually, I mean, he could have been better. It also could have been worse. He made some. The thing about that, he had hole outs. He had some great saves. That was like the whole arsenal on display. And look at nearly got another one.
He's just so good. He's so ready for this.
Everything is just on the hole.
So I am looking at some. John Noble, my good buddy, has given us some.
Oh, excellent
access to some of the early rounds being played on the Last Chance Qualifier. Let me refresh this and see how we're looking here. Bear with me as.
Oh, it's all good.
What's this look? Yeah, this is most likely in orbits for. Is Riley looking at an orbits?
Yep.
Yeah, he is. Just all about getting this line right. It's a left 3.
And just let it rip.
Yep.
So from an orbit standpoint, I mean, that's obviously a less controlled. Like you got to have some. It feels like you have to have some things go right, just the way the ball spins naturally off the club and mobile.
And it's funny, some greens just don't behave like others.
Yep.
Things you.
I agree.
It just goes as. That's more of the play more, get better kind of deal. You just have to know which holes behave certain ways. You know, there's some holes you do not want to use in orbits because it can literally rip back 25 yards into the water, and that has happened. So. The first person in the house, so to speak, for Last Chance Qualifiers, Adam Bogdanov. Marineris has finished with an 11.6 average. I would say he is absolutely in this tournament. He will be in the field with 11.6. Mikey Motes is he's not quite done yet. He's played 6 of his 10 courses, and he's about 11.5. Jasper 10.6. Conky B, 10.33, and he's got a lot of play. And Gino the Alpha, Chris Longino, is playing in the Last Chance Qualifier. And he is 4 under right now in his first round. So
Go Gino.
Go
Team
Gino.
Gino.
Gina, they heard me misspeak. Hey,
No.
they know me. I misspeak all the time.
Oh, that should be his name now. Just gotta
Good luck,
change
Gina.
it.
Gino the Alpha. And I asked him today, I said, all these podcasts, you always started your podcast with, I am the Alpha, Chris Longino. He doesn't say that anymore. I said, we need to get back to our
Yeah.
roots.
You got
to get back to the roots.
peacock a little bit.
Yeah. Good shot from Riley. That was an interesting look on this par 3, and the green's a monster left 10. You just want to get close, knock your putt in, and move on
I
that road.
hated this hole on arcade because unless you weren't, straight uphill, you're worrying about rollovers. You're worrying about,
Yep, that's what I left myself. I left myself a straight uphill putt. Now this 6-wood, I hit 6-wood as well, and this 12-mile-an-hour wind eats this thing alive. So Riley will need to play a lot of wind here, a lot of wind. Been playing Bonnie Moore Black lately.
That's fun, man.
It's a fun course.
It is fun.
A lot of it reminds me of Bonnie Moore, obviously.
Yeah, it's kind of an ode to, but it's not a direct copy. It's kind of a hybrid of what Jim has done in the past.
Here's that wind.
I like
to
this
eat
line.
This thing alive. It's going to be left.
Good.
Left and long. That's where you want to be. We're not trying to hold this one out. We're just trying to make eagle. But yeah, I thought on Bonnie Moore Black, there's some holes that it almost looks like you're looking at Bonnie Moore in a mirror.
Yeah, he did that.
It's kind of cool.
Hole two, a little bit of a different skeleton, but just like he wanted to do some of it. Hole 18, obviously.
I think 18 is like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
It's kind of different.
18 is awfully penal if you don't land that green, man.
Well, and it's interesting on the mobile side, it just plays so differently. This Bonnie, which was also, I'm so used to the unplayable and the re-tee on the arcade, and yet you guys, got that chip down. It looks like with the chipping wedge here, you get parked off on the left side.
Yeah. So 9-wood is what I had as well. This is so uphill. I mean, you can see that that's uphill, but it plays so damn uphill. You just have to let this rip.
Because
of 95%,
because the javelin too, it's gonna. You really have to land this on top of it.
Yep. See this 94. Look at him go. I mean, he's just awfully good.
That actually got a little bit more release out of it than I thought it would.
Yeah, it's down a little bit. It's a little bit downhill. Riley just playing extremely well. We got a break here on this setup. This is just a Maniacs.
Yep.
Into the fairway. If a guy would want to hit a torpedo, he could get down there a long way. But you're just taking a chance of that clearing. Did he hit torpedo?
He did, and he hit it about, I think it was 463 yards.
Yep.
I
thought about it.
It was close.
Yeah.
It was close.
I just kept thinking, if I hit that torpedo and it hits the rough, I'm going to be very mad at myself because the Maniacs was an easy shot.
And you don't really need it. It worked for him fine, which is great.
I love that shot. That's a good shot. Andy and crew showing Riley kind of digging in here. 4 iron orbits. He's not going to hit this 100, I promise you that. And that 13-mile-an-hour wind is serious business. That's as good as a sniper there.
Yeah.
It doesn't really want to come back much on that. That green is so downhill, it's almost impossible to bring that thing back.
But you got an uphill putt with not a ton on it.
You just do not want to play him in round 1. Imagine the number 32 seed. Hey, here's your present.
Yes, yeah.
Congratulations for making this field.
The vibes are immaculate right now in terms of just play, in terms of style, confidence.
So I like this. This is he's going to look at the 9-wood. He'll look at the 4-wood. And he's just going 4-wood.
Now that's
or 4
interesting.
iron rather, and he's going to let it fly and let that green do its job.
Now Tony, I believe, hit a sniper here.
I did too.
Just because.
Just safe.
Just safer. And let's see if
the round. See, here's the deal. The round Riley has going right now, why would you want a chance getting in that rough, forcing a chip on yourself, and then you blow it somehow?
And I think he's he's doing just that. You're exactly right.
So 200. So he already knows immediately how hard he's hitting this. 87-ish, 88. I don't know. I didn't really get a good look at there. It's going up to 82, 83. Does that get there all the way? That's a good shot.
Yeah, that is a good shot. And I agree, it's a smart shot.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be in that.
If he's playing from home in his couch, it's not the shot he hits. Mm-hmm. As we get a look at the room here.
FSW Arena, future stars of wrestling, have lent us their facility.
I know, it's kind of neat. It's
I
kind
like
of
it.
fun. All right, now,
this is a hard shot.
Yeah, so we saw Tony try and fail.
Mm-hmm. I knew I wouldn't make it.
Okay, so and now it looks.
Now, you can hit a Maniacs over. It will clear that wall. If he gives us a flyby here, it will get over. But my issue with this hole, it's a down 5 green. You hit that Maniacs over, and you have to hope that it hits rough and bounces on the green to slow it down. If it hits green clear or cleanly, it's going off the green.
And it's hard to stay up without going down.
It is
over the green. There's not a lot of room to just be because position A is you're a little bit deep and you before falling off. But I know on the arcade side there wasn't a lot of window for that.
What is he doing here? He set his tee. No, he's not. I thought about this one a while too. I ended up deciding I went into the fairway on the left as close as I could to the green. Then I hit a 3-iron sniper chipper and I made it. So here we go. This is a big shot. He's got to land this on this little hilly area to kill it. Oh, and it just goes down. It just goes down. That's the problem.
That's the problem. That was really close.
It was very close, but that's the scary part of that shot. And it's just going to take a slow ride. He's got quick shot on right now, and that's how slow this thing's going. It's going to torment him all the way.
Black Hills-esque.
Oh boy. Is he gonna pull out the Ranger just to make sure he gets this up? Nope. He's gonna go with the Maniacs. I don't know that this gets all the way to the hole. Let's see. Oh boy, he barely got it on there.
Wow.
So he's gonna birdie. And a birdie's honestly, Adam, a birdie's fine.
No, but it's literally the first time that we've seen him on the defensive.
Look in the background. Tony Johnson just got a peek and saw him birdie.
It's the
probably
first.
Our two favorites.
Yeah,
two of our top 3 or 4.
Absolutely.
Tony in the background. What a shot that was.
So that was one of the first moments where he has been not on the attack, but
kind of retreating a bit, trying to salvage a score out of a tough hole. That's a tough setup. That is one of the ones I talked about when we started. Bonnie Moore 18 was very difficult. Also watching Rick Coppathorne. He's taking a little break, getting ready to go have a cocktail possibly as he continues his quest in qualifying.
What's in your glass over there, by the way?
I'm having a little pick-me-up. It's a Tito's and Red Bull.
Oh, very good.
What do you got going on?
Tito's and Sprite?
Yeah. Hard to go wrong with that.
We're back.
Well, I got some serious permissions on this computer right now. It's John Noble has logged me into my device. I have a lot of permission. I could almost MGM your company right now. I mean, I don't want to do that.
Whoa.
He told me you can hit these 2 buttons and that's it. So.
Oh boy.
But I am the Noble man right now.
You got Noble's trust. He must like you.
He must. All right. So World's 2023 qualifier. Let's see what we've got going on here. Reading these scorecards. Sammy Sofa. Chris Hampstead is the #1 qualifier so far. 13.3 average. Number 2 is Barrett Detterman. 13 under par. Micah finished 13 under par. Mark Duchesne from Chicago, 12.9. He is 4th. Chad Schrump from Indy, 12.3 in
He's okay.
5th. Yeah, Mr. Golden Tee, Larry Foster from Dallas, he's 6th. Then we've got several that are finishing up now. It looks like some really good scores being compiled by players right now.
Did you have a course that gave you the most trouble? You mentioned holes, but
not really. I just had enough. I just had about one hole every
round.
About every round
Yeah.
that kind of caused me a few strokes.
I got you.
And I'm trying to go fast. I mean, to give you some excuses, I'm first one here. They allowed me to get here at 11. Try to get my qualifying done.
We want you to do some of this, yeah.
So I want to do this. I do want to do this, too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what I like to do. So I'm trying to play fast.
Yeah, you got double duty going on.
And just made some dumb mistakes, but that's fine. We're trying to get to tomorrow or tonight, actually, play some head-to-head matches. That's when it becomes really fun.
Yeah, the pacing of this tournament's always very interesting.
Mm-hmm. I think we have most players here. Most players are here. And
oh, there it is.
Look at him. That was a – what did he hit? Did he hit 2-iron?
You know, I didn't see. I know it was a low iron. I didn't see which one.
Not going to let us watch that one again.
Nope. He's on to
He's on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, I was wondering why he's playing fast. Well, he's only taking one shot per hole on a lot of these. That helps.
Yeah.
You know,
that does speed things up.
That speeds it up when you do that.
That's good position here. And this is a 320 driver sniper if he wants. He can hit HLD and let it bounce onto the green. And is that what he's thinking about doing with a grabber? He is. So Riley trying to hold this thing out. It's the only reason you would play a grabber here.
We'll hop and hope.
Yep. Just get this, let it clear the fringe. It's a long shot. That's left. Easy putt. Ho-hum.
This hole we talked about quite a bit, watching Tony. And kind of like Bonnie 18, this is sort of just danger zone, right? You don't you got to be land it and move on.
Yeah, this is what he's doing now. It's a sniper. I hit mine 99%. I wish I would have hit it 100.
It's tricky though, right? It's like
well, you don't want to go over,
check.
right?
Yeah.
This is anytime you have to hit a full club on this course, on this hole. Actually, he did go 100 and just short. I mean, it's just you had to hit every bit of it. See Nelson Wade making his way to our table. He's getting ready to go play his qualifying matches. Nelson, you're not in our way whatsoever. New York's Muntz beats. All right, Riley has a good look here. This is all systems go.
I believe Tony just hopped over the pin on this shot. This
course will give you some opportunities.
Oh, yeah, this was – it looked in. Kind of, again, on that high side.
He has hit the high side a lot. He's holed out a lot.
Yeah.
I tend to miss on the amateur side. I'll be on the left side all the time.
Yeah, limp up to the hole.
This is a ton of wind on this shot.
So where did you position yourself? Did you go?
I hit a high loft driver with a Maniacs like he's doing because you have plenty of runway. If you hit it straight, it'll just bounce down the fairway fine.
And then you went around the right side?
I did. I went around the right side with a grabber. I had a 7-wood grabber in. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Totally fine. That's about where I ended up. Maybe a little past. Let's see Riley dial this sucker in.
Interesting. So he'll...
I think he's just going to hit this. I mean, he could potentially get left of this lighthouse and let this wind bring it in. But he's going to do a little bit of a cut shot. This is a little bit of a cut.
Yep. Very similar to what we saw for Tony.
Yeah.
Almost the exact same result, too.
Yep. So for those of you watching the stream, after Riley finishes this 9, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Actually, we're gonna stay here for the entire 18, although these have not been in order. So not really sure if he's going to have Cape Haven back next. We'll see. But we're going to play 18 holes, and then we're going to take a break after that. Riley Hitchcock on hole number 9, drivable par 4. This gets there. This does get there. You look at this a few times, you're wondering if you're going to get caught up in that sand and that fringe rough, but it will clear and get all the way down to the green. I almost wish if I had this one to do over again, I would have hit the HLD with a grabber. I hit a sniper. Grabber will bounce towards the hole a little bit and give you a chance to possibly hole out. Right now our monitor not showing us what ball he is choosing.
Yeah, we've got to.
We're
on it. Don't worry.
So here we go. Riley hits what? He hits a sniper. That's what I hit as well. This will be a little left. Gonna land the green. That's
Makes for an interesting commentary situation, though.
Yeah, just kind of guessing a little bit. So Riley will play that course at 14 under par. Our odds-on favorite here, 2023 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship.
Looking every bit
he's
the favorite.
Yeah, he's looking the part. Absolutely. Taking a little.
If you did have him in the Calcutta, just saying, you probably don't feel bad about that right now.
I don't. I don't feel bad about that a bit. Riley averaging 14.3, a full 2 strokes better than I qualified thus far. We are going on to the next 9 holes. We'll see what he chooses. Taking a little break. I'm anxious for this 5-minute break, to be honest. These Tito's and Red Bulls have been doing a little damage.
Oh, that's good. That's what they're supposed to do. Would you like a Georgia score update?
Yeah. Have they come back?
Let's see. Alabama was also losing to South Florida 3-0 in a weather delay.
Well, they made a quarterback change, didn't
Can't
they?
believe that's Georgia just scored. So 14 to 9. So the thing that you said might happen could happen.
Yeah, it could. Second half to start third quarter.
Bet the Oregon State, San Diego State under, which is trending well.
Something tells me you visited a sports book this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's where I got my piece before this, was sitting there watching a little.
This bounce is right. No great shot points, I don't think. Nope. 6 feet, no love for Mr. Tilt Nasty, Riley Hitchcock.
So what on this 9 did you? What should we look for?
This 9 was pretty straightforward. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I think that he's going to hit a 5-wood sniper here. This clears the trees. It's 11-mile-an-hour wind. You got to play a lot of right to left. I don't know what it is about this shot, but it really gets up there in that wind, and you have to play a little more of wind than you think. So this is not quite 100%. I don't think he's going to hit this 100, probably 99-ish. He hits it, the soft 100 they call it.
Soft
99, he would have been maybe on the cup. That's a really
soft
good shot.
100. I like
well,
that.
If you go, there's actually 2 clicks to each percentage. So if you want to hit a 99% shot, you can get to that 99. If you pull back just a hair more, you're still 99, but it's almost 99.5.
99 plus.
If you want to hit a full maxed out shot, the swipe meter it'll glow green. So he didn't hit that quite 100%. Tilt Nasty. This is very interesting. I've never done this. I always go over with a Maniacs and a HLD. He just runs this streak right down the pavement, the cart path, and he's going to have a Ranger in. I hate the Ranger here. It goes a mile.
Yeah, just getting it to stop.
Now, I mean, if this is the shot that Riley always hits, then he's going to know how to play this Ranger.
Well,
but
that
is
is also
a ton of wind.
You've seen that a lot. We saw it on, I think we're on Dubai too, just playing his game. You know, one thing about these qualifiers versus the arcade, you're playing solo. So I don't know about you. When I've qualified with people on the arcade, I could be easily influenced.
Oh, absolutely.
This you're on an island, which I think actually could be good or bad.
Yeah. Just play your own game this way.
Yep.
So this will go very far left. So he just got to make sure he lands the right side of the screen. It's very violent left.
Yep. Just a little bit too much.
Yeah, I don't like the Ranger there. I don't know. Clearly Riley knows how to play that shot, but it's not a ball that you can kind of predict
Control
its behavior.
as well.
Yeah, it's a control factor. I am really sad that we don't see YouTube comments, like interacting with the viewers a little bit.
We can maybe work on that.
I'll pull up my YouTube. Now this is exactly what I hit, I think. 5 wood. You want to make sure you go a little bit left of the water tower because it can hit it. He just misses it. That was a good shot.
Yeah. Kind of in that rhythm now.
No, he's just hitting nonstop good shots. All right, I have pulled up the live chat.
There we go.
Let's see who was on here today.
Now these types of shots amaze me. Just
so he's going to hit the stinger?
Yep.
Did he hit the 3-iron or yeah, he hit the 3-iron.
I thought
he hit the 1-iron. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
This is like 51%. That's exactly what I hit. That's a 51% shot. Just got to hit it straight. He did not hit it left. Here his swipe was a little bit
pretty
left.
good though.
Very good. Looking at the chat now. I see Brian Muxlow Cheesus, one of the best players in the world, to not actually be here. Hello, Cheesus, Jason Harrell, Bub Goff. Tell you, we got an interesting story. I don't know if you've heard it yet, Adam, but we had a player, unfortunately, could not make the tournament. He won the Golden Tee Mobile Tournament Edition.
Yep.
So y'all called Mr. John O'Shea from England and said, you've got a week. Can you figure out how to get here? That man has been up 36 straight hours flying from the United Kingdom, and he made it to Vegas at 9 a.m. this morning.
I did hear this.
And he's here.
This morning. And that's amazing.
That's the love of the game.
Yeah, that's amazing. We are thrilled to have him.
Talked to him this morning. He's a little weary, but he's here.
It's Vegas, man. We're all a little weary.
Yeah.
Or will be.
I will be tonight. I was a good boy last night. I was in bed. I was asleep by 11.
I'm gonna try and we're trying to sneak over to those UFC fights later on.
Ooh.
Well,
look at this. God, Riley. It is just so good. I cannot tell you how good that is with a Ranger.
Well, it's almost like just continued greatness where you're just assuming it, right?
Just a great shot. This is a really nice look at this one. Hello, Stephen Booth. Thanks for watching today. USS Bechet. Hi, announcers.
What's up?
Cool Shades Auto Tint. You know, I have been needing, I don't know if you're in Indianapolis, sir, but please contact me after the stream today. And I've got a Ford F-150 that needs some shade, some tinting. Oh, look at this.
Oh.
Good one. Tell you how you guys could help me today. If you like what we're doing here, like this stream. Just hit the like button. Takes
you're being nice
5 seconds.
I was going to say, like, demanding. Bribing.
Just do me a favor. I don't know what it does algorithmically.
Oh, neither do I.
But I do think that it puts us on certain pages.
It can't hurt, right? It
Yeah,
can only help.
So help us a little bit.
Help us out. If you like what you're watching,
hit the like button.
Hit the like button. And how could you not like what you're watching? This has been unbelievable.
I like what Riley's doing right now.
Yeah, not us. Him.
Yeah.
Well, not me. You. Him. Collision course. This is amazing.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Amazing.
Oh, my goodness. That was well done.
But you see his reaction? He's smiling, smirking.
He looks
I am a body language connoisseur, okay? You know this about me. I don't really know how to play, but I could read people. And he is thriving.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is a fun shot because this is way downhill. You could hit a javelin here and just try to land it. You see the pool right there on that map? You got your house, you've got a pool, right? Come on, Riley, give us a look. You've got a pool, you've got a fence, and then you've got a green. You want to land this just past that pool in that fringe. It bounces softly on the green, and it will roll towards that cup. Let's see if he's playing this. I don't know that you want to do 100%.
All right, so again, after this, we will step away for a few minutes.
5-minute break right after Riley closes out hole 18. All right, he's over the pool,
That's
over
a
the
good-looking
fence,
line.
On that fringe, and that's how you do that shot.
Wow.
Very
Really
well
good.
done.
Well, that was some clean golden tee.
It's very nicely done. Riley will continue playing. Might take a little break. We're going to take a little break here at FSW Arena, Las Vegas, Nevada, the 2023 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. You see Riley up in the ring trying to become the champ.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. You've seen some terrific Golden Tee qualifying from two of the very best players in the world. You see the qualifying right there. You see the sheet for a moment. We'll go through that momentarily.
So anything?
Yeah, Sammy Sofa being number one. That's a heck of a start for Chris Hampstead out of Pensacola. Joe Mama, Barrett Detterman, no surprise there. Micah played very well. People predicted that in a live setting he would do well. Bogeyman played very well. It just we've got some really solid early scores.
Tell you what, though, you look at number 15, who we just watched, and look at the average.
He is heads and tails
he's
above everyone.
Yeah, that is a striking difference.
Look at Generation Z, Jordan Scott, the precocious teenager from Hebron, Kentucky. 13.86, almost in that 14 under range. Jordan on his Facebook this week saying he is the future world champion of Golden Tee Mobile. Very confident coming into this tournament. So we're going to take
look at number 6 real quick, by the way.
Well, only because I got done first. That's going to keep sliding. I'm hoping to be around the 20 spot, so we'll see. We are going to go to break. We will see you all in 5 minutes, and see you in a minute.
I think I've won just about 6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.
Welcome back, Golden Team Mobile World Championship here at FSW Arena in Las Vegas. Adam Kramer, Chad Schrump, Tony Johnson joined us momentarily, but he couldn't finish his story.
He was telling a hell of a story, too.
I don't think it was a hell of a story. It sounded like a hell of a story. You're being nice.
I
Tony's a good guy, though.
Scottish politics. Okay.
Yeah.
Onwards.
All right, so we're doing the qualifier, and we've seen some pretty brilliant play overall thus far from this man. Go Gators.
Now, which one is this? What's being broadcast on the left, typically?
Yes.
So this is the wide shot in the ring. You see the two chairs. There's the solo of one Riley Hitchcock.
Ooh, that drink is, wow.
Yeah, thank you for the drink, by the way.
Ooh, of course. So it looks like he's got himself a little kicker here, a little IPA.
So as I'm talking, Andy Coleman, which screen do our viewers see right now, left or right? Okay, now they see the course. Got it. Yeah, this was one of those in-between shots.
Yeah.
This is kind of very similar to what I was left with. I didn't hit a 4-iron sniper by any chance. I just hit a javelin 8-iron, I think. But this is an uncomfortable distance.
Well, this is kind of that, orbit sniper we were talking about before the break a little bit earlier.
Just kind of one of those plant this thing on the green. Let's get our putt and move on to the par 3 11th.
By the way, Georgia 17, South Carolina 14.
Here they come.
Yep.
14 unanswered.
Yep.
Oh, he just missed that hole out. He was in my hotel suite a few nights ago talking about how to win a world championship, you need to know all of the sniper distances. You can't just know the 3-iron. You can't just know the 1-iron. And it's very clear that Riley knows the 4-iron sniper and how far that's going to go. And
when you say how far it's going to go, really how far it's going to release once it hits?
Yeah,
basically?
it just how far it carries more than anything.
Yeah.
It's more about the carry. Like this one, you got to play an extra 5% or so. It's uphill. It's not a fun hole.
No, that's just like.
This is get on down the road. If you somehow make it.
Yeah,
you make it. But that's not something you're ever really planning on thinking you've got a great look at it and I'm going to make this shot. I think we're going to have a treat for everybody later. I think Riley's got 3 9 holes to go before he is secured the #1 seed in qualifying, most likely. And then we're going to get Rick Coppathorn onto the mat. That's not a mat. This is a.
No, it's a mat.
Is it a mat?
I think it's a mat.
It's wrestling. We're going to get him up in the ring and let him play for a while. Our good friend, Dr. Rick Coppathorn, dentist, local, lives close to the Red Rock Casino. I think that's in Henderson almost.
It's a nice casino.
Yeah.
Good locals casino.
Yes. That's a good shot from Riley. Will leave himself an uphill left breaker.
It's interesting with as much as there is left to play. You mentioned that, Tilt Nasty playing for the #1 seed. Almost like, when we looked at the scores, I mean, he was a shot clear per average, per course than everybody else, which is kind of astonishing.
Yeah, he's playing so well.
I mean, it's a 9-hole average, right? I mean, that's amazing.
It is.
That is hard to do.
Hello to Gary Swetland and Joe Masters. I don't know who Laughing Gravy is, but they're in the UK watching here in London, UK time. I guess it's damn near nighttime. Matter of fact, I'm sure it is. It's probably late, 9 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock at night. Maybe watching, trying to get an update on John O'Shea. Here is Riley. Oh man, that just,
violent kick.
It's just that green is. Look at him looking. It's like, what the heck happened there? Makes his putt. Now he's ordering food.
He's ordering food.
He is ordering from the food truck right now.
That's great. You love to see it.
Well, you got to feed the beast.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm so excited about head-to-head matches.
Oh my God! And they will start later.
We'll play. Everyone gets to play at least
fact,
one
it's
match
not going to
today.
be terribly long from now. Honestly,
Yep.
the way we're moving.
I will step away at some point and play my match. I think if you lose, you're done until tomorrow.
I believe you're correct.
I think if you win, there's a chance you play one more.
I believe you're correct there, too. Also, I love this look, by the way. You can really give this a good go.
That has been validated. If you lose, your day's over here at FSW Arena, and you can go on your merry way and enjoy your day in Las Vegas. If you win, you will play another match. Come back tomorrow 2-0 or 1-1. So we will see. Riley goes to this right side frequently. He likes this shot here. Nice opening. Hops down in that little fairway area. But you've got so many trees. He's going to have to pull this back left, throw it left, put on a slurve of some sort here.
The where he's landing to sort of an outsider, it's like these are pretty delicate shots that he's hitting very like they're not. Is it reps? Is it confidence? Is it I mean,
look he is using a 320 driver. Look how far that thing goes on that map. He's obviously not going to hit it 100%, but there it goes. God dang.
My God.
It's just really solid.
So that is to the point of, he plays a lot of games, but like he's just, it's like, the corny seeing it well. He just seems like he's in the matrix here right now.
Yeah, he's just, this is all in his wheelhouse. So he's going to go, Oberd sniper, Oberd jab. What's he going to do here? Who knows? He really trusts. He trusts his swipe so much. I don't know if he's considering something through a gap here. He's looking at all options. There are gaps between those palm trees. Now, they're very small.
Yeah.
But they're there. He looks like he is trying to find one right now. But see, if you're watching on screen right now, if you see that shot guide between the T and the G is where if you hit it perfectly straight, that's where that ball is going to travel. So let's see what Riley is trying to do here. You can try to see. He's going to try to hit it between the dark brown tree and the left that is like a tannish. He's going to try to split that gap. And he has done that.
What the hell is that?
That's when you fully trust everything you're doing.
There were some openings.
That's a dangerous shot.
There's some air in there, I guess, but that's
just how good he is feeling.
So you would not have hit that shot.
I don't trust my swipe in a circumstance like this. Number one,
that was stupid.
Even if I'm swiping great, I don't think I hit that shot.
That was.
I hit the green and made my putt. I eagled that, but I hit a 3-wood, low tee, and I threw it out left to right, let the wind bring it back in. But Riley was very aggressive with that.
That was ridiculous.
Yep, it was very good. And he hold that out.
Okay.
Yep, he's just on it.
Big old swig.
His mom, Linda, probably watching the stream, would be very pleased with that shot. She's probably screaming.
Immaculate hair gelling today, too. He kind of knew.
Oh, he knew he'd be. Yeah, he knew he was going to be on the stream. Way to go, Riley. I can hear Linda saying that now. Riley's dad's out here with him. Riley brought some friends out. They were at where did we go yesterday? Mandalay Bay Pool. We rented 3 cabanas.
Oh, very nice.
Had a huge group out there yesterday. Well, I tell you, those beers are so cheap when you're at the pool. I'll tell you.
Yeah, they're practically free.
Practically.
Yeah.
And by practically, they're about $20 a piece.
Yeah.
No, actually, we were able to get buckets of 6 for $60. So $10 a beer, and they were the big ones, 16 ounce.
Which is
actually a decent price.
So,
$600 later. It was a heck of a time.
A heck of a time.
Look how fast he's gone to the next course.
I know. It's just there's not a lot of wasted time here.
He has moved to the back 9 of Rustic Bridge, one of my all-time favorite cabinet courses.
Me too.
And it plays well on mobile too.
It does. It does. We talked about the par 5s in the middle, middle of the back 9. Hole 18, I think, is relatively tame, I'd say, by hole 18 standards.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I remember I hit the big stick javelin, made the putt.
Yep.
I'm going to have PSD here on hole 12 here momentarily. I missed my island twice and ended up taking 7. That was a huge factor in me only shooting 12.3.
It's not a big island. So
there wasn't much to land on.
Yeah, so you think about that. That would have helped your average out. I mean,
that's 4 strokes. That would put me at 12.7, and you're talking a whole new ball game at that point. But we'll be playing match play in a little while. I promise I'm not one of the players people want to play. So it'll be fun regardless. All right, Riley just needs to get this around these trees and give himself a look in, and that's done very well. Tony had a chipper in almost.
He did. He was over on the left side, it looked like.
Yeah, he had a good look at it.
And, well, it's interesting. What club, how aggressive do you get here?
Well, he's probably going to hit like a 6-iron. What's he doing here? Oh, my, he's going to run this down. So, look, he's pulling back already. He knows exactly what he wants to do.
The concern you have here is, if you're not hitting green, it's uneven, and
this
play pinball a little bit.
It does. This kicks to the right, and it'll go straight down the screen. That's fine.
It is.
It's fine. This is not one you plan on making at all. This is if it goes in. That was a gift from those above. Oh, here we go. Man, I still can't believe I did that. I hit a 6-wood. I teed it up with a gold tee, I think. Maybe a silver, and it went dead left on me. I think that gold tee got it up in the air too high, and that wind brought it into brought it right into the water. Riley's perfectly fine. He will have a sniper in here if he wants. Now, if he's particularly bold, he could consider an orbits here. Depends how bold he wants to be.
It is 2 uncomfortable shots, though.
But this is a hard hole.
Yeah, it's two shots where you're just kind of on your heels a little bit both times.
Now, he is going to play this and let that wind take this well left. He's going to have a downhill putt. He's going to be left of the pin. Yeah, just taking what that course gives him. No need to challenge water. He's already got a hole in 1. No, he got the hole in 1 on 17 of Dubai. He missed
but
hole 10.
He is one better pacing. In fact, I mean, other than Bonnie 18, which you're just not seeing a lot of mistakes here. And Bonnie, and that wasn't even a mistake.
No, it wasn't. That's going to be, to me, that's golden tee par.
Yeah.
A birdie on 18 today with that setup, that's golden tee par.
Yeah.
I think that I can actually, John Noble, like I've talked about, has given me a whole lot of access. Let me see if I can see what people are doing on Bonnie Moore 18, just to give you a kind of a taste.
Oof, wow.
Look at that, man.
That thing really fed down and jumped.
Yep. But he knew it would. Played it that way.
Played it perfectly.
Yep. All right, so open the tournament. Oh, 13-9. Jordan Scott, right now the #1 seed.
Wow.
Over Duck Rubber, over Whammy, over Uper, over Moneyball. Wow. Generation Z backing up what he said he was going to do.
Wow.
Now, he's not going to finish #1 unless Riley falls apart. Tilt Nasty is at a different level. Chubby Cox, Matthew Hansen, one of the other 3 or 4 favorites in this tournament, 14.25. Your buddy Chad Schrump is going to be in the 20s when this is all said and done. All right, so let's look at, I'm going to look at some scores here. Bonnie Moore.
Interesting. So finally, we see a little bit of a blip here. And you could hear it from the crowd. He just landed short. And now, let's see what he has for a recovery act. So just landed short.
Pull out the sand wedge. He'll make this, Adam. Oh, he didn't.
Wow, hit the lip, huh? All right,
wow.
So.
Oh, and did you see he about pulled that back with a sandwich? That's one thing on this course. When it was designed, this is one of the ones that will not give you a putter no matter what when you're on that fringe.
Yeah.
And you have got to pay specific attention to that, or you can easily blow a stroke.
Well, we finally saw him drop a stroke, which
that's the first
we really
one I think we've
seen. I believe you're right. Does not look the least bit worried about it. should he be?
I think he can hit this. I think he can hit this 100%. Oberg 100%. Just try to get it lined up with that hole. I don't even know if this gets to the hole. He might be thinking about. Nope, he's hitting this. I don't know if this gets all the way there. It must, or he wouldn't be. He's hitting this less than 100, so it absolutely will then if he's doing that. I really like the jab here. Something about it. He's looking at a new shot.
It is interesting.
So he's wanting a bit of a bounce now. The grabber will give him a bit of a bounce, and he is clubbed up. I mean, he's going all the way percentaged up. He's almost to 100.
About the distance that you were.
Yeah, it wasn't going to get there. That just was not going to get there.
That.
I'm surprised, and he's going to this putt quickly. Yeah, that was fast. He's a little out of sorts. I know it sounds silly.
No,
but you could. He didn't think that through very well.
No, so you had a miscalculation.
He's dropped 2 strokes.
A little tilt, for his name. Body language is strong, but a couple of misfires now.
Yeah, that was never going to get there. I'm surprised he never even looked at a javelin at all, because the javelin's going to cut that wind out. It's going to bounce pretty firmly and roll to the cup, but it might be a shot he's just not super comfortable with. Boy, I tell you, Adam, I did not want to qualify like I did. I'm going to be facing a beast early.
Yeah, but, boy.
But you know what? To win a world championship, you've got to play beast no matter what. Might as well do it.
Beasts are coming. It's just a matter of when.
That's a fact.
Yep,
All right, here's a chance. This is a legitimate chance. This is almost a straight win. It's straight downhill. If he swipes this straight, he has a chance. Oh, just missed it to the right. Easy putt, right up the hill. This is pretty simple, too. He's going to go to his Oberg sniper.
So what is he looking to hit this? You have a wind.
Yeah,
you got to hit it
this
over.
is one I don't typically hit. I think this is just 50% of what that pin is, the yardage, and then he might want to add a little because of that wind. So I'm saying a little more than 50%. So he's up all the way almost to 60 and 56%, just passed. So 55 was probably the number. That is not one I normally hit. I like to hit a 3-iron there. Just I'm comfortable with the 3. 18 was pretty easy.
Yeah, this isn't too bad.
Curious to see how he plays this. Like, I don't like HLD doesn't get up there, so he definitely has to hit that. And I don't know if Riley's a big full player, but he's not. He's going to cut this a little bit and throw this out. So he's going to throw it out a lot more than he cuts it. So he's barely right of the bead. He's going to throw it out more towards the 3 here. Yeah, and it's
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's an uphill putt. This is another eagle. He shoots 2 worse on this 9. No, that's not a. But he's got a lot of room to play with.
So we finally saw a blip, right?
Yeah.
And it one
2 blips
compartmentalized to the other.
Yeah.
And that's
he
pretty
is
interesting.
human. He's not a machine.
No, he's not a machine because he's looked like it for about an hour straight. He looked like it.
Yeah.
But now, so in terms of scoring average, though, he's still in the driver's seat.
He is, but he gave Jordan a little chance here. This is not a high-scoring front 9. This is the key to this front 9 is right here. That kick violently left. That's going to be in the sand. He's going to have a chipper here. Yep, this will be a chipper.
This is nice.
He can either use a Ranger or he can use a Jav. He's going to go with the Javelin. This is just a straight shot. Is he back in control of his swipe? That's the question. He is. There you go.
Do you go through periods where you feel like it leaves you? Like you get maybe not the yips, but something like it?
you get to – I don't know that I ever feel like I have the yips necessarily. It's more the opposite. Sometimes I feel like I can't not swipe straight. Like it's just – I'm just on it. Then there are times that – I don't know.
That's trouble.
Well, there's another drink. Wow. Kevin Lindsay stopping by.
Wow. Trouble, people.
Bringing drinks and smiles.
Trouble.
But, yeah, but there are times when you feel like you can't make anything and you feel like you're doing everything right and it's just not going in. He's wanting to land this in the rough. There he did. Oh, God, that's just perfect, man. That's perfect.
Yeah, that is perfect.
It just hits the dead spot and just kills it. Instead of running off the back of the green, it just kills it.
That's perfect.
Ho-hum. I'm Riley.
Go Gators.
He's locked in. Said he would be. If you listen to Gino's Golden Tee podcast, I said this earlier. He said, put me on that stream and I will not lose. Rick Coppathorne, Jordan Scott, Tony Johnson might have something to say about that this tournament, clearly.
Yeah, yep.
Riley trying to bring this in. That's going to be left. Terrible shot, Riley. Do better. Awful.
You know, unfortunately, when you set the standard, I mean, there was a stretch of about 15 minutes there where everything was either going in or had a chance to.
That's right. He was in the zone for a little while.
He was.
That Bonnie Moore double eagle, hole-in-one stretch that he had was pretty spectacular.
Oh, my God, it was. And so, yeah, he messes up a couple of holes. But, again, everything looks locked in. He's playing fast. He's playing deliberate.
Now he's going – there's a nice gap there. He's probably going to put a grabber on this. I would guess a grabber or sniper.
Okay.
That's fine.
So just fly it right to it.
Yeah, just you're not messing around because that pin is just over the trap. It's just past that trap. So you're not really wanting to jack with that too much. It's just not worth it. And he pointed it. 12,000 GSP. But he is all around danger there. There's just no real reason to try to do something silly. Panning the room, looking at the competitors. A lot of those players have already finished their 9-hole qualifier, played 5 courses. The most recent 5 releases, Golden Tee Mobile, Cape Haven, Rustic Bridge, Royal Dubai, Bonnie Moore. What's the other one?
Royal Dubai.
Mayfield.
Yep.
Mayfield.
Now, this hole historically has given me Golden Tee fits.
Yep.
It's just a very odd angle and an odd look. Now, this is interesting.
He's swerving.
Yep.
He's in the trap.
I have always been in that trap. I mean,
what? Yeah. So if he goes sand wedge here, he's looking at about a 38, 39% shot. It's right downhill. It's going to feed into the cup. He's just got to get his alignment correct. So see if he doesn't hit this 39, 40%.
There's just something about it. It's a kind of quite.
34. What did I?
Oh, wow.
If you hit it too soft, it will take that. You will get that green roll. The break of the green will amplify itself, and that's a drop stroke. Somebody just hold out. Somebody's very proud of their hole out.
That's good.
Heck yeah, it's good. I agree.
Holding out. So that's three drop strokes in about a 10-minute stretch.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say sound the alarms, but it is interesting. It's also interesting too. Qualifier is a little different. He was locked in. He's probably seen a leaderboard, and it wouldn't shock me if he's just kind of complacent, right? Like,
or just taking the foot off the pedal a bit, and a little bit safer. Ryan Sparks watching the stream.
Oh,
hello, Ryan. Ryan was in Vegas with us Thursday and Friday and left this morning. Wanted to have a little bit of the World Championship experience. I tell you, this is awfully cool. Ryan's got a 10-year-old daughter. She'll be 11 in a couple of weeks, and she asked him to take her to the Bengals season opener. Ryan's got season tickets.
Yeah.
Promised her he would. Well, it just so happens that the World Championship weekend fell on the Bengals home opener, and he's holding his promise to his daughter, and he flew back to take her. So that's Daddy 101 right there. Girl dad.
Also, not a bad weekend for Mr. Sparks, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah, a little Vegas, the Bengals.
Yeah.
You don't think Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins want to show what's up after their?
I like the Bengals tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah,
that's going to be
pretty crappy performance last week.
That's going to be a window visit.
Cleveland Browns beat their brains in. Miles Garrett ran roughshod over that offensive line. Only had 2 sacks, I think, but it was nonstop pressure.
Speaking of football,
Georgia, South Carolina.
I'll get you a Georgia update. Georgia 23, South Carolina 24 now. 14.
So we've got a ball game.
No, Georgia 24, South Carolina 14.
So it's
you're
21 straight points. 21 straight points for Georgia. Wasn't it 14-3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you are.
I said 38-3 would be final. Or 38-10 would be final. Let's see. Or 38-14.
Yeah, no, we're trending.
Yeah. Kirby Smart's still there, right?
He's doing okay.
Yeah, he's having a little success, SEC. All right. This is a pretty good look for this hole. This hole can be pretty nasty. But he just wants to carry this bunker, let it bounce. Eagle, ho-hum, on to 9. 9, he can go down the fairway and if he gets down that fairway as far as he can, he has a pretty straight shot into 9 green. You'll see it shortly. Now he's going to look and see what he'll have from the ball diamonds. But if he hits this drive with a torpedo, he will be past that sidewalk, the cart path area, whatever.
Yep.
Ooh, I don't like the Maniacs, but that's fine. Here I am telling the best player in the world not to use that. I mean, it's fine.
That's all right. That's why
you're
here.
He can really go a lot further in that with a torpedo. But again, he's got a nice look. 6 iron. He has a chance. This is a legit chance to hold this.
Go zone.
Yep, he has a chance to hold this out. This is full 100%. He's going to hit a little short of that. I would hit it 100. Let's see. He's better than I am. Oh, he did. Did you see it flash?
Yep.
100%. Oh, just pass it on the left.
Again.
That time it was the amateur side.
Yeah.
Nice solid 13 under. He's going to be a little bit ticked off. He gave one back. What kind of beer is he drinking? What's that say? Hops what?
It's like Hopanopolis or some weird. I think it's a local.
Okay. You're typically on the beer. What's up with the vodka today?
A little light, keeping it a little lighter.
Okay.
It was a heavy IPA day, light last night, so starting.
Hey. So that is it for Riley Hitchcock. He has finished his 5 courses, his 10-9 holes, Adam, and he went from 14-5 to 14. So he just escaped Jordan Scott. Wow. He is at 14 under. Jordan 13.9. Let me look at these scores. Duck Rubber finished 13-6, so did Whammy. Duck Rubber with a slight advantage on great shot points, so he's the number 3 seed. Uper, he finished at 13-4. Moneyball 13-4. So we will go over some of those later. We're going to take a little break.
Yep.
We're going to come back. Hopefully we'll see Rick Coppathorne on the stream. If not, we will get someone up there to play some Golden Tee Mobile, the 2023 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. We will be back shortly.
I think I've won just about 6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.
We are back at Future Stars of Wrestling Arena, Las Vegas, Nevada, site of the 2023 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. I'm Chad Schrump. That is the president of Amusements for Incredible Technologies, and my friend Adam Kramer. We have seen some exceptional qualifying here so far from two players on stream, Tony Johnson and Mr. Riley Hitchcock.
Yeah, it's been great, man. A lot of I love seeing multiple rounds now through these courses, seeing the different ways that these guys are attacking it. We've seen two different styles.
Right.
Now we've got another guy coming up, obviously, that we know very well, that has probably got his own unique style on this thing. Right?
Our reigning defending world champion, the 2022 world champ, Rick Coppathorn. Rick is getting ready to get up onto the stage, a.k.a. the ring.
The ring. And
he will be in here. You know, I did a little research on this building, this arena we're in. Did you know that Hulk Hogan, the British Bulldog, and also Randy Macho Man Savage also developed their skills in this very building?
Are you just saying that?
Yeah, I'm making that up.
Okay.
But it brings some, heaviness to that.
You said it with such conviction.
Yes. Yes.
Now, talk about our guy who's – I didn't even know I could just –
I can't believe you picked out that lie.
I don't know. I mean, we could have just went with it.
Right.
Not quite Hulk Hogan, but maybe the closest thing in mobile is this guy. Let's talk about his game a little bit as he gets situated. You can see the room loosening up. I like that too.
Well,
alcohol
the drinks
is
are flowing.
Yeah. Alcohol is flowing. It helps.
So Rick Coppathorn, the current world championship title holder, he's on stage. He is. He took a break. He won the world championship and took a several-month break. He is back. He's playing very well. He is still one of our favorites, absolutely. He's got about 27 minutes until qualifying is supposed to be over. I don't know how many courses he has left, but I can tell you, just hang tight here. He's got two more play. So he's got two more nines, and then he will be done. He's currently sitting at 13.62, which I can tell you puts him in the top six-ish range. And let's go over some scores real quick while we have a chance.
Yeah.
So John Noble, again, has given me the
God power
technology to see how we're looking on scores. Chubby Cox, Utah's Matthew Hansen, our number one seed. He eclipsed Tilt Nasty Riley Hitchcock. So Chubby Cox, the number one seed, 14.2. Tilt Nasty shot 14 under for his 10 courses. Generation Z, Jordan Scott, 13.9. Duck Rubber, 13.6. Whammy, 13.6. Calzone, 13.5. Uper, Ian Hughes, 13.4. Moneyball, Joel Wilborn, 13.4. Chris Hampstead, 13.3. Good Drive 5, Jason Jumps is in the 10 slot. End up shooting 13.2. 11 seed, Joe Mama Barrett Detterman. 12 seed, Micah Middleton. 13 seed, Mark Duchesne. 14 seed, Rasta. 15 seed, Bogeyman. 16 seed, John O'Shea, who had the all night in the air flying across the Atlantic.
That's impressive.
Looks like Rick is started, obviously. You guys can see how he does here. Chance to go under par. Immediately just slides that pass left. And we've got several others. So qualifying well on their way. And just as I figured, I'm going to be around the 25th spot. Did not qualify very well early.
Tilt Nasty, again, this is qualifying. This is not going to decide anything other than the bracket. But very interesting because we talked a lot about it. It felt like a foregone conclusion, but bled out a little bit at the end.
He did. Those three strokes.
Gives up the number one seed.
That's right. Those three strokes put him at 14-3.
Yep.
He lost those three, finishes 14, and Chubby Cox right now, number one seed. We've seen Riley get on this green, left himself a flat putt. God, that's a great shot.
Yep.
Look at that. That's basically a tap in. Rick Coppathorn plays a little bit more deliberate than others. I don't know how much that is tactical, trying to slow down the opponent, trying to match his speed, but he has every shot in the bag.
Yeah, even his posture is a little different than we've seen. There you go. That'll make That'll solve all your problems right there.
That's the good stuff.
That's the good stuff.
Looking at the YouTube feed. Gonna talk to our watchers. Riley is human after all, Nick Bollinger.
Yep. Well, slightly.
B-Flow. He is, you talk about a player that's improved his game. Was in the lower levels of the Golden T-Mobile the League, what we call the Bushwood divisions. Went 39-1.
Wow.
39-1. Won the regular season championship. He won the playoff, the tournament.
You'll do okay at 39-1.
39. He was an absolute machine. I mean, he was beating the living shit out of people. He's played very well. And matter of fact, he played so well, Adam, that we are promoting him 2 divisions.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say,
he's going to bypass the next division. I think he will be in bronze, maybe even silver next division. Probably bronze. We'll see. His game's ready. Plays a lot.
Perhaps this is in his future.
Could be, because he learns a lot. Here is Swiper Sniper, Bonnie Moore, front 9, hole 4, par 5.
Yeah, one of the more iconic names in mobile, brief mobile lore.
Yep. That was one of the guys that you tried to emulate when
absolutely
everyone was first learning this game.
For sure.
Swiper Sniper was ahead of the rest. Looking at Jordan Scott, talking of those in the crowd, Jordan has absolutely freaking delivered today.
That's
Love
awesome.
to see it.
Oh, you do. Yeah, scoring has been excellent overall.
This is one Rick's looking at making.
We've seen that a few times.
Yeah, a little bit left.
No, we talk about body language, right?
Yeah.
Rick looks like he's got the hard hat on.
Yeah, he's going to work,
this
right?
Is lunch pail, Golden T-Mobile. Okay?
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is hard living mobile, but it works. But it looks hard. And not he's very, very good. He makes the game look easy. But his general disposition is like, oh, boy.
See, I think he's considering putting that tee shot on this lower tier in the crap. He doesn't have to. He could easily hit a Maniacs here, and that's going to bounce to the left. He will have a fairway shot. It's a really good look into this green. The pin's in the very back of the green. He can throw something up high, let it land on the green, then run out. I think he's making this more difficult than he needs to.
Interesting.
We haven't seen anyone land in this lower level. Lance Harris is kind of a guy that used to do this shot a lot. I mean, this is not a bad look. It's just something I don't think he would have to do. So now he will be hitting from the garbage. We'll have to hit a Ranger most likely. Let's see. And I've talked about this. You don't get a lot of control with the Ranger. The Ranger does what the Ranger wants to do.
Yeah, and even still here, I mean,
I think this was a bad decision. This just didn't make sense to me. He could have hit a Maniacs in that fairway and had a clean look into this green.
So I'm assuming the thought process is you have a left one, that if you're not navigating all this, you can roll it up there, right? Like a better line in theory, but it's not.
I think he was just worried that if he hit that fairway, it does bounce very hard to the left. I think he was worried about that running back into the rough. He'd have been in the same situation, except he wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have this bush in front of his face. I mean, Rick's liable to take 3 or 4 minutes to figure this shot out, which he's probably taken half that already. He's going to try to cut this because he's worried about that bush in his way, the ball getting knocked down. So he's going to have to do a little bit of a pullback left and throw it a little left of 2, which takes a lot of distance off this. This is a big shot for Rick here. Okay, that's fine. He just made that a lot more difficult than he needed to.
I would agree.
He will have the Ranger. I like to give him the Ranger every now and then. Did you hear about the Ranger hat I got?
No.
This is no joke. I am
not like your wrestling historical fact.
No, this is a real story. This is accuracy, the truth. I'm a truth teller here.
Yeah.
Got home from work and had a UPS package on my front door, on my front porch. Pick it up. It's addressed to Chad Schrump. It's from Arkansas.
Okay.
Open it up. It is a yellow Ranger boats.
Okay, I was going to ask if this
One
was
of
custom.
One of the sun. What do you call those visors? It's a visor. Yeah. A yellow Ranger. Oh, Rick. I called him one of the greatest long-distance shooters in the world, and he about hold that out.
Yep.
Number one, how did this person from Arkansas find my address? Number two, why didn't they say, hey, I got you a hat. I thought you'd like it.
So you don't know who it was from?
No idea.
It was a Phantom Ranger deliver.
It was a Ranger boat hat, but it just says Ranger. And they found my address. A little concerning.
Yeah, it is.
But thank you for the hat. I mean, I have worn it.
It's, no, that's good.
Yeah.
But you're not necessarily pro-Ranger either. That's part of the...
Ranger's great in certain situations.
It's a bailout ball.
It's the Ranger's typically the ball used when you've screwed up.
Yeah.
It's, hey, please help me.
Although here you're seeing a little different. Guys are challenging.
We've used
that
a lot.
bit.
We've seen the Ranger a lot. Riley used the Ranger 2 or 3 times. One time very well, about hold it out with the Ranger, but it's just there's not a lot of control. That ball hits the green hard. It runs out hard. There's nothing to slow it down. But it's also a ball that, when you're in the rough, you don't lose much distance with it, so that's why players tend to use it. This is a good chance for Rick. We saw Riley come close here. Actually, Riley made this.
Yeah, and
this was the second hole out Riley had. He had the double eagle, then the eagle, then he holed out this. Let's see if Rick can match. This will dive left, and he does. Goodness gracious!
Wow,
big shot for Rick.
Puts on the hard hat. Clocks in.
Yep. Punches the
why.
clock.
I love it. I love drinking a domestic beer, not one of these IPAs.
Coors Light.
Yeah.
No free ads, but hey, Coors Light, if you want to be a part of the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship next year or the Arcade World Championship, we'd love to have you.
Now, this is an interesting one because we saw Riley go left in the fescue.
Yep.
This is a little bit of a different style here.
It is. He's got a clean fairway look, but he has zero chance to get there. So Rick is going to, again, he's going to think about doing the same thing Riley did, get it up to the green as close as he can, leave yourself some kind of a manageable chip.
Yeah.
If you get lucky and make that one, you probably take a stroke from the field. Most people aren't going to eagle hole 8 here, not with this setup today. And he's got a long way to go. I mean, we'll see. We'll see there's a lot of options. Let's see how creative he is.
Yeah, you're kind of in an interesting middle ground in terms of distance.
Yeah, he's going to think this one through. This won't be a quick shot for Rick.
But you also have to you got a fair amount of ground you got to cover in terms of elevation and.
All right. I think he has figured out what he probably wants to do here. He's worked out the math. Rick is extremely fast at the math. And look at it one more time. See how that thing breaks. When it clears this hill, it goes uphill a bit. You just want to clear the fringe, and then it's that down 3 plays faster than what you would think. A little bit too far, but he's fine. That's
good line.
Riley eagled this, and I really feel like Riley took a stroke from the field on that. Not very many people are going to eagle hole 8.
That was a couple of interesting holes in a row here.
And this one as well. This is. I mean, the players want to eagle this hole absolutely, but this is not an auto eagle. This is almost like. I think you get a half a stroke from the field. You make eagle here. There's going to be some eagles, no doubt, but there's going to be more birdies than eagles on this hole. I promise you.
I would agree with you.
Right now, Coppathorn scoping out different opportunities here, different shot prospects. We saw Riley hit a 3-wood sniper here. I still think the shot is a high loft driver because when you hit those bushes cascading left out of that hill, it takes a lot of distance off. It will not take enough off the driver to stop that from landing on the green. Let's see what Rick decides to do. He hasn't even looked at it. I think right now he's just looking at the 4-wood to keep that club on the map, so he can kind of see how much he needs to rotate his golfer. But if he hits a 4-wood, he's not getting that there. There's a 0 chance. So I think you'll see him move up to a different club here in a minute. No, he's got the 3-wood now. And we saw Riley. It didn't get there.
No,
now,
it didn't.
If Rick wants to get it there, he can, but he's going to have to go left of that. He's going to have to bring it on the left side of the green. But an aggressive line
shot.
here it will get eaten alive.
This is a tough shot.
It is. This is where Rick gets the reputation of playing slowly. This is a difficult shot, and he is going to make sure he has figured out what he wants to do. Let's see if he can get this one there. Riley couldn't. Riley was in that front left trap. Rick will have an easy chip.
Wow.
That's something he will make. That's a good one. You had to throw it out more left to have a chance at that one. It was never going to get to the green.
It was a good shot, yeah.
But it was good. He hits an HLD there. I think he's putting uphill.
I'm going to get you an HLD hat.
Yeah.
But I'll sign it. Get you a nice note, you know.
I think he's taking a half stroke off the field. He makes this chip. It's all about the swipe. Nice straight swipe. And he missed that. Did that hop over? It's hard to tell when the players have quick shot on. So I guarantee he's extremely disappointed with that one.
Yeah, his facial expression kind of says it all there.
Wipes off his screen, very similar to how the players in cabinet wipe off the trackball.
That was surprising.
See,
there you go.
Here we go. There's Chubby Cox, #1 seed. He will not lose that #1 seed. He will be the #1 qualifier. I think it is pretty much locked up at this point. Tilt Nasty, Gen Z, Duck Rubber, Whammy, Calzone, Uper, Moneyball.
Look at all those great shot
The biggest
points,
names.
Wow.
Yeah, he's dialed in clearly.
319,000.
And it's pretty crazy how he's gone under the radar. He has. It just, you talk about, let's talk about the Calcutta. I think he was the #4 player in the Calcutta. When you look at the pods that the fantasy golf was,
yes.
I think he was probably going to be the least taken player in pod 1.
Yep.
He just kind of flies under that radar. He was second in the Windy City Showdown 2. That's how he earned his bid here. Riley had already qualified. Chubby finished second. Matt Hansen we're talking about. And he earned a spot into the World Championship, and he's just taking advantage of that.
Absolutely.
Played super well today. Look at Rick. I think he's got the O-Bird out. O-Bird Sniper.
When you're playing against, I'm not sure in terms of matches, when you're playing against somebody who maybe plays a little bit more deliberate. I mean, right now it doesn't matter. We're watching. He can play at his own. He can play at his own pace anyways, too. By the way, I mean it's a little different here. But is it something you consider as an opponent?
I think that you can't worry about his pace.
Yeah.
You just have to play. If you get caught up in the Rick Copperthorne pace, where you try to slow yourself down so he doesn't get an advantage to know what you did on particular holes, like, hey.
And that's exactly it, right?
If you play your game and just keep trudging forward, Rick will catch up because Rick sees that you're not slowing down, and he might as well just play.
Yeah.
But I really feel like part of it's gamesmanship with Rick.
For sure. And I'd say it's been effective.
It has. Rick playing a ton of wind. This is that hole we talked about earlier where it really eats this ball up. This hole in particular, the wind is extremely active, let's just say. This was going to land past the hole. Rick just wanted to get on the green and make his putt. Drivable par 4, you have to eagle these. He does. What about your announcement you made recently in the cabinet? Stouts.
Yes.
I see they put the man with the big title in charge of writing that release.
Oh, of course. Stouts. It's funny. Well, not funny, but over the last, I'd say 3 or 4 years, it's probably been the most talked about piece of equipment in Golden Tee. But it's not necessarily new. Yeah, hurdles and flares.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I was with IT, and even as a player, hurdles were almost, it was different than stouts because it wasn't altering the wind, but it was definitely a huge advantage. It was like a Super Bowl.
It was.
And we
That was
nuked those,
overpowered.
or nerfed those, I guess would
Yep.
be the video game term. So it was time. Now I'm very interested to see what how people play them. Ball's still going to react and be very powerful. It's just not as powerful as it was. So be a
So
viable option.
it still cuts the same amount of wind out, correct? It's just the distance is less.
Exactly. And so people, again,
I think people will still play 'em.
I do too. And that's the part of this. It's really hard. You don't want to kill a golf ball. I don't like that because, frankly, I think we did it with Hurdle. I think we just killed it.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that with this. I think the ball should still have tremendous value. But, again, just not as much as it did today.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'm. Oh, look at this!
Ooh.
Good try from Rick Copperthorne, distance dialed in nicely. On my quest to play cabinet again, one of the biggest haters of the stout ball or breeze, when you go to the PGA, was my friend Matt Cavanaugh.
Yep,
he's a Titan player, but he even encouraged me as I'm making my whatever comeback or whatever, hey, use the stout for a while and get yourself tuned back in.
It is.
So I have been playing that. So this will be interesting to me. I wanted to go back to Titans anyway.
And that's
it's
what
more
I've
fun.
Played.
I like to cut.
Yeah.
I like to play with the wind. So, there has been some discussion about how the relevance
Yep.
to mobile is we have javelins and it cuts out well over half the wind.
It does.
And this is it's
Nerf
something that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
We've been talking
about
that.
I agree. I think whenever you look at an event like this where everybody's together, obviously Worlds events, matches and stuff, I mean, you guys know the game so well, but whenever I watch or we watch some of this, you learn a lot about equipment and golf balls and all those different things, and you take away and you adjust because the javelin in this is the dominant ball without question.
It truly is, and it's funny watching the earlier Golden Tee World Championship. The first one and the qualifying leading up to that first one. No one hardly played the javelin.
Agreed.
It's one of those things.
No, once you learned how to, it was kind of like the stout, to be honest. That ball or the breeze sat idle for years.
No one had a clue.
And then somebody grabbed it.
Was it Paul Taylor?
I think it was Paul Taylor, a current world champion.
Yep.
And then, like everything else in this and in arcade and whatever, it's copycat.
It is.
And there you go.
This mobile community is huge on sharing shots. I mean, we just, here's what this ball does in this situation. Here's what I've been doing when the tee box is here. Here's the pin.
I love that, by the way.
They really share a lot of it.
I love that. And obviously, the community aspect of this is something we really enjoy.
It's a close group.
Yep.
And I've been fortunate to be in both groups, arcade and mobile. And this, it's not a good swipe from Rick. That's the first kind of wayward swipe we've seen. It was pushed well right. It's just, I mean, there's a lot of sharing in cabinet as well, but don't think for a minute Paul Taylor was giving up that he was playing those stouts until he had played his first tournament where people didn't have a chance to learn them. Whereas, the mobile side, that would have been given up. People would have given up that info.
Yeah, it's different. It obviously a much more mature community.
This is an older community.
Yeah.
Yep.
But and even a game-wise too, you have a mature game in the arcade, and this one, I make the arcade for people sound sophomoric. That not the intent.
I get,
although any given day, right?
That's a good shot. He's going to have a clean look here. That's beautiful. That's really pretty. He's going to probably hit this 3-wood and just crush. That's a good shot. It's hard. It is hard to land that little island without landing in that mulch. And if you're in the mulch, it's automatic grabber. I mean, Ranger rather. And then who the frick knows where that ball's going to go.
And then you're just hanging on. Again, that's emergency option only.
Rick's going to point this. I've only made 2 predictions. This is my number 2. I did call Tony Johnson's hole in one, maybe, or no, it was
I
Riley's.
called a Tony one.
Yeah, called Riley's. I'm going to call points here for Rick.
Well, it's a nice look at a shot. Could kind of find your line, let it roll up. It's going to kick way right.
It will
as soon as it lands.
And he's playing for it. So, yeah, that's just short of points. That's about 9-footer, 8-footer. Good shot from Rick. Continuing. Andy Coleman in the back control room. Does Rick have one more 9, or is this it? I mean, yeah, which is it? Andy's scrambling now to find me that information.
That's all good. Now,
actually, I think I can look that up.
Now, this hole, Kevin and I talked about it, this hole eats at my soul because we had a bug in the arcade version that would pop up, I mean, one every tens of thousands of rounds. When you landed on any material in this, it would be an unplayable lie, so it would nuke your round.
Oh, okay.
This was years ago. And it was this, I mean, the bug was 20 years old, and it somehow surfaced on this hole. It was Mayfield, right? And they found it and unearthed it. But that damn hole, talking about PTSD.
Kill your rounds.
Oh, yeah. It gives me PTSD because I remember man, it was tough to track down, but they did.
I don't remember that ever happened. And I played Mayfield.
Oh, that's in the QA process, the hardest thing when something's happening with some sort of memory leak, like just X one time every 2, 3, 4,000 rounds. I mean, can be really challenging to find.
I remember on this hole, I think I hit mine 47%, maybe 46.5-ish. I was worried about leaving that short because that's a very, very uncomfortable chip. I mean, you can see that green is right 11. If you leave this short, it is a tough chip to make.
Yeah.
So let's see if Rick aggressively goes after this, where he's trying to hole it with maybe 46%. His battery's dying, but he's only got 2 more holes to play. And this is the end of his qualifying. So I looked him up. This is his 10th course. He's at 13.67 under right now on his average, which puts him firmly in the top 10.
This is just an uncomfortable shot. Just
can be. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
He did play to hole it. Hit that 43%. I don't know where I did my math wrong there. 42. Oh, he only added 1% to that. Pretty gutsy. That's why he's Rick Copperthorne, and I'm here calling it. So let's go over a little bit of some housekeeping.
Yep.
Yeah. We are going, after Rick hits this shot and then most likely makes his putt if he doesn't hold it out, we're going to take a long break. We're going to let folks eat. We're going to let them have a drink or two. We're going to line up some bracket play. And in about 1 hour, we are going to go to the 2023 Golden Tee Mobile Tournament bracket.
That means you got work to do.
That means it'll be time to play. It'll be time to play.
I think it may be time for me to just focus on drinking exclusively.
Yes.
Which could be good.
Right. You got a big night tonight.
Oh,
a little bit of Golden Tee, watch tournament, and then go see some UFC
see some
fights. Yeah, you've got a
pretty good one. Shevchenko back.
Yeah.
Grasso.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind putting Andy Coleman's already told me I need to put my money on Grasso.
I know. He and I had a debriefing earlier.
I forgot that you can't play DraftKings or FanDuel sports betting in Vegas. You've got to actually go to a casino.
That is correct.
So hopefully I'm at one before the main event.
I think you'll be good.
So I was up one night, and Rick was on Discord. He was playing matches.
Yep.
He was 2 better going into this hole, and he aced it. And I thought Rick Copperthorne could win Worlds again because he's playing so well.
Wow.
And we saw Riley a few minutes ago hit the javelin here, just land that just a little short of the green and let it run down. Rick looking at the grabber. It's got to get to the front of this green, let it bounce down, and it does. Oh God, it's so good.
That's a great shot.
He's disappointed, but he is going to make that putt. That is an eagle. Rick Copperthorne has ended his qualifying. He's going to be better than 13.67 because that was a 15 under par. So he's going to be in the 13.7 range. Let's see where he finished up.
charge
He
up.
is done. He just moved up with that eagle to the number 5 qualifier. And look at these names. These names are the best names in Golden Tee Mobile. Chubby Cox, Matt Hansen, Scott Boyer, Tilt Nasty, Gen Z, Swiper Sniper, Muntz Beats, Duck Rubber, Whammy, Calzone.
OG's in there.
I mean, the best players in the world have played like it.
OG's.
They have absolutely played like it. So, again, I think you're going to see us here on camera momentarily.
Yep.
We're going to bid you a goodbye, and we'll be back for match play in 1 hour from now. And we're going to see how these players play after an hour break.
How you play.
I can't wait to play. I didn't play very well qualifying, but I am ready to play some match play and see how we do. But, again, we're going to have everyone's going to play at least one match. If you lose your match, you're done for the day. You'll come in tomorrow, and you'll be in the loser's side. If you win your match, you're going to play 2 matches. So you're either going to be 2-0 today, 1-1, or you're going to be 0-1. And then we'll come back tomorrow and play some more match play. So looking forward to it. We're going to put a leaderboard on your screen before we take a break. And like I told you, Chubby Cox, Matthew Hansen, Utah's finest, takes the top qualifier at 14.2, followed by Scott Boyer, St. Louis. Riley Hitchcock plants himself in at the number 3 spot, 1400. Jordan Scott.
Any surprises here? Like, what jumps out most to you here?
Nothing.
Nothing?
This is just great players that have backed it up. I will say, Muntz Beats, Nelson Wade came into Chicago this spring, I think May 5th and 6th for the Windy City Showdown. I expected Nelson Wade to play better than he played. He played pretty poorly. Silver bracket, I don't know that he won, but maybe 1 or 2 matches max. And he's one of the better players in the world. And to come in here into Worlds and play as well as he's had, he's like a top 10 qualifier right now. He's sitting at number 6. So great rebound for Nelson Wade. And then you've got some really good players in that top 10. But tell you something, Adam. When players are on stream, they've got to use an iPad. So these players that play their phone,
I was wondering.
That's going to be a wrinkle.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they do when they get up on the stream.
All right. Well, good. You've got to get ready. We've got to eat. We got lots and lots of stuff to do, so we're going to get ready for the matches. I'm going to go sit down and take a little break as well, and we'll be back. You'll get some new streamers on here. I think Kevin Lindsay, Chris Longino. You got, again, get your hard hat on and go to work.
Yeah, I got to go to work.
So we will be back here shortly from the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship.
I think I've won just about $6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.
We are back after a brief-ish break here. Golden T-Mobile World Championship. We are at FSW Arena here in Las Vegas. We did the qualifier. Good to see you again, by the way.
Yeah, you
Kevin
as
Lindsay,
well.
Adam Kramer. And now it's time for match play. So we're going to do kind of an abbreviated match play session tonight, get a couple of matches in, then come back tomorrow, get through, and crown a champion. Any observations, by the way, before we get started here? We've got Lumpy17 and John O'Shea, who we'll talk about momentarily. But from your standpoint, any observations of the qualifier?
Honestly, I'm like focused so much on just like the crowd and the energy here, but also watching the qualifiers from the back. Tony Johnson, who we started with, not placing as well as he had hoped. Jordan, I believe, in the top 5. Like a lot of typical qualifier moves where there's some shocking, not expected. People in the lead. So
all right. So let's talk a little bit about John. So John, who you see on the left, we have to give like major shout out to John. We've had some changes in the field. People drop out. John is from England and essentially decided to make this trip on a week's notice, correct?
Yep.
So guy loves us that much, loves the game that much, that here he is now on the stage competing in the Golden T-Mobile World Championship, and that's amazing. Performance be damned. There's just some things that touch me that sounded weird, but whatever, touches me.
It is Vegas after all.
However you want to think it touches me, and that's one of them. So John, cheers, buddy, and thanks again. And then Lumpy17. So what's really interesting about match play, Kevin, so we were, and by the way, the room went from like, people are starting to drink and have a good time, and people are still having a good time. But now everyone's playing their matches, and it's like church in here all of a sudden.
Now, the nice thing for us is that both of these competitors are wearing headphones, so we don't have to worry as much about what we're
piss people off here. So over to our left, Tony Johnson and Chad Shrump, a couple of OG tournament players from the cabinet side, obviously great players on the mobile side as well. So the other thing that's really interesting and unique to mobile versus the arcade, depending on where you come from, is you've got these two guys that are sitting across from each other. They're about 5 feet apart, and they're wired in. So their pace of play is a factor, right? Because both guys are just kind of off and running. I'm very curious. I know in the previous mobile worlds we were always kind of wondering, are people going to slow play this? Are people going to go through? How is that going to go? So just something to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the differences between arcade and cabinet arcade. You're playing shot for shot. With mobile, you're not really limited to that. You're on your own iPad, your own device. And so you'll see some guys take more time on certain shots than others. Get up. Oh, that's a tough shot there for O'Shea.
It is. So, yeah, I mean, it'll be very interesting to see. So it's early enough where you can bounce back.
And, although it's a unique thing with mobile, it does make it harder at times to commentate when you get some people that are that go ahead. But, we'll do our best to keep things rocking and rolling as these guys are tackling this, sort of difficult par 5 on hole 2 here.
Well, it's proving to be difficult for sure. And now we'll see kind of how they recover. I'll tell you what. Just watching just the level of skill and the way that the 1-iron, the 2-iron, the 0 hybrid, the way these clubs are being used now, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing the way the game has evolved. So, all right, so that's a tough hole there.
And Dubai is such a unique course, especially playing all 18 holes for these matches. There's some really tough shots, shots that we would almost barely make in arcade, much less with mobile. Where
Tilt Nasty was hitting some windows that I didn't think were actually windows, right? I don't know these shots, but there was some. He was hitting some shots that were truly like with confidence too, right?
I was out in the back watching it with the production guys in Gorilla here at the FSW Arena, and even watching it on the bigger screen they have for monitoring back there, I'm like, I can barely see this gap. What is this crazy shot he's hitting?
It's unbelievable. So just settle in. Again, matches tonight we're just sort of, that's the precursor tomorrow. where it will really, really heat up. And we get started here tonight. Trying to come around that side. All right. I'll tell you the other thing, too. These have been some pretty tricky looks that off the bat these guys have. Like,
yeah, I feel like especially when you get towards that back nine, the pin placement is really going to take some real effect.
Come on. Oh. Saw that a lot. Also, in terms of style, right? Like, I don't know about you. Match play is always, it's just a different beast. It's a different strategical beast. In qualifier, you're just trying to drop a number. In this, you're just trying to strategically maneuver around whatever setup you have, right? So, well, that's actually a pretty decent break.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse.
That could have been rough for Lumpy. So nerves maybe getting in the way a little bit, understandably.
Yeah, and we mentioned it before, but this arena is such a unique space for the Mobile World Championship because you have tables on the left here, you've got the stands back there as well where people are sitting and playing. And even though it's a smaller room, it's, you know, having this stream matches on, or excuse me, actually in the ring, it puts like an extra focus on these guys.
For sure.
Even with how quiet it is.
And it is quiet right now. Everybody's busy. It's just because people are doing stuff. It has not been this quiet. It's gotten increasingly loud up until right now.
Yeah, the old adage of you can hear a pin drop. You could definitely hear that now.
Chad Schrump and Chris Longino, who you guys will hear from here in a bit, are actually both playing right now. So we'll see how we'll get them on here.
Yeah, and those guys are loud, you know, boisterous personalities.
Yeah,
so
Chris is going to break down these walls, man.
Well, once he gets his Paul Heyman on in the ring for announcements tomorrow for matches, you know, he'll be right in his element.
Yeah, we're going to have to body slam somebody at some point.
See,
through a table.
Now you're getting in.
Post event, it'll be the celebration.
I'm willing to sacrifice my body to go through a table for the entertainment of the viewers.
Nice of you. That's very nice. So this got pretty good lined. Wow. Sean Rangel, shout out.
Oh, thank you, sir.
So, coming into this UFC event pretty hot.
Oh, have we talked about this?
Oh, no, not yet. Just alluding to it right now. All right, so here we go. Settling in here to the round, just hole 6. Kind of taking their time. Deliberate, as we'll say.
Just waiting for one of the wrestlers to accidentally walk in, just, you know, not realizing there's an event going on. Go, hey!
It's like a wrestling match.
Oh, look at
good shot.
You know, and we talked up a lot during qualifying, like the great shot points, because it can be a deciding factor when it comes to those qualifying scores and the spots in there. But the more you hit those in match play, the tougher it gets because you're like, damn, I'm only a couple of feet away or a couple inches from potentially winning my match.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's there's been a lot of close calls, a lot of burning. That's a good shot. I was talking to Schrump a little bit about putting and kind of where his threshold is of comfort. And he says anything 40 feet and up, it's like it kind of raises
Gets a little
attention.
dicey.
Yeah. Sit. There you go. Feels like John has settled in nicely. Probably a little bit wobbly.
I heard he had a long couple of days of flights to get out here.
It's a long flight, man. I mean, that's a tack on a couple more hours just, you know, wherever you come from to get to Vegas. That is but we are thrilled to have him.
Talk about a time change for us from Chicago to Vegas.
God.
All right, so interesting note, by the way, O'Shea is -7 going into hole 8. the tough but drivable par 4. Meanwhile, Lumpy is -7 on hole 6, the non-drivable par 4.
Yep.
So a little bit of a stroke difference.
Oh, that's got to come. That's got to. No,
Oh,
that's good.
That was
Great
a beautiful
shot.
shot. That hooked
Boy,
a lot
though,
more at the end.
Yeah, he started that thing.
And that's not one. That's
a
not a
great
hole
shot.
you want to mess with.
No, but that's a really nice shot. So outside of that kind of miscue here, see Lumpy kind of taking his time.
He's going for that short 1-iron with the sniper. It's one of the Chad Trump favorites.
All the cool kids are doing it.
Well, my friend, you and I are not cool.
No.
We're not good at those shots.
That's got to stay in the fairway. It does.
Oh.
Dangerous game.
Yeah.
Now, these chips in a match are a little bit different than they are when you're sitting on your couch.
Yeah, and it's tough, too, because these guys have the big screen that they could take a look at. But you don't know, are these guys looking to see what their opponent's shooting? Is it
Sure.
Do they care as much?
These guys have not looked up at all, I don't believe.
No, I don't think so either.
And I think that's probably how I would be. Oof, okay. A head shake. We've seen a bunch of those today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for us, we'll have to keep our scoring in line, but that's a drop shot, and that kind of changes the scope of this year quite a bit.
Oh.
Wow.
That had such a beautiful line.
I mean, that's almost puttable.
With the Ranger?
With the Ranger?
You just have to account for probably that little
Yeah,
lip.
maybe not. Might
but
be
honestly,
a little far.
you could putt it left and take that out of play. I think that's
I think this.
Or the chipper is a good option too. Oh, that's a beautiful chip there for
big,
O'Shea. He needed that. All right, so 11 after 9. Now that's interesting too because a couple of big shots for Lumpy.
So now they kind of gathered themselves and took inventory. Where are we?
Just threading those trees on hole 10. It must be a good player thing.
It is. They make it look just so easy. Now, this is a good look for John here on the left. These are the kind of looks that we've been seeing guys make all day or give a run to all day. Just a little bit right. I like the line a lot. Just a little firm.
Little fur?
What's that?
Little fur?
Oh, I said firm. There was a.
Oh, I thought you were saying far. And
far firm.
All I heard
Ooh,
was
water
the.
ball, by the way.
I heard the fur, so I thought you were just,
I got you now. Sorry, I got to keep up. It's been a long day. Now, this is an interesting shot here for Lumpy. Got wet. That's a great putt.
I like that. That was very.
I know it's a disappointing outcome, but that's a great save there.
Now, the interesting thing about that is that if Lumpy gets the eagle here on 9, he does tie with O'Shea going into that back 9.
Yep.
Which is the other thing, for anybody who's been in any kind of match play, whether it's, Golden Tee Arcade, Golden Tee Mobile, or any other esport, it's why people always say you can't let your mistakes get the best of you. And we've all been there. I've done it for 25 years of playing all kinds of Golden Tee. you make a bad shot, especially one you thought you had, and it could potentially derail you in a match. And to John's credit here, he's had a couple of mistakes, and he's played them off very well, and
I mean,
he's been rolling with them.
We even saw with, like Tilton Massey, Riley, again, one mistake turned into two turned into three. He qualified great, but he looked like a shoo-in as a top qualifier. And it's very, very easy to let these things, to let them add up. Great putt there again. Wow.
I was just going to say, wow, that you talk about like Schrump's kind of like 40, 45 foot and more. With that being 54, it's a little, it starts to get a little dicey, but now you're seeing those scores start to stack up.
It's definitely, and also in terms of pacing now, you're starting to see a little bit of a gap, right? Like, we'll see what happens here. Does John speed up? Does he slow down? Does he keep the same? I think he's got a good rhythm going. He's probably just going to do his thing.
Yeah, I think for him, he keeps the pace of play he has. He's in his comfort zone. And then, frankly, it kind of turns it to lumpy, because if you see your opponent kind of staring at you, you're like, oh, shoot, like I'm behind.
Yeah.
And it may or may not put, some kind of pressure on him.
I would agree. I think for this, whatever, if you get down the last couple of holes, you got to take inventory, I think, of where you are. Hole 18 or hole 17, not knowing.
Oh, what happened there?
Uh-oh. It looked like he clipped a tree, and unfortunately,
Yeah. Oh.
Interesting. I don't know if that's going to... I don't think so.
I'd almost want to hit the Ranger out of this.
Yeah. Is that going to get up and over? It did.
I mean, that's going to be a tough par to swallow for him. But it could have been a lot worse. That was setting up. That was trending to be a lot worse.
I'd like to see that just barely clips. It's a bad break. It's not a great shot, and then a bad break just to land up right on the wall there.
Yeah, because even if he had a foot or two, he might be able to swing a Ranger ball in and still putt in for birdie. But that is tough. Oh,
wow.
Lumpy with the hole-in-one.
Lumpy with the hole-in-one. Come on back.
Yeah, for a shot like that where you got to really play, in your head, do I cut the wind? Do I put backspin on it? Do I just use the sniper? That was a good approach there for the whole 14 par 3 for O'Shea.
I was told that Uper and Boogeyman tied and have another match.
Wow. By the way, Lumpy with the water ball on 12. Drivable par 4. It's important, really important chip for him here.
We saw him putt in from the rock.
Wow. He needed that. That looked like it was barely making it.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, it just kept going.
I get to the trees there. Oh, that was a beautiful shot by O'Shea. You see Lumpy looking at the Titantron here. kind of getting a lay of the land.
Glasses off.
So
engaged.
He's got a par 4, a par 3. So these guys, as of right now, if my math is correct,
which probably isn't.
It's not actually.
Okay.
Because he's got 13, 14, and 15. So these next couple of holes are going to be really pivotal for.
And there's some really interesting holes, obviously, in the back stretch of this course.
Yeah. And you're looking at one here on the left side of the screen with John O'Shea going into 16. Big 15-mile-an-hour headwind. A lot of green to play with, though.
Yeah, I like this.
Oh, and that was a rough shot for Lumpy there. Going to put him in birdie pace on this par 4.
Oh,
wow.
So he had enough depth. Oh, sit. Oh, no.
Trying to get an update here on the whammy shrimp match. Saw these guys hugging it out over here.
That was a quick match. All right, so we got a lot of kind of strokes changing hands here.
This is a really nice setup, even with that big wind, especially if you use the jazz there.
All right, so he's lining this up.
All right, so we got our update on the whammy and shrimp match, and it sounds like Shrimp unfortunately lost by 1 stroke to the 2021, the inaugural Golden T-Mobile champ, Tony Johnson. But that's a great match.
That's a evil round 1 match is what that is.
And you said he called that on commentary, too.
Oh, yeah, he could see his fate being decided.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That was a beautiful hole out by Lumpy there. And he needed that too for the eagle. So that
wow.
That is beautiful. All right, this is kind of I'm really digging this look on 18 for these guys. Pin right in the middle. You can't get too aggressive, but you at least have a decent amount of green beforehand to lay up on. Get a nice little eagle putt in. But O'Shea also knows that he's running out of
good line.
room. Oh!
Wow.
Almost hitting the ultra shot there.
Good shot. All right, so that's going to be an eagle.
All right, now Lumpy is potentially going for the 1 iron.
I know.
Sniper. But also he's looking at the leaderboard here to see if he's got what he's got to work with.
All right, so we go to.
So based on what we saw with O'Shea, if Lumpy makes his birdie here, he should be up 2 going into hole 15 based on where O'Shea finished. But again, tough setup there on 16, the drivable par 4.
Yeah, there's some work to be done. Without question. I like this play, by the way. I think
it's the smarter way.
That's smart. All right. So is it 2?
Yep.
So again, this is the part of the match that's really interesting. John is sitting across from him, just watching the big screen here. Lumpy now trying to make it happen. we've seen players go down a level too. We've seen a couple of different shots here.
Yeah. Well, if you go down a level 2, you come in with one of the hybrids.
Yep.
You could take some of those top tree limbs, tree branches out of the way. And for those of you just joining us, this is Lumpy finishing up his match as John O'Shea has already finished. It's tough to gauge who has more nerves in this situation. Is it John, who's already done and he's watching, or is it Lumpy, who knows that he has a potential stroke advantage on John here?
Yeah. So just a little housekeeping. After this match, Kevin and I will exit stage right.
We'll put some people through some tables.
Chad and Gino will be coming on in.
Good luck to everybody who likes the quiet while playing with those two loud gentlemen.
I'll tell it how it is.
Oh, yeah.
Very interesting shot. There's a couple of big shots coming up, but this is a doozy here. Speaking of Gino, Clemson up 7-0 on Florida Atlantic. Which probably is going to be a lot more here shortly. Big shot. It's a good shot. Now this is the kind of putt, though, Kevin, that it's tricky. Now it's a little different in mobile because you're able to redirect your golfer like this. But it's still, even though it's not a long putt, it's still a putt that requires,
Once you get past like a left 5 or right 5, it really changes the difficulty of the putt. You see a look on his face. He's like,
all right. Again, where did John finish?
I was just trying to remember that myself.
We'll get some scoring.
I was so focused on what Lumpy was doing.
Oh, it's tricky. Good opportunity here.
Yeah, this could be the match clincher, essentially.
Good shot.
That camera angle threw me off for a second. So I believe John O'Shea finished with a 22 under.
Well, this is a hugely important shot then, obviously. So essentially we're looking at a situation where if he sticks the green, he most likely wins.
Mm-hmm.
shot. Great shot. Great putt.
Tough loss there for O'Shea. Now his evening is over, but his match play is not, as he'll come back tomorrow morning. And that was one thing I want to mention as this match finishes up. For those of you that are just joining, everyone is playing at least one match. If you win, you will play more. If you lose, you're just going to have the one match for the evening.
Yeah, so we got one more match to go. So we saw Lumpy obviously prevail in that match. We'll have another round here. We are going to change out. We're going to bring in Mr. Gino and Chad Schrump, and we will talk to you guys soon live from the Golden T-Mobile World Championship.
I think I've won just about $6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.
And we're back here at the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship alongside the voice of Golden Tee Mobile, Chad Trump. I am Chris Longino, and we're happy to bring you the third edition of our Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. Qualifying now under wraps now. We're getting ready. We're in match play right now. Some guys have already played. We're getting ready to see some more matches tonight. Chad Trump, what a day.
It's been a fun one. We've seen the elite players play like elite players. The top 10 in qualifying was zero surprise whatsoever. You get your Riley Hitchcocks, Whammies, Jordan Scott, Gen Z, Rick Copperthorne. They all did very well. Chubby Cox, Matt Hansen. And
top qualifier, right?
They just, Hansen was. He finished 14-2, I think, and Boyer was number 2. Scott Boyer. All the names we talk about, and they have shown up, and they're showing out. I just played Whammy in our first match. I shot pretty well. Whammy just shot a one better. I mean, Whammy shoots 29 under, wins by 1. And what do you expect out of the 2021 World Champ? I mean, that's what he does.
No, he's and one of the best in the game. And we got a lot of names to talk about today. You know, a lot of these great players. We're getting ready to tee up another match here, as you see on the screen here. Scott Boyer,
yes,
a mainstay in tournament play here in Golden Tee Mobile. He'll take on. Is that Michael Middleton?
That's Micah, and he's also a mainstay in live bracket play. This is a very interesting match. This is the 14-3 seed. This is a 12-5 kind of deal in NCAA tournament where the 5 is a little worried about that 12.
Yes.
Because Micah live is unfazed. He doesn't shake. He plays super well under pressure. So I am extremely excited to see how this goes because Scott Boyer, same deal. He loves it. Scott Boyer. That's Micah right there on the screen as you're looking at him talking to Scott. They're getting ready to play. Now, Scott is a monster when it comes to this kind of stuff. He eats it up.
Potentially one of the 3 best live tournament players I know in this room right now. I expect him to be in the conversation on Sunday.
I think this match will be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, Syracuse didn't really like playing Vermont all that much.
They really did not.
And so there could be some fireworks here. Micah knows he's capable. Scott knows he's at the top of his game. Now, I do have not inside information. It's just information, but he did not have his first round. His first round was not his best round.
Yeah.
He could shoot on Royal Dubai.
Yep.
I think he's awake now. All right. I think he knew he had a softball for the first match. Micah needs his full attention right now.
So I think we have some technical stuff we're trying to get through with these 2 incredible technologies devices still showing John O'Shea versus Lumpy on their screens, I believe. Kind of waiting for that to get clear. Here in Las Vegas, Nevada, our 3rd World Championship.
We were just here a couple months ago, man. We're back.
I know. You and I are back.
We're back. And we're here at the FSW Arena here, just on the other side of Harry Reid Airport here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, it's really close to the airport. I felt like I was driving by the airport for a good 5 minutes on the way to this arena.
The majority of my Uber was by an airport today, so these guys are getting ready to. So we have 5 courses. We have Rustic Bridge. We have Royal Dubai. We have Mayfield. We have Bonnie Moore.
Yep.
And
Cape Haven.
Yep.
Those are the 5 newest releases on the mobile side, and that's this entire tournament. You will see those 5.
Micah, let's call Micah plus 250.
I don't think it's that bad at all.
Oh, really?
No, it's not. I'm not kidding
So
when I tell
plus
you.
180?
Scott Boyer is not happy to see Micah Middleton in round number 2. I promise you. I promise you.
All right.
Micah does not show pressure, does not show nerves, and he will play. And he's an iPad vet. He is steady under pressure.
So what course would benefit him the most right now?
Not Cape Haven.
Not Cape Haven.
Now, if this was Cape Haven, I think he would be in some trouble. I'm not sure what they are playing here in round number 2. We'll find out. If it is Cape, I might move that up to maybe plus 200 to Boyer. But if it's something like Mayfield, something like it won't be Royal, we know that. But if it's Bonnie Moore, I can see Micah having a better opportunity. Andy Coleman from Incredible Technologies is checking out these devices here shortly to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, Gino and I will fill. I am looking at the YouTube screen right now and see Jesus involved with the stream.
I'm not looking for that. I was fortunate enough to get a little bit of a data dump from as the man I call the most important man in Golden Tee Mobile, Joel Wilburn, who is, I swear, every time I ask him for something, he can deliver it to the umpteenth degree. He's somebody I'm very happy to have around.
I've got an updated bracket right here I can go through if you want.
No, I'm looking up some Micah Middleton stats. I have those.
Nice.
I have those.
So I will tell you this. I want to show these scores here. So Chubby Cox dispatched of Stromboli in round number 1. He moves on to a very appetizing round number 2 matchup. Chubby Cox versus Barrett Detterman. That would have been very streamable. Whammy versus Calzone both moved to round number 2.
I will tell you, who's Barrett playing?
Barrett is playing Chubby Cox.
Okay, so those are both first-round winners. And by the way,
Generation Z shot 30 under round 1.
Watch out, Jordan.
I'm telling you,
Barrett,
dude.
if you would have gone by his body language in the qualifier, there was problems.
Except there wasn't. He was mad. He wasn't holding out. That's what the problem was.
Yeah, I said as we have been able to. If you can see the arena here, we have some bleachers, and I said about 4 south of Barrett Detterman, and he was not. It didn't seem like he was happy what was going on, but he was, I guess, just shooting par, or just getting close to the hole, not getting in the hole.
You got Swiper Sniper. Rick Coppathorn will take on Lance Martin. Upsets Moneyball round number 1. You've got Scott Boyer, Micah Middleton. They'll be here, obviously momentarily. Both players saddling up to the table. Duck Rubber defeated Mikey Moats with a 30 under par. He'll play Lumpy 17. Riley Hitchcock wins by 11 over Conky B. He faces Mark Duchesne, who knocks off Sammy Sofa. And Muntz beats a one-stroke win over Bogeyman, who upsets Ian Hughes. So those are your round 2 matchups.
So we're getting ready to get this started as they are off and running on Bonnie Moore, as we see on the first hole here. Here is Scott Boyer from St. Louis, Missouri, right, Chad?
He is in St. Louis.
St. Louis,
absolutely.
Missouri. All right, he is as we've talked about many times on podcast and on live streams, he's ready. He is for the moment. He is built for playing in front of people, when the pressure is on. This is what
Micah started, or is he warming up? I'm not sure if he has started.
Micah's on the second hole.
I see that, but I don't know if he was on campaign or what. It looks like he has started his match.
Yeah, he is on the second hole.
So Micah Middleton from the fairway on 2, Scott Boyer from the fairway on 1, both hole out looks.
So Boyer is in now his 6th consecutive season of the Golden Tee Mobile League. If you're listening to this or watching this and you haven't found out how to be a part of Golden Tee Mobile League, beautiful shot too.
Yeah, that was a good. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. The swipe was perfect. He is not showing nerves early. Let's see how Scott Boyer does.
And this has to be some form of the stinger shot, whether it be a javelin in the form of a sniper. This first hole has to include that, right, Chad?
Uh-oh. Whoa. That was close, brother.
Micah probably clinched a little bit. He probably didn't feel that great. I would say his body language is at his ultimate attention.
He is one of the faster players in all of Golden Tee Mobile. So he will be done well before Scott. Not to mention, he started before Scott. So Micah with a 6-wood javelin look. Does not take long to think about his shot. He's going to let this thing fly. You just want to get it past that first cut there, that false front, and it does play as a false front. Just past the cup. That's a safe shot. He's in. Still clean. Big shot for Scott Boyer. A chance to take a one-stroke lead through 2. This is a real scoreable opportunity for Scott Boyer. Stinger, javelin.
big opportunity right
That's
here.
straight
Chad.
as an arrow.
And it's in.
Oh, he left it short.
It was just short.
He does not do that very often. He does not do that very often. That was a break for Micah. Now, interesting, Micah has landed this all the way down in that landing area where he has to use a Ranger. Now, he's got a good look. This might catch a little bit of debris here and take off a little distance. So if I was Micah, I'd hit this almost 100%. He doesn't. He hits at 98, so he's got a long putt. Left 2, and he's in. Beautiful putt from Middleton. Scott Boyer to this par 3 that Micah almost put in the back sand trap. See if Scott judges this a little better.
Ooh.
He does. Whew. Both players.
A little sweat right there, Chad.
Yeah, both players didn't shoot their best shot on that par 3. Micah with an orbit opportunity. It's not going to come back enough, but that was a good shot. Scott Boyer, this is a huge test for him as he plays Micah Middleton. If he gets past Micah, he is 2-0, might have one more match to play tonight, would be in the catbird seat.
How would you judge Micah as a stinger player? For a guy that, this game requires these stinger kind of shots.
It's not his strength. I'll say that. It's not his strength. He's not terrible at it. It's just if you were to ask Micah, he would tell you that that's one of the things that he wouldn't define as one of his strengths. Scott Boyer, on the other hand, is great at it.
Very seasoned player that Scott Boyer is. We've
Yes.
seen him for a while now.
He is staring this.
What do you think about Scott Boyer playing with earbuds versus Micah not caring? He is okay with it.
He's fine. I don't think Micah plays with volume on. So I don't think that he needs to hear anything. I don't think he needs to have the sound effects of the game. Like, I like to have the sound of the game on because sometimes you'll catch yourself with the wrong ball. Different balls make different sounds.
Yeah.
So if I don't hear a certain sound, I realize I don't have the right ball on, and I've caught myself a few times. I'm sure others have as well. Here's Boyer, and that kicks to the right. Good shot.
Well, I mean, just
Middleton birdies a very difficult 8th-hole par 5. That will be one of those holes where you eagle 8.
Micah's going to be done by the time Scott's on.
He's one of the fastest players in the world.
Wow.
Not going to wait on somebody. He's not going to let someone dictate the pace on him. He's going to play his game.
Would it do him better if he took more time?
I don't know. His strategy's been great. His strategy has been great over the years.
Well, I guess.
I think any time that you can play your game and not let someone dictate how you're going to play, that's at your advantage.
It's a good thing, but I mean, I guess I don't know. Micah is a silver player for the most part, silver and bronze player. He interchanges the both.
Yep.
So being slower maybe get him to the goal? I don't know. That's just speculation.
I don't think so. I'll say it again. Micah likes to play fast.
No,
he doesn't let nerves get him.
Yeah.
He's won a Windy City Showdown Silver Division Championship. He is one of those players that doesn't typically lose head-to-head live. So I just think if you're Micah, you just play your way. And he's all over the cup. I mean, he's clean, except for 8. That wasn't really an eagleable hole unless you chip in. So.
Over here to the Bonnie Moore backside, Micah is on now at the 11th hole. Brings back some fun cabinet memories. It really does when I watch Bonnie Moore, even on mobile.
Love it. Probably my second favorite course of all time.
What's number 1?
I liked Rustic a lot, man.
Okay.
Oh, look at Boyer. Holes out to par 4.
And it would be easy for Micah to look up at the screen up there. And we have a screen for these guys to see. It would be very easy for him to look at that. And he is choosing not to.
He's just going to keep playing his game. And I haven't seen Scott Boyer look up one time.
No, Scott's playing his game.
Methodical.
AirPods in.
Yep. Micah's already 5 holes ahead.
I'll be frank and tell you that he complained about being a little hungover today. And somehow still was the second qualifier.
Yep.
Another guy that body language was not reading right when they were,
Uh-oh.
I guess that's just kind of normal.
Yeah.
But When I sighed during the shot earlier, they looked at me and said, "Gino, you look like a guy that thinks they're supposed to be good at this game." And I'm like, man, no, I don't expect to. I don't expect to double bogey the first hole either. And I did it twice today. So
well, you haven't played in a while. All right, Micah with his. That's going to be a Ranger putt. If I'm Micah, that's just a Ranger. It is. There's the yellow ball come out. Nice and straight shot.
It's the toughest par 5 in Golden Tee Mobile right there, that Bonnie Moore number 8.
Yeah, I mean, this is not – you can't get there.
It's
a chip.
Yeah, it's the most non-guaranteed eagle there is, right?
It's one of.
Do you have
if it's
one?
not if it's not the most, it's the second most. I'm trying to think off. Like sometimes, what is it? 15 could play really long. I'm trying to remember which hole it is. Vegas has done its thing on me, but
or maybe 16 of Bonnie Moore also. 16 Bonnie. Earlier I had to play.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
16 of Bonnie Moore. That was a driver. It's been common, I think, in the room today. Actually, been driver to that hole.
This is a huge shot for Scott Boyer. He could take essentially a 2-stroke lead through the 8th hole.
Now I do know the numbers a little bit in Golden Tee Mobile. I would but I would believe Micah's on a 27 pace right now. So
it's a 15 under back, 14 under front.
Assuming 2 is there.
Boy, Micah about made a huge mistake there. Boyer, that was well right. He's going to have
but he got it.
Oh, look at Micah with that big one.
That was a tester. Micah did it. Nice.
Scott, that's pretty much straight up the hill. That's in. Micah slowing down, taking a look at what he wants to do on shot number 2. You don't see him often do that. Maybe trying to calm some potential nerves. I do like that once he figures out the shot in his head, he's just going to hit it. Doesn't second guess himself. He's going to be done here shortly and be able to watch the rest of this match on the big screen.
So I'd like to remind everybody here right now that's playing right now is playing their second match that has won their first match.
Correct. Oh, look at that. Another nice shot by Scott Boyer. He's on it.
He's dialed in.
Yep, he's on it. So make no mistake, and I'm not saying this because Scott has one hole out to Micah's none. He was the favorite. I just don't think he was as big as favorite as I would expect some people to think maybe he is. He's playing a guy that is pretty battle-tested in live tournaments, and obviously Scott is as well. But you're not playing someone that gets nervous, and this will be a long hole. This is what we just talked about, 16. This is going to be a Ranger. I don't know if you can or not. This is 16 in the face. That's as diabolical as it sets up.
It's not happening. Sorry, I don't mean to be that frank, but that's a lot happening right there with that shot. And
so I was talking about it's rare that you can't get here in 2, but this was a setup, even though it runs way down there.
Oh, wow.
And it runs a long way. That's downhill hard.
And it's a beautiful little chipper opportunity.
This might be the match for Micah. This is a chance to get a stroke back if he can make this chip.
How important is this shot right now? Micah Middleton with a chip for eagle. We don't know if Scott's going to be able to make this or not. We do know Scott has a hole-in-one right now.
Oh, Scott just made another.
Out. So Micah's very clear.
Micah knows he needs to make this. He's hurt. He missed it left.
Right.
So right now, a 2-stroke lead for Scott Boyer through the 10th hole. Micah did not hole out.
Yeah.
Scott Boyer has 2 hole outs.
So in Micah's mind, he has to think he might be down 2. He's playing this match so far ahead. So we don't know what will happen until Scott gets there.
Scott, that needs to there's a chance for Micah to get one back. That was an unforced error. He went to the longest part of the green and didn't quite get it there. So a chance for Micah to get one back, but I would expect Scott to make this, to be honest. Micah already on 18. Scott on hole 11 with a huge chip to save GT par. This would be an eagle chip while Micah pulls back. Ooh, that's long. Micah gets one back. Micah makes the green. No, he does not. This is not. Here's the problem with the Ranger here, Chris. This hops.
I had this earlier.
This hops. He can't hit this very hard. It hops.
I had this earlier. I played a chipper, and it was wrong.
There he goes. He makes that. Yep, he barely hit that. He's put a number up.
If Scott wanted to look up right now, he can see the score and knows what he has to be. But Scott is on a great pace right now.
He really is. He's on a one better pace.
Yeah.
And only one better because 8 wasn't there. Otherwise, he'd be 2 better.
Yeah.
No, he messed up, and he messed up 11. That's why he's 1 better right now. Boyer going with a sniper.
Oh, Micah, thank God he waited until after the shot to do that. As we're in this little ring right here, and all right, let's just say good for Scott to stay in the moment right there. He didn't take much time with that. Oh hell, I mean, Micah just shook the ring right there, and he.
I didn't even see what Micah did.
Yeah, Micah shook the ring. He just started bouncing up and down. You know, it's a canvas right there. It's a wrestling ring, and he just some kind of fun. Micah's going to sit back, watch the rest of this match, hopes that a 26 can carry.
This will get there all day long. You might want to take a little bit off this, actually. It's a very strong 13 wind. Probably going to hit this about 98%, 97.
Ooh. All right. Required. Does he go Ranger? Of course he goes Ranger. You have to go Ranger.
You should.
You don't have to. I mean, it's going to get to the point, but
this left 8's. I mean, he'll make this,
wow,
but this is not the greatest.
A couple clicks into it and got it.
Yep. Scott Boyer just
done.
Settled in.
Looking to go to the top 8 of the winner side of the Golden T-Mobile World Championship.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of the loser side in the morning tomorrow. I think the tournament director's trying to get some players. If you win, they want you to play 3 matches tonight.
Yeah.
Once you've lost, you're done.
Who you got tomorrow?
Matt Shulkin.
Okay.
My good buddy, Matt.
All right. I got your other good buddy.
Who's that?
Jason Jumps.
That is one of my buddies.
Should I go to bed early tonight to psych up for that, or?
Enjoy Vegas. You're not here very long.
Okay, all right.
I got my sleep last night. Scott Boyer. Right now thinking, does that 4-iron get over all that, get me onto the green and let it release? That's what he's thinking about right now. This barely makes it.
And if you should notice with Scott, as he hits his shot, he's taking a lot of time with this, so he thinks he. Oh no!
Yeah, I didn't like that. It barely gets on there.
Got through. All right, got yourself a putt. That's what matters there.
Yep.
You know,
the 9-wood clears easily.
What would you call the prop that Scott is using right now? What would you call that? It's a stand of some kind. It looks like it's a cushioned stand.
Yeah, he sets it in the. There's some meat to it, and he puts his kind of wraps his legs around that and sets that in his lap.
I used to see that a lot, but when they first started doing that tournament in St. Louis that we had, he was the one guy that used the stand that IT gave him, and he just kept, he went with that.
So Boyer is just now realizing too, he's not going to be able to get there in 2.
Now
he's going to try to do the same thing Micah did and give himself. Torpedo's a no-go here. You have to hit Ranger. He will try to give himself a shot. Does this go in the sand trap? No, this will kick left.
No, it's going to. Ooh.
He's fine.
What a position, though.
Yeah, he's going to have a straight chip. This should be almost straight.
Ooh.
He very well could.
Very well done.
Yeah,
right now it's a 2-stroke advantage, too. So.
This is a huge shot for Scott Boyer. He makes this, it's going to be very difficult for Micah to figure this one out. I think Micah knows that. That's why Micah's intently looking at this screen.
Wow. Got to take
Scott
wind
Boyer
into effect and all that.
Scott Boyer can put a stranglehold on this match right here. How are the nerves? Can you swipe it straight?
This will seal it.
I don't know that he really needs a Ranger here either. He could easily use the
That was a post
javelin.
question. I was going to ask you after the chip, but
he doesn't have to use the Ranger.
I used the javelin a lot today.
He missed it.
He must be more comfortable with the Ranger. Chad chipping javelin right there. That's typically a lot of good players would mostly do that.
Yeah, I think he wanted it to run a little bit, and he's probably worried about how much that javelin's going to run out from there.
Happy to take a birdie. And by the way, now is a one-stroke advantage.
One-stroke lead.
Remember, you have to eagle there to keep that 2.
A birdie eagle finish, and Scott Boyer moves on. A birdie finish, they will play another back 9. And quite frankly, 18 was pretty easy. 17's not bad either. Scott just needs to get this on the green and make his putt. Uh-oh.
Oh, well, that's...
Uh-oh.
Oh, God, that was so close, Chad.
Uh-oh.
Chad, that was so close.
Uh-oh. We've got some interesting shots coming up. Now, is this going to be a Ranger chipper? I don't think you want to putt this. You can putt it, but it's a difficult shot. This is right 8. This is the this is the match. This is the match.
So hard.
A 3-yard chipper.
This is so hard with these short chips.
Oh, what a chip.
Nails it.
Clutch as can be, and Micah knows that is going to be tough to come back from because 18 was pretty easy.
Needs a miscue from Booyer right now. Needs a miscue.
The miscue was the last hole, and he didn't he still ended up making a birdie. But that wasn't the greatest shot for Scott. That was a huge win. It blew that 4-iron. I don't see Scott screwing this up, but you never know. It's a world championship.
It's got a lot into it right now. It should be good.
Well, that line looks good. Look at that.
Excellent.
That's an uphill putt for the win.
Shot.
And there it is. Scott Boyer has defeated Micah Middleton. A 27-26 win on Bonnie Moore. The kind of match I expected from Micah. He put the pressure on. He played his game.
No, a solid game from Scott Boyer. Honestly, when it comes to this tournament stuff, Golden Tee's pretty easy for Scott Boyer right now.
Yeah. Micah put the pressure on Scott, in my opinion. He was done. Scott knew he had to make the shots. Gets to 17. Let that 4-iron blow too far to the left. Leaves himself in the heavy stuff, and he had to hit a very, very delicate Ranger chipper. That was not an easy shot. It was a 3-yard shot uphill from the junk in the second round of a world championship, and he stuck it, and he wins this match. But Scott Boyer does what Scott Boyer does, and that's win live tournament matches.
Clutch.
Yep.
He has that clutch gene in him, as for sure. We'll be talking about him a lot tomorrow.
Yes, we will. I think we're going to go take a break. Be back in a few minutes. We'll have another match in the ring. We will have 2 winners battling it out when we get back. So we will see you momentarily.
I think I've won just about $6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.
Back at FSW Arena, I'm Chad Trump along with Chris Longino, and we have an absolute treat here in round number 3. This is a potential world championship match that we get in round 3. This is Matt Hansen, Chubby Cox against our 2021 world champion, Tony Johnson, a.k.a. Whammy.
This is a Clash of Titans right here, Chad. These are two of the best in the game, getting ready to square off and honestly give themselves a supreme advantage in the tournament. If you think about this, I mean, this is to go to the Final Four of the winner's side, be guaranteed 5th, 6th, no matter what, when you leave here.
And we're going to play Rustic Bridge.
And you don't have to go through the gauntlet that is the loser's side. Somebody's got to come out on this side of the match and has to be on the loser's side of the bracket. This is going to be interesting. I'm excited to see this match, Chad.
Both of these guys 2-0. This will be their last match of the day regardless. It doesn't matter who wins. Neither will play another. And both these players doing exactly what we expected them to do. Two absolutely fantastic people. Two of my favorites, quite frankly, and two of the best players in the world. Tony is going to catch limbs.
So, Chad, talk us Rustic Bridge front 9. Rustic Bridge front 9. It's all important. Try to get this eagle in this first hole, right?
This is the most important hole, and it looks he cannot be curbs killed here. If this butts up on the curb, he's trouble. That is trouble. That is trouble.
What happens here?
You could turn to the right, and you could throw out a full and just try to get up and out, or a ranger would even work.
I said a ranger would, cut like normal balls do if he wanted to. So he's going to actually.
I think this rejects. I'm not sure. It's been so long since I've hit this. Yep, it rejected. So don't do it again. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness. So the true play is take that flop wedge and you put a ranger and you go full. And it's just like on cabinet. You throw it out and it gets up enough to be safe. Right now, Chubby Cox in bad shape. Bad shape. I do need to speak to our production truck.
I'm sending him a picture right now. Andy Coleman, you'll look
Andy,
for
can you come out here and reset this monitor again for us, please? Tony Johnson on the tee on 2. Biggest chip of Hansen's tournament right here. Can he still birdie?
Cannot afford to go 2 strokes right down.
That is going to be right. That is short, and he is down already.
+1.
Tony Johnson only birdied hole number 10. He did not make that chip from the road. So Chubby only down 1 after 1. That's probably not a situation Chubby's been in for a very long time. That was a tough look.
No, Chubby's +1. He bogeyed that first hole, Chad.
Oh, he did bogey that. Did he hit the curb twice?
I think he did. While we were we had the little.
Yeah, we couldn't see it because of the monitor.
Yeah.
Apologies. So he loses 2 strokes on 1. Chubby going with an orbits.
We just saw the person that is walking by right there before Whammy hits. Is he in danger? Has somebody hit him yet?
No.
Okay.
I've tried. Oh, Whammy just short. He'll get great shot points for that effort.
This is classic Tebow right there. It's classic Tebow.
I know he heard the crowd. He's looking over at his opponent. I wonder if Tony knows that he has an early advantage. I'm going to assume he knows. There was enough noise that he had to assume something happened dastardly. And if you give Tony a chance just to be nice and safe and hit greens and make putts.
The key there, Chad, giving him this sense of comfort. All right.
Tony's comfort, he will be comfort all the way home.
There's nobody that stands a chance. And I'll tell you that in the world of arcade before I would tell you that in the world of mobile. A comfortable Tony Johnson is one of the 20 best Golden Tee players I know. And that is in the world of mobile, and that is in the world of arcade.
Yeah, he's always been fantastic. I've known Tony over 20 years.
He and I played our first world championship together.
Look at here.
19 years. Oh.
Chubby Cox almost gets one back.
And it's like Matt knows it.
Look at Tony.
Oh.
Grabber, very sexy.
Yeah.
Takes that slope.
I think Matt knows that he has to work for the rest of this match.
Matt knows he can't just great shot point. He needs to hold some stuff.
Yeah. So he's very aware. Matt knows. I don't know if Tony – I think Tony knows, but we don't know if Tony knows This match being brought to you by Skills. As you can see on our screen, Skills. Play the Golden Tee Mobile Edition on the Skills platform. Download their app, Tournament Edition, Golden Tee Mobile. A little short layup, as we see a lot of Golden Tee Mobile players do here on Rustic number 4.
So Tony is going to try to cut this 6-wood, which, just like Arcade, it cuts terribly. So Tony now thinking about the 5-wood instead. Pin all the way in back, so he can get this, throw this out a little bit, take some off, and get it to turn over like he wants it to, where you can't really trust that 6-wood.
Make sure it doesn't go too far. Very important here. He's got a 5-wood out, so it shouldn't.
He'll take enough off this, and he's going to throw it out a hair.
It's 98%. So we'll see what happens.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
A little too much cut.
Ooh. That is an awkward chip. I don't think he's going to use his chipper.
How about Matt Hansen giving himself a look?
So right here, Tony's going to have to probably pop this up over the curb.
Flop wedge is good?
Yeah, flop wedge should get over that, especially with a Ranger. So or he could even hit, if he wanted to be, Tony T-Bone, little T-bill safe. If Tony wants to be safe here, he just throw maybe a sniper on this thing. Just throw it up.
Why not hit a super backspin?
Well, the only worry would, I don't know.
Why not? I mean, give yourself 2 shots at the hole. You got one for the land and one for it to come back. It just sticks there with a and it's a safe.
It's probably
shot.
not a spot that he's been in, quite frankly, very often to know what that orbit is going to do back there.
Understood.
So I think he felt more comfortable just, I'm going to blast this out, and he most likely gave a stroke back, and he did, because Hansen has hit in a delicious shot into the hole that Tony just birdied. That will be an eagle for Matt Hansen.
You've seen it from the last 3 holes from Matt Hansen. He's very aware that he needs to be close on every shot that he plays. Very good shot right there. That was a tough hole.
Chubby Cox down 1 now to Whammy. Of course, Chubby Cox, if you were just now joining us, got behind the curb on hole 1, Rustic Bridge. Tried to hit a javelin over the curb. It bounced backwards. That's not a very good shot from Chubby. It would be more in that fairway, though he does have a beautiful straight wind.
It's right.
The thing is, it messes with your distance, though. Tony Johnson just peeling holes off one by one.
Just slightly quicker than Matt.
Matt's got a really good look at this. I'd be happier with a look from the fairway.
You don't hit this.
I'm surprised he's not throwing like a 1 or 2 iron at this and let it run at it. Yeah. Good effort.
And once again,
points.
That's going to get points. I expect that we'll see this for the majority of this round. As long as he feels like he's behind.
I'm surprised he didn't hit like a 1 iron, though. A 1 iron javelin, let it run up that hill, really take it on.
And look at Tony is taking the time off. He is going to get his shot right, because I think he knows he wants to make this. Right?
Yeah. Tony is absolutely taking a long time on this. It's going to dive left. Just short.
Yeah, he's picking the right number and picking the correct spot. Not too far after him, here comes Chubby Cox.
What is Chubby doing? This looks... Okay, I like this.
It's got a little bit moved to the right, and it's going to stay on a good line. Watch this.
This is going to dive left. This is going to
dive
shot. Left.
Oh.
That's what I worried about. That was what I was worried about. You can be aggressive there.
That was very aggressive.
He is the best. He is the best torpedo sand wedge player I've watched. I will give him a better than 60% chance of making this. This is up 6, right 3. Torpedo's the way to go. You just got to get it on its right line and let it climb.
It's basically just getting it on the green and let the ball do the work up the hill.
Yep.
Important shot.
He missed it.
And he missed it.
Pushed it right. That pullback, or the swipe, was a hair right, and that's all it takes. So and Tony gets his stroke back that he had lost earlier, and now
7 under after 7.
2-stroke lead for Tony through
not
7.
The most optimal start for Chubby Cox.
No, but he's not out of it. That's the more shocking thing. TJ did not eagle 1 and then had a mistake on 4. Chubby, this looks great.
Ooh.
Just passed.
Beautiful look at it. And there has been some commotion in the room. Chad Trump, check our bracket.
I think Rasta just knocked off our world champion, defending world champion, sending him to the losers bracket.
Ooh.
Getting ready to check that right now. I'm certain with the crowd reaction, what just happened. I am being.
Look, Rick has been in front of us for the most part of us calling these matches.
Rasta, one-stroke win over Rick Copperthorne, 26-25 on Bonnie Moore.
26-25. No, it looked like it.
Generation Z against Lance Martin. Wow, that is the next match.
Imagine that. Jordan could wake up tomorrow morning in the Final Four of the winner's side of this bracket.
Jordan probably will wake up in the Final Four of the winner's side. But Lance Martin, he plays fast. He's very similar to Micah that he doesn't watch it.
Look, we've been here for a while. This is almost a match and a half right now since I saw Rick just sit down for that match. He has not been comfortable. He was not comfortable once. He has moved his chair. He's gotten up. Now, granted, I made some commotion over here. We're right next to where Rick was playing, so I want to have respect to that. But it looked like he was not all that comfortable. So
he won that match, though, that you made noise on. He won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he won the match.
Okay.
That was the previous match, so you're fine. Right. You didn't cause any issue there.
I'm sorry. I thought he was just a slow player that was 27 holes.
Well, he is, but he knows it. He thinks things through.
Okay, all right, so.
Chubby. This is a big one for Chubby. This will dive to the right.
Oh, he likes it. Any shot with an iron you'll see for the rest of this match has to be. And look, now Tony is behind.
Yeah, Matt's fast. Matt's a fast player.
But he was 2 holes behind earlier. Oh.
Tony, very similar shot, just short of GSP. Tony's still 2-stroke lead, I believe. Looking at these scorecards, I've got them right in front of me. Move up to round 3. Yep. 2-stroke lead through 10 for Whammy. 13 under. Chubby Cox is 11 under. Tony being very aggressive on this look. A torpedo, trying to get this thing down the bottom of the fairway for a chipper, and he has done a great job of getting that down that fairway. That was an excellent shot from Tony Johnson, still running out. Tony has a lot of options here, and I love the chipper.
What a fascinating hole this is for Golden T-Mobile. I know how it is with Cabinet, but daggum, this hole right here brings a lot of different looks. Very happy with
Look at the
this.
2 differences. Chubby Cox left with a 3-iron.
Look at it. He's playing his
Tony,
chipper.
Just short.
Well, short.
Chance for Matt Hansen. Yep.
Matt could change his match with this shot right here if he could get it in.
That's that's kicking hard. Slow down. Slow down.
That's going to water.
That is not good.
Tony didn't look up there, so he didn't see the body language of Matt Hansen. But if he saw the body language of Matt Hansen, Tony would feel pretty comfortable. But Tony's in his own right now. Tony's here to win this world championship. Okay, I think he's heard enough company around his name since he's taken over the top of this game.
I think that's a good thing. He's heard a lot of names, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of names like, hey, why aren't you talking about me a little bit more?
You think there's a little, Tony, you think there's a little thing in his head goes, hey, in my mind, and Tony's going to hit it. Oh, I'm surprised he's not going to hit javelin here.
He's so precise.
Are you surprised, or would you think in Tony's head he still thinks of himself as the defending world champion since he couldn't come last year? You haven't taken a title from me yet. That's what he's maybe thinking.
Yeah, no, there might be something to that. I don't know if it's that directly. It's probably more, I know where I'm at in this game. All right, I know I'm able to compete. I played in front of more people than any of these guys. And by the way, that's the cabinet part of Tony Johnson, okay? I've seen Tony Johnson twice now play for championships in tournaments. All right, Minnesota a couple years. This environment to him is not foreign at all.
Chubby Cox.
Just a beautiful shot. And
trying to salvage some.
For what it's worth, I mean, Matt's had a couple aggressive shots not gone his way, and this match is definitely not over. But damn. I mean, he has hit some really close shots. So whoever he has on the loser side is going to have their work cut out.
Yes, and he's probably going to have a long time till he plays tomorrow.
Yes, that is very true. Yeah, no, he'll
come in here and get comfortable, warm up a little bit. Allow him to have a nice Saturday night in Vegas.
So he's from
Utah.
Utah.
Yep. Avid golfer, 2 daughters, both teenagers. Goes to Taylor Swift concerts with the kids.
Yeah.
He's a good dude, man. Solid guy.
We'll have to look at this bracket a little bit later.
Yeah. Tony has taken a lot of time on this hole. He is really he knows his. I think he knows his foot's on the pedal right now. There's a chance to close this guy out. There's a good orbit shot from Chevy Cox.
Here comes is this an orbit shot too, or is this a grabber?
That was a grabber. It's Tony T-Bill, baby.
Yeah.
Oh. It's a big putt. This is a left 7. This is not the putt you really wanted. It's only center cup.
All good.
So we are going to we had thought we were going to be done tonight, but guess what? We're not. We're going to show one more match. Chevy Cox versus Whammy. Upon its conclusion, we will have Riley Hitchcock, Tilt Nasty, against Muntz beats Nelson Wade.
That is a David versus Goliath matchup right there, if I've seen one. As a novice of Golden Tee Mobile, that's, look, Muntz is going to have some good things happen for him to beat Riley right now. But if Riley has played like he is continued to play and his attitude is continued to be the way it is, it's a hard man to beat. Very tall task.
It is a tall task. Muntz is a really good player. He's in the gold division. I'm just happy for him that he's had such a great showing. Tony, very safe there, just throws it on the green. He's had a very good showing because the Windy City Showdown this in May.
Muntz got to go.
This got to bounce. It's not going to. He did not shoot well. Muntz went pretty high in the Calcutta. People had a lot of high expectations for him, and
high in the Calcutta, like top half.
Yeah, I mean Muntz is one of the top 10 players in the world. Yeah, but is he Riley Hitchcock? He's not.
No.
So Riley is a prohibitive favorite, but Muntz has shot 30 unders quite often today. So Muntz is extremely hot, and probably a little shitty that people haven't talked very highly of him when we've done podcasts, because we've kind of brushed him off. And he is doing really well. He was the number 6 seed today, Chris.
Yeah, if we bring up our podcast, I mean, the first time you played him, we didn't know the name Muntz Beats.
Mm-hmm.
The quote was, "I had never heard of Muntz Beats."
That's correct. He's come a long way.
Muntz Beats is playing in this World Championship right now.
Yep, he's come a long way. The last couple of years, he's really gotten good.
Golden Tee Mobile League. That's where champions are made, right here, guys. If you guys have not signed up for Golden Tee Mobile League, if you are just a hair bit interested in improving your Golden Tee Mobile game, by all means, reach out, find out what Golden Tee Mobile is, and find out what the league is all about.
And here's the thing. If you're watching on this stream right now and you are competitive and you want to play in the league, Tony got hit by hit the bench. So a chance for Chubby to get one back. Oh, he's pretty far back. If you do want to play and you think, I can't play with these guys, there are divisions for every skill level, and that is an absolute fact.
Yeah.
So if you shoot 9, 10, 11 under par, maybe you shoot 14 under par for your whole 18, there is a division for you against like players. Look at Tony.
And Tony
saves
chips
Eagle.
It in. Is he not here to win a world championship or what, dude?
He is. I loved playing him in round 1, let me tell you.
5-stroke advantage for the 2020 Golden Tee Mobile World Champion.
Won our first ever championship. Defeated Benji. A good buddy Ben. Lives I think in Kansas right now. Maybe went to Missouri. Running some golf courses. Hate not seeing him here. He had the game. He was one of the best live players I've ever watched. Let's see if Whammy can finish this off. He's going to try to hold this out. About an 86% shot, maybe 87. It's going to hit the green and slide down to the bottom. This is part of Tony's game that he didn't really have a year ago. He wasn't big on these sniper shots, these stinger snipers. He's really put that into his repertoire. 86%, just a little bit past.
And we have to acknowledge the ability to do the math and understand how a stinger shot works.
Yep. Good shot from Chubby.
Tony's a smart guy, and he's done this for a long time.
So this, for most players, is an O-bird. I like the 3. Tony's going to hit a 5.
I think he's just being safe. Is he just being safe right now, or would he hit a stinger?
I think he's just going to hit this full, and he just wants to be on the green.
And
that's all he wants.
Yeah.
He knows he's up huge. You can't do anything stupid.
But if he were down, would he try something different, or would that be the same shot?
But I don't know. Tony's, they don't call him T-Bill for nothing. So he doesn't do a lot of dumb stuff. Like, I don't know. I would be surprised he would hit a 3 there. I mean, the distance there was perfect. I mean, he was just high on the high side, which you don't want to be by that water.
Tony is on 18 right now, getting ready to hit his shot. Would we call this 25? He's about, if he gets this, would this be a par round? Obviously, 13. 11 was not the.
I think you want to be 26 for a par round. It's 13-13.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even include making eagle on 1.
So
all right, this is a pretty easy shot here. He's just going to throw this all the way to 3. All the way to 3. Almost jars it on the fly. What a dart.
Do we call that an ultra shot?
That was almost an ultra shot.
Tony Johnson.
Very nicely done
to the
TJ.
Final 4, the winner's side of this tournament.
His night is over.
He will sleep very comfortably. Does not have to worry about. He gets 2 losses tomorrow to handle.
I love Tony's chances.
I would too. And we're getting ready to next matchup. If like Riley and Muntz beats, this is on a collision course to have a very, very large clash of titans with Riley and Tony.
But to do that, Riley Hitchcock has to put away Nelson Wade. Muntz beats. I am very excited to see how Nelson handles. This will be the first time I think that he's been on a stream with cameras on him. But he's playing really well. Do we want to throw it to break for a couple minutes and let these guys get set up for the next match?
Honestly, for what we thought would be a very – it was a drubbing at us, as you see.
Oh, boy. All right, we're having some fun.
I know, honestly, if I come away from this World Championship with anything, Adam Bogdanoff might be one of my favorite Golden Tee players.
He's an idiot. He is an absolute idiot, and I love him for it. So we're going to go to break. When we come back, we will find out who is going to take on Tony Johnson tomorrow for the King of the Hill. And that's going to be either Nelson Wade or Riley Hitchcock to face Tony Johnson tomorrow. We will be there shortly. And we're going to take a little break as Matthew Hansen rings the bell here on FSW Arena. I'm Chad Trump. This is Chris Longino. We will be right back.
I think I've won just about $6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.
And welcome back to the 2023 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship alongside Chad Schrump. I am the Alpha Chris Longino, and we're bringing up a big-time David and Goliath kind of matchup. We have the prohibitive favorite, Riley Hitchcock. He's going against Muntz beats Nelson Wade, and a match that we'll see what happens here. Riley has been playing well all day. Chad, but Nelson, no slouch here, man.
No, he's been playing well all day, too. He's the number 6 seed in this tournament. Riley was number 3, I think, 3 or 4. And I just saw Chicago was huge for Nelson. I think it was the experience he needed in a live tournament setting. He looks relaxed.
No earbuds, neither with the earbuds in. We got to keep it down.
So we're going to call our match the way we want to call our match.
Oh, yeah, we're going to call our match.
And these guys will love every bit of it. They like being on the stream. I know Tilt does. Nelson's been waiting for his opportunity. This is his very first time being on the Golden Tee stream.
On Rustic
again, yep. And this is going to be the same setup. And let me tell you something else. They watched that last match. They know what this setup looks like. Riley clears it. Wait a minute. Is this different? Yeah, well, this is still it.
No, that's the same one.
This is it.
Same one.
So advantage Riley Hitchcock.
But look what Muntz is doing.
Yeah, he's going to go down. He saw what happened. He saw what happened.
He's going to take his – no, he's going to find his best spot.
Yep. Now Riley has a straight chip.
Straight chip flat ahead. Can he get it done? No,
oh boy.
One to the right.
Tell you what, 1 more percent, and that's an interesting little shot he has left. That's down.
Very makeable, though, right?
Yeah, this is fine. Muntz should birdie this.
Take a Ranger out.
He's going to try a little. He's going to try a little chip with a javelin.
What a momentum would go right in his direction if he makes this shot, Chad.
Well, this is a huge, and Tilt will know. Tilt will know by the sound of the crowd whether Muntz makes this or not. He's worried about his pullback. Does he have it straight? Looks like he does. Just trying to get his distance dialed in, and can he hit it straight? That's way left. That's nerve. That was a nervy swipe.
Nerves.
Yep. Nervy swipe. But both players birdie 1. Riley looking at 2. I think Riley saw that they were both a little bit long in that last match. Oh, this needs to kick. Okay. That's fine. Riley did not hit the shot I expected. Muntz is high teed.
Will be the farthest par 3 putt that he has in this round.
All right. Drivable par 4. Yep. Muntz still looking. It looks like we will have oh, that's got to get up.
Oh, that's got to go down.
Boy, that's a chip.
And he puts himself.
Oh, he's going to Ranger putt this. This is about the very edge that you can do this. This is the very edge.
You have to feel really comfortable when he gets it.
That thing's died towards the end. But that's big for Muntz. That tells me he wanted no part of a chip there.
We'll see that later in the
forgiveness. There's more forgiveness in a swipe on a putt. You don't have to hit those exactly dead straight. You can have just a hair left or right and still goes relatively straight. Chipper, you do that, you'll miss. So Riley trying to dial in this par 3. He's going to lift it up and over. Let the green, let it run.
Right in there.
Riley Hitchcock, hole out number 1.
And watch, Muntz does not reset. He's going to hit his shot. He likes his line. Let's see if it's on the exact same course with the javelin out. Let's see if he gets it done. Oh, just a little high of the hole. And the favorite, Riley Hitchcock, will take a 1-stroke advantage going into the next hole.
Riley's going to take a chance here. This is a look that you can. So if Riley decides to plant his tee right here, Chris, he'll hit a Maniacs. You hit this as far as you can, and you should have a 3-iron sniper somewhere from the patch of those hills. It is, in my opinion, it's a shot he doesn't need to hit right now. He has a 1-stroke lead, and he knows it.
Yeah,
but let's see what he's left with. A lot of those trees kind of go away. Your trouble goes away. Now he's going to have a 3-iron sniper.
But the purpose of going for that is he knew that he was not going to be wet.
I'm going to lie. I lied to you. I don't think he is doing that shot. I think he's just going to try to run this to the back.
With a javelin.
Okay. I like it. He didn't have to do it, but, I mean, look at that look.
What percentage?
He's got to look for a double eagle.
36, 35,
35, 40, and he's in the rough, so probably like 42, 43. Oh, wait a minute. I'm doing javelin. I'm not doing sniper math. I'm doing javelin math. I'm not sure. I need to look that in. I'm 70 yards, probably 35, 40%. Good shot from Muntz.
Double eagle, 2-stroke advantage coming his way if he can get it.
Oh, he just misses it.
That would have been an alpha kind of move. If he would have got double eagle right there, that would have been a very much, hey, you're not taking this from me right now.
Yep.
You're not coming close to it.
Yep.
Riley Hitchcock up 1 going into the 5th hole.
And it just shows he's going to play his game. He doesn't care what you're doing. He could not possibly care less.
No, I think he's going to play the shots that make him king.
He wants Tony Johnson so bad. He wants to play him so bad he can taste it.
Yeah, no, and that's just not. Ooh, very good shot right there. But that's just not this game. That's Riley as an individual. Riley wants to be the best of what he does.
Yes, he does. I love it. Riley a little deep, just short of GSP, I think. Nope, he got it. Got it snuck in there. That's a 6-footer. Not that points really matter. If these players are tied after 18 holes, we will play another back 9. Here we go. Muntz beats going with a 3-iron sniper at 75, 76, 81, 83, 84%, somewhere in there. If he wants to hit that sniper, it's uphill. You've got to make sure you get it there. And you got an 8-mile-an-hour wind blowing against you a bit. So I think he's somewhere in that 83, 84% range, Chris. Oh, he's going more than that even.
Ooh.
I don't ever hit a sniper here. I hit the javelin.
It's a little uphill. 87 is.
Yep. Nicely judged. That's points. They're both hitting snipers. It surprises me a little bit.
Because it's forgiving, right?
It is. I mean, you just get on the green and plant it. But javelins likes to climb that hill, and if you play that, it's going to go a little bit left with the jab when it hits that fringe, but you play that. I have no problem with them doing this. I mean,
but I feel like I guess in his mind would be the javelin has potential to be short, and I can be more aggressive if I'm a hair too long because he's probably playing this to be a hair too long. It's right in front of the hole. So
yeah, good shot. Points. Yep. Muntz Beach just gets on to hole 7. Still a 1-stroke lead for Riley, correct? Yep. The difference is the hole-in-one Riley had on hole 3. He's looking at the 1-iron orbits.
1-stroke advantage here, Chad. Definitely not over at all.
God, you don't see this look very often. This is very interesting. Is he going to hit that with no tee? Does this get all the way there? Does this get all the way there, Chris, for Riley? Does this get to the green?
It looks like it, and it's going to come back.
Oh, my God, that's
gorgeous.
So pretty. That is so pretty.
That's a classic cabinet shot, dude. That's what that was. All right, that is playing backspin, playing Golden Tee live with a 3-iron.
And look at the difference in shots. Muntz still sizing this one up, going with a Maniacs. No, it's a different hole. Pardon me.
No, they're both on the 8th hole. But
well, I'm talking about the shot Riley hit. This is on the previous hole. I was thinking they were on the same hole. So good shot from Muntz. Maniacs up onto the green. Let's see if Riley can match it. 1-stroke lead, Riley Hitchcock. Still nasty. Feel like we were just here doing this. Calling a world championship together. How much would you have paid for us to be on the mic for Paul, Anthony Luna, and Andy Haas? That match that people will be talking about for a long time. Oh, there's a mistake from Riley. Riley needs to make a chip here.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Muntz has already hold his on 8. He's already eagled, so this is a chance for him to tie this up. This is the first pressure shot Riley's faced.
Riley off the green. This could even the match, essentially.
Grabber, chipper.
What are you made of, Riley Hitchcock? Right now, this is what's going to prove it. Are you in this to win a world championship? He absolutely is.
Ooh. Huge chip for Riley Hitchcock. Very
Under those
nicely
circumstances,
done.
how many players in this room are making that shot, Chad?
Not a ton. Not a ton. Guys that are steady under fire, don't really feel the nerves as much as others. Riley loves this, loves it. Put him in tough positions. He loves being in those tough positions. Really nice chip. That's a chip that's hard to make when you're at home playing on your couch, much less sitting.
And a beautiful shot from
Muntz.
Muntz beats.
Does Riley clear the softball diamond? He does.
Riley Hitchcock, 4 out of the 5 last seasons of the Golden Tee Mobile League, he has won the Golden Division. The prohibitive favorite in this tournament, Nelson Wade, just a couple years into this game, but a force to be reckoned with.
Muntz already on 10. This is not a stinger look, so he's going to float in a 6-wood with a javelin. Let it come back to the hole. He's going to land this well past and let it roll back. Riley's got a hole outlook here. Riley has a hole outlook here. Just passed on the right. Muntz leaves that short. You have to land it. You have to land it deep. It comes back pretty hard.
Ranger putt.
Ranger. In. It's a good match.
How often are these guys eagling this hole? 11th of Rustic, that is, not 10.
Yeah, I would say less than 10% of the time. This is one of your best looks at it. And I love going this way. You kind of throw that thing around the trees, let it come back in towards the fairway.
That's all these guys are doing.
Yep. Now, he might have caught some limbs there, but he's got such a good look at this. And he saw, believe me, what Chubby Cox did when he went wet with his 3-iron javelin.
Oh, Hitchcock right around the hole here.
Yeah, he's a little bit short, needs to stop for a putt. He'll be fine. That can go in that sand trap. I've seen that. Ranger for Riley.
245, 2-iron. Chad, what are we going to see here? Okay, we got 85 yards to the pin. And 70 plus 85, that would be 2.
I don't think you want to hit this much more than 30, 31, 32% max. Not even, maybe even that, because it is so downhill and it runs hard. I don't think he hits this much more than 30, if that. And I think Riley's going to be much farther down this fairway than Muntz was, by the way. Okay, good shot. And he hit the sniper. That will run for Riley. Is that going to be in the fairway?
Why was Riley further?
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah. Why was Riley further?
He did not catch any limbs whatsoever. He hit it was just pure, clean all the way through. Nothing killed it. Riley could put his stamp on this match right here with an eagle. Muntz lands the important island fairway here.
Everybody hits the island.
I shouldn't say fairway, but that's the. You can go down the fairway on the left side if you have to, which I wish I would have in qualifying, but onwards. We'll talk about something else later. Look at Riley.
Oh, just to the left.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed he missed that. That's one of the few hole-out looks you get on this back. Anytime you have a chance for eagle with a chipper on a non-drivable par 4, you want to take advantage of those opportunities. I'm sure he's disappointed there. I kind of like this Muntz strategy, kind of staying ahead of Riley a little bit, putting maybe a little pressure on Riley, where Riley can't just kind of play safe and pace. Both are playing at a nice clip. I'll pull up the chat, see who's on there.
I haven't even looked at the chat yet. Once again, you could be back here, play a clean shot in front of the fountain.
If you haven't liked the stream today, could you please do that for us?
Yes.
Nice shot from Riley. Points.
Like, comment, please. Support our stream, Golden Tee Mobile. Its 3rd World Championship.
I don't think very many people have left the venue.
No,
watching our last match of the day.
We've got a good crowd here.
Yep. Muntz answers. Nice shot.
And by the way, outside of Dave Prusky and Barrett Detterman, Those are the only two I see playing right now. The shot where Muntz beats is going, and a lot of guys, they go to the road, right? Unless the wind is and all that stuff is helping them.
Yeah, this will be in the. He'll land this right there. That's good.
Okay, that's good.
Yep, that's good there.
All right.
You can, from the road you're good, and from here you're good. And what he's going to like playing from this rough is he can go up to like a grabber, even an orbits if he wants to. Just go way deep of the green. Let this wind slow it down. He'd be fine. The road kind of stinks if you've got the pin right past the trap like that.
Yeah.
Riley, big putt here. That's a right 6, and he makes.
Keeps his one-stroke advantage. Nelson has not flinched in this match.
No, he hasn't.
He is not. He is not.
He's only down 1 because he didn't get a hole in one, and Riley did. Yeah, there's Muntz. Gets it on that green. You have a pretty much straight uphill putt. Riley going the same way that Muntz did. He should probably bounce into this rough. Yep, it should. It should. Yep.
Make sure that pole's not in the way.
Now here's the pivotal hole we're getting to. This par 5.
Make sure that
sidewalk
nobody hits a bench.
Yes, and those come in play all the time.
We saw that happen earlier with Tony Johnson.
Yep. Tony recovered with a hell of a chip. 2023 Golden T-Mobile World Championship. Muntz beats Tilt Nasty, playing for a spot in the final 2 on the winner's side for a King of the Hill matchup tomorrow with Tony Johnson.
Important shot right here. Oh.
Yep, that'll be a range.
And how gorgeous. Easy putt right here.
Yep, Riley just played that perfectly. So right now Muntz is one full stroke or one full hole. Important distinction. One full hole ahead of Riley Hitchcock, but he does trail by 1. What's on your agenda tonight in Las Vegas?
Well,
Nevada?
I have to ask a question real quick. Rustic 16, does it ever get drivable in one
shot?
shot?
Yeah, once in a while. Once in a rare while.
Because that was a look right there where, I mean, if the world – we need to figure out how we can introduce spinny shots into Golden T-Mobile.
You're right. You're right. That would have been drivable in the cabinet.
Yeah. What's on my agenda tonight? That is up in the air a little bit right now, other than adding to my casino chip collection.
Where do you got to go to get some more chips?
Well, I'm staying on the south end of the strip where I have not a whole lot. So there's a lot getting added to the case.
Nice. Riley, big shot here. Nelson's already eagled this. Here's a whole lot of opportunity right now going on for Nelson Wade. This is, you just want to land this on the front of the green and it's a down 5, left 5. This goes really hard left. Really hard left.
Oh, just a little.
It goes hard left.
That's a great call, Chad.
Yeah, just, and Muntz knows it. It's hard to make yourself play enough right because your brain's saying, man, no way it goes this far, and it does. Riley knows this is huge. Javelin, does this bounce onto the green? Oh, he gets stuck.
Oh, Lord. Oh, and the bench goes away.
And we've been talking about this. This is what he lives for. This is his biggest chip in the match.
How important is this right now, Chad?
We have 2 huge shots going on at once. Muntz makes his birdie.
Makes his putt. If Riley misses this match is essentially tied.
Correct. I am really surprised he allowed that bench to get into play. 1-stroke lead.
Muntz still continues to play his round, but Riley knows how important this chip is. He is taking his time.
This crowd has hushed. They realize this is probably the match. If Riley misses this, we are probably playing extras. Oh, goodness. Muntz hit a terrible shot
there. And he's short. All right. First off, Muntz on the left.
This is a hard one. He cannot putt this, can he?
No.
Is he going to putt this?
He's got the Ranger.
Oh, this is
putter out.
This is
and he's got it. It's in
what a putt. Muntz beats. What a putt.
Golden T par ties this round for Riley Hitchcock.
We are looking
He cannot lose one.
We are looking like we are going to play extras. And we got a long way to go. And Riley's going to have a look at this. And Riley's going to have a look at the par 3.
You want to talk about answering the freaking bell. Months beats right now.
Yeah, Riley, an unforced error. Unforced error on 15. Now, Riley knows this thing bounces violently left.
He's going to play a similar shot to what Munsbeats played.
He will. Let's see if he adds enough. See if he makes himself hit it to the right enough for this down 5, left 5 green. It looks like he is. If you're going to miss, you need to miss on the high side. You've got to give yourself a chance.
And Riley's going to hit his fly-by. The important thing about him, he has to stay. If Riley were to lose this match, that means neither Riley Hitchcock, one of which Riley Hitchcock or Red Copperthorne cannot win this World Championship. Riley has to come away with a win.
It's on its way. God, I love this.
What a shot coming
That's
down the
too
hill.
far.
And that is
Riley Hitchcock. Eagle.
Clutch.
Takes a 1-stroke lead after dropping a shot on the par 5. Unbelievable. Wow. That looked like he might have hit that too hard. If we look at the replay, that hopped in a high hop. A high hop. That did not roll in. That hopped in.
He's got the O-bird out, still going to remain aggressive.
And he is swerving this a little. Look at that.
He is.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, and
this is not the kind of putt he wants. This is not an easy
putt. He got
putt.
aggressive, but that's probably his normal shot.
This is not an easy putt.
And by the way, look at that. No clicks, no nothing.
No, he's not. He's a swipe putter. He's one of the very, very few. He does not click.
I am so proud of him.
He does not click.
To win the match.
Just needs to eagle.
No.
Riley is taking 0 time. What a hole out on 16.
Like I said, he's trained himself to be comfortable for this.
He truly loves it, man.
Trying to prove why he is the prohibitive favorite of this tournament.
High loft driver,
and just
javelin,
on a beautiful
the
line.
So
Beautiful
nice.
line.
He is going to have a left 6 or 7.
What, about 16 feet, 15 feet?
Left 10, rather.
Yeah, and that will jar it.
Boom. Riley Hitchcock, my God. Holes out,
when he had to have
16. Takes Munsbeats' best shot.
When he had
and
to, yeah, that was Munsbeats' best shot, by the way. That was what a round.
That was a nice one. That was, I'll golf clap both players. That was a really nice match.
I'm curious how much we're talking about Nelson Wade tomorrow.
Hey, Nelson Wade, the way he's playing, can absolutely get back in that position.
Right? Look, I mean, he was every bit a part of that match.
And what more do you want tomorrow, man? Riley Hitchcock and Tony Johnson playing for a King of the Hill? Whew. Goodness gracious. What a day here at FSW Arena. Hi, everybody. I'm Chad Trump, Chris Longino. We're about ready to go for the evening. But, man, what a day of Golden T-Mobile.
A lot of things happening here. We got still 32 players still left in this tournament. Everybody will come back here tomorrow, at least have one match tomorrow, and we're going to see how this thing shakes out. A lot of great players still in this tournament, and from what we saw tonight, Riley Hitchcock, Tony Johnson, those are the two we have to talk about right now.
Class of the field right now. And I would almost say, too, that Munsbeats, although he has been exited into the loser's side, he is one of those players that you could absolutely see come all the way back and potentially make a charge for a championship. Matthew Hansen, who lost earlier this evening, kind of got curb stomped on Rustic #1, never really truly recovered from that, got into the loser's bracket. I would imagine he will make a run tomorrow. Micah Middleton lost his match. He's been really good as a live player. He will try to come from the loser side.
Rick Copperthorne lost. The defending Golden T-Mobile World Champion lost. He has a tough road tomorrow.
Generation Z, I don't know if he's still won his match. I'd like to look that up and see if he's gone 3-0 today. We'll find that out shortly. Chris, if you want to talk for half a second, let me look and see.
No, and that's one of the things we talk about, where there's a lot of really good players. Chubby Cox.
Jordan Scott defeated Rasta by 1 stroke.
Ooh. And Lance Martin has had himself a day. We'll say that for him. Okay, every match he's played has been very close. Good for Lance.
You know what we keep saying, and I want to tell you something we said wrong.
What's that?
This was to get into the Final Four.
Well, I know that.
Okay, well, I keep saying for it. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, we
it's
talked
the
about
King
chance
of
to
Hill.
get
Yeah,
King
yeah.
Hill. So Tilt Nasty's in there. He's going to wait on the Booyer Lumpy winner. It looks like Booyer is winning that as we speak. And Gen Z against Whammy on the other side to get to the top 2 to be the King of the Hill. So
Jordan Scott,
wow.
perhaps one of the toughest outs there is in Golden Tee Mobile. He should be something to watch for tomorrow.
Jordan Scott won the gold bracket postseason tournament, defeating Chubby Cox. So Jordan Scott playing exceptional Golden Tee. So with that, we are going to go to break for the evening. We will be back tomorrow, roughly 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 on the East Coast. We will start the losers bracket side of the 2023 Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. Chris Longino will be back to call action. I will be back at some point tomorrow to call the action. Kevin Lindsay, Adam Kramer, everybody will be here ready to crown a 2023 World Champion. So until then, we will see you guys tomorrow.
I think I've won just about 6,000.
I've actually won over $10,000.